institucions i sponsors que donen suport a la Bienal. També agrair als participants, finalistes, ponents, staff i voluntaris que fan possible que la Bienal es celebri. I especialment voldríem agrair als jurats dels premis Rosa, Barba i Ribas, Piera, del jurat professional i el jurat de les escoles, per la seva implicació en la Bienal, tant com a membres del jurat, així com a ponents, perquè des de l'edició anterior els hem demanat que cada un dels jurats que hi participa pugui fer un statement, una presentació de quin és el seu pensament respecte al paisatge. De manera que tots els participants ens podem conèixer millor. En aquesta 12a edició hem proposat introduir un nou format que és la presentació conjunta tant dels finalistes del Premi Rosa Barba com del Premi de les Escoles, del Manuel Ribas Piera. Això ho farem de manera que als matins d'avui dimecres i demà dijous es presentaran els finalistes del Premi Manuel Ribas Piera de les Escoles de Paisatge i a la tarda tindrem la presentació dels finalistes del Premi Rosa Barba. També hem de fer notar que des de la 12a edició, la de fa 2 anys, hem trobat que ha aparegut un terme nou amb una força disruptiva, que és la intel·ligència artificial, que d'alguna manera està canviant part del nostre món. És per això que des del comitè executiu vam pensar que voldríem contrastar en relació amb aquest nou estri, amb aquest nou instrument, què fa el paisatge i què fa la natura. És a dir, quina és la intel·ligència que és natural i amb quina relació s'estableix amb aquest nou device tecnològic que és la intel·ligència artificial. Coincidint amb altres events culturals que s'estan produint ara mateix al llarg del món. Només dit això, voldria donar la paraula a Maria Buigas, arquitecta en cap de l'Ajuntament de Barcelona, ciutat que sempre ha acollit la Bienal de Paisatge. Endavant.
Moltes gràcies. Bé, bon dia a tothom. Bon dia a tothom, buenos días, good morning and welcome to Barcelona. És per mi un plaer poder participar en aquest acte inaugural de la Bienal de Paisatge. Com bé saben, aprofitaré aquests minuts d'introducció per compartir-los que estem escalfant motors cap a l'any 26. L'any 26, com bé saben, la ciutat de Barcelona celebrarà el Congrés de la Unió Internacional d'Arquitectes i com a ciutat que allotja el Congrés ostentarem durant tot l'any 26 la capital mundial de l'arquitectura. I per què aprofito aquest escenari per parlar i comentar això? Perquè m'agradarà compartir-los l'orientació que li estem donant en aquesta condició com a capital mundial de l'arquitectura de l'any vinent, que volem aprofitar per divulgar entre la ciutadania la capacitat que tenen les disciplines de l'arquitectura, de l'urbanisme i del paisatgisme, és a dir, aquelles disciplines que donen forma als espais que ens envolten en la nostra vida quotidiana, siguin espais artificials o espais naturals, per, diguem-ne, mostrar-li a la ciutadania de quina manera aquestes disciplines en la transformació d'aquests espais contribueixen a millorar la nostra vida diària, la vida de les persones. Perquè és evident que la capacitat transformadora, en el cas, evidentment, del paisatgisme, la capacitat transformadora i d'aportació de valors d'aquests espais oberts que la ciutadania necessitem pel nostre esbarjo, pel lleure, per la mitigació de les condicions que el canvi climàtic està estressant les nostres ciutats, en uns contextos de creixement de desigualtat, també són espais que ens retornen dignitat, podria dir, o la condició de ciutadania, doncs ens semblava molt encertat l'any que ve plantejar una programació que ens acostés a la ciutadania, que en el fons són els usuaris principals d'allò que fem en la nostra pràctica professional. Habitualment, i la Bienal evidentment és un escenari de discussió, de debat, de compartir la pràctica professional, moltes vegades ens trobem aquests espais i generem aquests espais per, com si haguéssim parlat entre nosaltres. La proposta de la Capital Mundial de l'Arquitectura de l'any vinent vol ampliar aquesta conversa i traslladar-la d'una manera comprensible a tot el conjunt de la ciutadania. Els convido a seguir-nos, a acompanyar-nos. El plantejament de la programació ha estat el que en diem coral i oberta, vol dir que, de fet, des de l'Ajuntament vam fer una crida oberta a totes les institucions, entitats i a totes les organitzacions que en el seu dia a dia fan aquesta feina d'advocacy, podríem dir, i hem construït una programació de baix a dalt, de la qual estem molt orgullosos. Hi ha més de 170 entitats col·laborant amb nosaltres per produir més de 1.500 activitats que tindran lloc al llarg de 10 mesos l'any vinent, des del 12 de febrer fins al 13 de desembre. Hi haurà, evidentment, exposicions, conferències, rutes, visites guiades, tallers. Ens barrejarem amb altres arts, com la música, com la dansa, com el cinema. Els convido que ens vagin seguint i, evidentment, com a ciutat, volem que un esdeveniment d'aquest tipus deixi un llegat. I aquest llegat, de fet, té molt sentit que també el comparteixi ràpidament amb vostès en aquest escenari de paisatge, perquè és un llegat que posa en valor precisament la importància d'intervencions, en aquest cas amb una doble significació. Un dels llegats que la ciutat deixarà de la Capital Mundial de l'Arquitectura és una intervenció en 10 mitgeres de la ciutat distribuïdes en els 10 districtes de la ciutat. Barcelona té un programa de subvencions de mitgeres per transformar mitgeres permanents en façanes des de fa més de 30 anys. Hem triat aquest programa per fer un concurs d'idees per a joves arquitectes, concurs que es va llançar i es va fallar l'any passat, perquè evidentment tot això té un procés, com tots són coneixedors, llarg perquè arribem a la capitalitat i puguin estar en construcció. Ens va semblar que era un gest, aquesta transformació d'una mitgera en una façana és un gest arquitectònicament i paisatgísticament petit, però que té un gran impacte. I un gran impacte del qual podem fer servir com a exemple del que jo deia abans d'acostar-nos a la ciutadania. Un gran impacte perquè amb un petit gest de canviar aquella mitgera en una façana no només estem, per descomptat, millorant l'habitabilitat dels espais privats, diguem-ne a l'altra banda d'aquesta paret, amb la qual es poden fer obertures, balcons, finestres i per tant guanyar ventilació, llum natural, etc. cap a l'interior, i hi ha evidentment tota una part d'aïllament, sinó que des del punt de vista, des de fora, des de l'exterior, aquestes mitgeres donen habitualment a un espai públic que per planejament s'ha modificat les condicions i mai tindran un edifici al costat. I per tant tenim un exercici de paisatgisme que ens permet per un costat embellir, i cal reconèixer-ho i dir-ho, embellir aquest entorn de la ciutat, ens permet plantejar també aportacions de solucions de verd i d'aïllament i d'energia fotovoltaica a diferents qüestions que des de fora contribueixen precisament en aquests valors que tots busquem en la definició dels espais públics. I ens sembla un llegat que té aquest valor de gestos molt petits poden tenir un gran impacte en el seu conjunt. I en aquest sentit també compartir-los molt breument un programa que estem desplegant sobre els retalls de la ciutat per convertir-los en petits jardins o parcs de butxaca, podríem dir, que és aquesta identificació de com el planejament, de la mateixa manera que deixa mitgeres a la ciutat permanents que tenen aquesta capacitat de ser transformades en façanes, com també des de l'exercici del planejament una ciutat va acumulant això que són una mena de leftovers o de retales i que tots conjunts, en el cas de Barcelona, hem pogut arribar a identificar 100 hectàrees amb capacitat de transformar-se disperses en tot el teixit urbà per esdevenir petits espais públics, espais oberts, que estem en aquests moments transformant les 20 primeres hectàrees amb una idea no nova per la ciutat, que és aquesta idea de l'acupuntura, i per tant fer i posar en valor aquesta capacitat del treball, de l'acupuntura, del treball i la dignificació de lo petit amb una mirada paisatgística de conjunt. Sense més, els desitjo que aquestes jornades d'avui i demà siguin profitoses i agrair-los la seva assistència i compromís amb la Bienal de l'Arquitectura. Moltes gràcies.
Moltes gràcies, Maria. Una de les institucions fundadores de la Bienal de Paisatge va ser el Col·legi d'Arquitectes. Tinc el plaer de presentar a la màxima autoritat del col·legi, del degà Gkoltsiou.
Moltes gràcies, Manel. Bon dia a tothom. Buenos días, good morning to everybody. Arquitectes, urbanistes, paisatgistes, membres de la comunitat arquitectònica, autoritats, investigadors, gent tota que estima el paisatge. És un plaer i un privilegi per mi donar-vos la benvinguda a aquesta ja 13a edició de la Bienal Internacional de Paisatge de Barcelona. Com a degà del Col·legi d'Arquitectes de Catalunya, celebro una vegada més aquesta trobada que constitueix un espai excepcional i únic per a la reflexió i el debat sobre la disciplina del paisatge en la seva dimensió tècnica, cultural i artística. Aquest any, la Bienal ens proposa, amb un interrogant i una exclamació que defineixen l'esperit d'aquesta edició, el títol Intel·ligència natural. Interrogant i exclamació. En un context en què la intel·ligència artificial està transformant radicalment tantes coses, els processos de disseny, planificació i interpretació del territori busquen també les seves respostes. Aquesta edició ens convoca a reconsiderar el concepte d'intel·ligència més enllà de la dicotomia humà-màquina, integrant-hi els sistemes naturals, les cultures locals i els ecosistemes com a actors actius en la configuració dels paisatges. Aquesta reflexió pren especial rellevància si tenim en compte que Barcelona, com ha comentat en Maria Buigues, l'arquitecte en cap, l'any que ve serà capital mundial de l'arquitectura i també acollirà el Congrés des del 28 de juny fins al 2 de juliol. Aquesta designació reconeix la capacitat de la ciutat per generar i transmetre coneixement arquitectònic i paisatgístic de projecció internacional i col·loca Barcelona i Catalunya com a referents globals en la reflexió crítica sobre el territori, la ciutat i la natura. La Bienal del Paisatge en aquest context es consolida com una plataforma clau per visibilitzar pràctiques, investigacions i projectes que articulen l'arquitectura, el paisatge i la sostenibilitat. La diversitat paisatgística de Catalunya ofereix un laboratori natural excepcional. Des del Cap de Creus fins als aiguamolls de l'Empordà, des de les conques fluvials del Llobregat i el Ter, passant per la Catalunya central amb els seus boscos mediterranis i zones rurals patrimonials, el Delta de l'Ebre, el Pla de Lleida. Cadascun d'aquests territoris constitueixen un conjunt d'oportunitats pel disseny paisatgístic, la conservació de la biodiversitat i la integració cultural i ecològica del territori. Aquesta complexitat ha fet de Catalunya un referent internacional en paisatgisme, reconegut tant per la qualitat dels seus projectes com per la profunditat de la seva reflexió teòrica i pràctica. En aquest marc, la pràctica professional i acadèmica del paisatge no redueix a l'acte de projectar, sinó que s'entén com un procés de traducció i mediació entre múltiples formes de coneixement. Els sabers tradicionals i els sistemes ecològics, la percepció i l'experiència humana, les capacitats de les plantes i els ecosistemes i les eines digitals avançades constitueixen intel·ligències complementàries que ens permeten comprendre i intervenir en el paisatge de manera més rica i responsable. L'art i la visualització experimental complementen aquest ecosistema de coneixement, fent perceptibles les interaccions invisibles, establint ponts conceptuals entre allò que és cultural i el que és tecnològic. Enguany comptem amb conferències de renom internacional que portaran perspectives úniques a aquesta reflexió. Tenim en James Riddle, que ens convida a entendre les formes d'intel·ligència distribuïda més enllà de l'humà i de la màquina. Tenim a Thomas Walls, que integra la comprensió ecològica i cultural en el disseny de paisatges vius i resilients, o també a Divya Shah, que ens mostra com el coneixement indígena i local amplia la nostra percepció de la intel·ligència natural. Serà un plaer escoltar-los a ells i a tota la resta de ponents que formen part d'aquest simposi. En aquest context també cal destacar que la Bienal compta amb uns premis que la posicionen com una plataforma de referència. El Premi Internacional de Paisatgisme Rosa Barba, que reconeix els projectes més innovadors i crítics a nivell global, i el Premi Internacional d'Escoles de Paisatge, Ribas Piera, que promou la participació de les noves generacions i l'excel·lència acadèmica en l'ensenyament del paisatge. Aquests premis, consolidats al llarg de les anteriors edicions, són un clar exemple del compromís de la Bienal amb la qualitat, la innovació i la projecció internacional del paisatgisme. En última instància, intel·ligència natural ens recorda que la intel·ligència no és només humana ni artificial, és distribuïda, relacional, implicada en els sistemes naturals i culturals que habiten els nostres paisatges. La nostra responsabilitat com a arquitectes, com a urbanistes, com a paisatgistes, és reconèixer aquestes intel·ligències i facilitar la seva articulació en el disseny del territori. Per acabar, vull donar les gràcies a tot l'equip directiu, al comitè científic, a tota la gent que ha organitzat aquest simposi. També donar les gràcies a la Universitat Politècnica de Catalunya, que juntament amb el COAC ja fa 13 edicions que vam començar a impulsar aquesta Bienal, i espero que aquesta 13a Bienal Internacional del Paisatge sigui un espai d'inspiració i intercanvi i que contribueixi a projectar Barcelona, Catalunya i la nostra disciplina com a referents globals en la reflexió i el debat sobre els paisatges sostenibles i complexes. Espero que la gaudiu molt i que també n'aprengueu. Moltes gràcies.
Moltes gràcies, Vin. Passo la paraula a la representant de la Universitat Politècnica de Catalunya, també institució fundadora de la Bienal, la vicerrectora Elena Fernández, vicerrectora d'Arquitectura i Desenvolupament Sostenible.
Buenos días. Bueno, mi discurso va a ser un poco desde la academia y desde la Universidad Politecnica de Cataluña quiero expresar nuestra profunda satisfacción por estar hoy aquí celebrando la 13ª Bienal Internacional del Paisaje de Barcelona, un encuentro que 26 años después de su primera edición continúa convocándonos con la misma fuerza, inspiración y compromiso. Como bien se ha recordado, esta aventura nació compartida con el Colegio de Arquitectos de Cataluña. Fue impulsada por la necesidad de mostrar algo que entonces intuíamos con claridad: la existencia de una manera propia y singular de abordar el proyecto del paisaje por parte de los arquitectos formados en nuestras escuelas, bien fuera en el entorno natural o en el entorno urbano. Aquella sensibilidad que empezaba a hacerse evidente no surgió de la nada. Respondía a los proyectos docentes de figuras fundamentales como Rosa Barba y Ribas Piera, cuyos legados esta Bienal honra a través de los premios que llevan su nombre. Pero permitirme también añadir un reconocimiento más que creo que es de estricta justicia, el del profesor Elías Torres, que, responsable de la asignatura, que era la única que en aquellos momentos llevaba el nombre de paisaje inscrito en su título, nos formó a muchos de nosotros en esta disciplina. Trató una materia que estaba situada en el último curso de la carrera, que sembró en muchos de nosotros la inquietud y el deseo de profundizar en esta disciplina que hoy celebramos. Estos tres enfoques docentes, caracterizados por su espíritu explorador, explican en gran medida la idiosincrasia que caracterizó los proyectos de paisaje que se hicieron en Cataluña a finales de los años 90. En aquel tiempo no existía una oferta académica para cursar la carrera de paisajismo y fue esta circunstancia la que forzó al arquitecto a suplir las herramientas propias del oficio del paisajista con las que le brindaba la arquitectura. Paradójicamente, esa carencia fue también una oportunidad al permitir que ambas disciplinas se encontraran, dialogaran y crecieran juntas. Desde entonces, esta confluencia ha sido muy fértil en el entorno académico, primero con la creación del máster de paisaje y después con la instalación del grado de paisajismo, ambos coordinados desde el Departamento de Urbanismo y Ordenación del Territorio de la Escuela Técnica Superior de Arquitectura de Barcelona. Estos estudios no se entenderían sin su imprescindible vocación transdisciplinar, como por ejemplo ha sido con la Escuela de Agricultura en los estudios de grado y con diversas escuelas de paisaje en los de máster, dentro del programa EMILA. Gracias a esta visión abierta y colaborativa, hemos llenado vacíos formativos y hemos consolidado un ámbito académico que hoy en día es reconocido internacionalmente. Si al inicio del trabajo en el paisaje se fundamentaba inevitablemente con los instrumentos de la arquitectura, hoy podemos afirmar que gracias a esta nueva oferta académica, el proyecto de paisaje ha alcanzado una notable autonomía, tanto que en algunos casos los papeles se han invertido y es ahora la arquitectura la que aprende del paisaje, adoptando herramientas, métodos y sensibilidades propias de su diseño y de su construcción. Porque el paisaje, aunque se proyecta, es por naturaleza una realidad dinámica, indeterminada y siempre inacabada. Una realidad en constante transformación, en la que intervienen factores ecológicos, culturales y sociales que nunca son estáticos. Y me pregunto y os pregunto, ¿no son todos estos atributos los que definen a arquitecturas contemporáneas más comprometidas con los nuevos retos de futuro, por ejemplo, con el problema ambiental que tenemos delante? ¿No es el paisaje hoy quien señala caminos, quien inspira y quien enseña? La Bienal que hoy inauguramos abrirá de nuevo nuevos horizontes. Lo hará para los paisajistas, pero también para los arquitectos, para los urbanistas y sobre todo para todos aquellos que entendemos el proyecto como una herramienta para mejorar la vida de las personas. Agradezco de nuevo a los organizadores de esta Bienal hacer posible de nuevo este espacio de reflexión e intercambio para que estos avances sigan creciendo. Que esta 13ª Bienal nos impulse, nos cuestione y sobre todo nos inspire. Muchas gracias.
Moltes gràcies, Helena. Quan vulgueu, passem a la següent etapa del matí. Passo la paraula a la Session Chair, Carme Ribas, que ens portarà al llarg del matí a la presentació dels finalistes del Premi de les Escoles.
Bon dia a tothom. Good morning and welcome everybody. Once again, we meet here the landscapers or the landscape community for the 13th edition of the Barcelona International Landscape Bienal. It sounds easy to say, but it's the result of a great collective effort and thanks to many people and institutions, as we just have seen now. It has been, thanks to them, it has been possible to hold the continuously and with ever-increasing international impact of this Bienal. I would like to take this opportunity to thank them more for their work, and especially the Executive Committee and Marina Cervera and her team. To kick off the presentation, we have a keynote speaker of undeniable merit. He needs little introduction, and everyone in this room is aware of his work over the years. This speaker is Michel Desvigne, who this year is part of the jury for the Rosa Barba Prize. A little presentation. Trained at the Faculty of Natural Science in Lyon and the School of Landscape Architecture in Versailles, he is the principal director of the Michel Desvigne Architects. A professional practice he combines with teaching and research at several schools as Versailles, Politecnico School of Lausanne, Geneva Institute of Architecture, and Graduate School of Design at Harvard. He has received several awards and recognition for his contribution to landscape architecture and urban planning. Some of them in 2000, he received the Medal of the French Academy of Architecture, and in 2011, the Grand National Prize for Urban Planning of France. Then, again, welcome, and Michel Desvigne, is your turn.
So, good morning. I will need some help. So, good morning again. I randomly will address some themes that hopefully will have some connection with this natural intelligence thematic. As everybody here probably have been looking in ChatGPT, what means natural intelligence, and probably something will be related in what I will show. But still a difficulty with my intelligence. Okay, I will speak about Marseille. So not really presenting a project, but using this project to, again, address some of the contemporary themes and probably this natural intelligence. And so a little story about our profession. I will show two things. One very shortly. It's about the old port redevelopment, and the key project we will comment will be this new project about the Zegalad, addressing new thinkings. Okay, maybe this project is known and built. It's a 10 years old project. We did it with Norman Foster, and it was about, interestingly for our profession, the theme was a kind of vision about the public space of a city center on 4,000 hectares, including the refurbishment of the quay of the Vieux-Port. And it's very curious to think that this happened only 10 years ago, because we do think this kind of refurbishment of former infrastructural spaces are far behind us, which is not the case. It's happening now. And we kind of review about the themes we addressed in the past. So, of course, there was 75% of cars, now it's 25, etc., etc. So giving an access to pedestrian, pacifier, as we say in French, spaces. We know this, it's happened now. And honestly, when we did it, I was not really interested in this wide shape you can see on the plan. And I was more focusing on the potential park system on the left part of the image. And because everything belonged to the public, it was sort of obvious that this should be done. I mean, such a big park, as big as a harbor, 20 hectares, was a strong opportunity. And it was addressing, I mean, what we are looking for today, sustainability, adapting the city to new conditions, frugality, resilience, everything was included. Of course, nobody was interested in. It happened slowly, but the wide shape has been done. And we won this competition because we did sort of nothing. And years after, we have been developing all the public space network. I mean, the street have been transformed, and of course we brought trees on all these backyard of the harbor, again for the same kind of reason, not only aesthetic, but also giving new condition to new climate condition, of course. And it's a lot. I mean, why I'm showing this project? Because they are exactly the same kind of dimension of what we will see now. I mean, the harbor is like 1 kilometer long, the park system was 1 kilometer long, and about money as well. I mean, all these budgets are around 100 million euro. I mean, the port, the street, and the park we will see. I do not comment, but just to show, as it happened in the 80s in Barcelona, by the way, we were so impressed when I was a student by the Politecnico of public spaces that happened in Barcelona. The refurbishment of all this street network, refurbishment of public spaces was really done. This happens now a little bit late in France and in Marseille especially. So today something totally different happens. And maybe there is a laser pointer. So this is the old harbor, you have seen the city, and we are speaking about this. Today, I mean, of course, we are addressing new concerns. I mean, of course, global warming brings risk with flood, a lot, as everywhere in the world. And to develop the city, and even to keep it safe, requires the construction of a very big reservoir. So it's a kind of absolute necessity to survive. I mean, we have to build huge reservoir in the very city. And as you see, there is a large net of rivers. Quite all of them are canalized. They are ignored. You cannot see them anymore. But potentially, we know the whole city center could be flooded. So it's known, but we have to address it today. And so there's a project. I mean, a huge railway station was there for industrial uses. It's in disuse. And as it happens often, the project is to build a park that, of course, first is a big reservoir, then, of course, is addressing all the expectations that we share today, adaptation to global warming, sustainability, frugality, social effect, etc. So, I mean, I will not repeat this kind of keywords that we use too much, but this is what we have to do. And you see this site, so, I mean, this is Alfaro to the site, it's... And this is what I have to say now. So we can do everything on such a place. It's perfectly artificial, perfectly horizontal. It has no obvious connection with anything around, except the presence of a pipe with water underneath. And this could be the end of the lecture, but quand même. So it's a 20-hectare site. We are speaking about part of it. And so what about resilience? What can we do today? And for the competitors, there was a wide range of possibilities, and sometimes with, according to me, a kind of gratuity. And what I want to say is, maybe I'm back to something I learned with Michel. I mean, everybody here knows Michel, and when we were students, I mean, he was really insisting on the fact that we have to look around us. And of course, at this time, it has been recorded today, we all understood that the project of landscape architecture is about transformation, of course. And of course, Michel used a lot of word which was transposition, meaning we have to look around what exists around, what is the wider geography, what are the mechanisms, what are the practices people used to work with in countryside that we could be inspired with. So how can we transpose what we can look, what we can observe around in our project? So, of course, as everybody during decades, I have been influenced by fashion, by art, by everything, by architecture. But I thought in such a case, because we know that in Marseille there will be no means, we have to look very precisely to practices around. How does it work in the countryside around? So we took time to, it's, I don't know, for somebody writing, it's la page blanche. So in such a place, again, another did absolutely n'importe quoi. I've been pushing it. So of course, I didn't know it was moving without me. Okay, so you see this. Just to explain, there will be a development around that we have to deal with. Of course, I mean, not making any serious research, we did understand that before the railway station there was a countryside. And I mean, when you think that a river is on a pipe for 1 century, of course there was a kind of fountain, and by chance, because there was interesting properties, some part of this country has been protected. And I just show this, and this is maybe the real end of the lecture. I mean, it's totally ignored, because maybe you know that on the east part of our city, and especially Marseille, there is a kind of no man's land. I mean, it's even dangerous to go there, but very strangely, because of this protection, a part of the countryside remains around. And our site is in the middle of this picture, and just close to this grand ensemble, you have this country. And obviously, this countryside is resilient, is frugal, resists to any climate change, and is, of course, something we have to precisely look at. It's a kind of, I mean, poor and abandoned countryside, but no irrigation, no need of maintenance quite. And so I will spend more time on this picture. And you need some imagination. I mean, we know that in the Mediterranean, I mean, Fernand Braudel, as an historian, explains this a lot. So you have to deal with water and slope. So usually, on the direction of the slope, I mean, this is obvious. On the direction of the slope, you have the ditches that drives water. You have the edges that protects from wind. And, of course, they define, because of property, a kind of architecture, kind of rhythm between properties. You have edges, and this net of edge builds a landscape in a perpendicular way. Parallel to the contours, parallel to the water flow. You have, of course, the water, the forest, the street, and you can go everywhere in Europe. This is how the landscape has been drawn. And a city, as we know, is just a kind of enhancement of this. I mean, along this path, streets have been built. On the horizontal way, of course, the main roads are built. And the blocks in our cities are driven by this very archaic way to deal with water, slope, wind in a countryside. I mean, it's a caricature, of course. And this picture is a caricature. But when we started this project, we thought, if we have today to be clever, maybe the intelligence comes from these practices. Why not to protect from wind? Why not to deal very subtly with slope? And also because we will have to deal with flood. These kind of landscape are sometimes flood. But the way these edges are organized is driving very fastly the flood when it goes down. So we have all the tools to build a sustainable, frugal landscape and resilient. Alors, so maybe there is no time left. No, maybe yes. So it's a kind of grammar because also we know that it's a big site. And these development around are not that precisely defined. And there are a lot of possibilities that it will change, evolve. But we don't care precisely about the composition. The components are key. We have to deal with all these components, keeping the rigor of this design. There is no gratuity in this. But of course, the orientation will evolve with what will happen around. And it's what happens today. We are developing it. But you can recognize the perpendicular. I don't know what I did. Is somebody moving the picture or myself? So you can recognize the edges. You can recognize the wood, the water flood. And everything built is perpendicular to the horizontal and to the water flux. So this is the grammar. I will not present the project in detail, it's not the purpose. Of course, we kept a big part of the railway station as a grand quai, 1 kilometer long. If you have this, of course, you keep it. And you can recognize, what I said. So you have two plans, left without trees, right with trees, which, by the way, for students is something so important, even in competition. I mean, for the ones that are organizing competition, I would recommend to ask for two plans, with and without trees. And so just in a few words, you can recognize what I said. So the river flux, the Grand Quai, and all this kind of evocation of a countryside that will help us. And with the vegetation, we will develop it more related to the flux. So now about the key issue is the construction of water tanks. That will not be, of course, I don't know in English how to say it. These reservoirs are supposed to be empty and sometimes flood when it is necessary. And sometimes there is totally no connection between the shape of these reservoirs, which are huge, 1 kilometer long, and the shape of the landscape. In this case, because we are dealing with this language inherited from countryside, we know exactly what are the conditions of the shapes of this reservoir. And you can see that they work in this landscape. So again, the intelligence comes from these practices with nature, archaic, by Parisans. So it's very sensible. So without water, you can honestly, I don't know how it works. I should not touch it anymore. So when there is a little water, you have the stream and some pools, and you can imagine then it's flood. So next. So And when the water will be out, it's going very fast because of these trees. I will stay a second on this, but speaking about more general things. Because such a park will be flooded maybe once a year, deeply less often. The writing of it, the quality of it, is a concern. And when we speak about frugality, it's not about money. It's not only about money, but it's about how to maintain it, how to clean it, how to live with, what kind of uses. And because, again, we are just referring to the countryside, it gives an answer. I mean, on the countryside, after the flood, there is no big issue. I mean, okay, it's washed, but of course there is no sophistication in it. Not because we don't like sophistication, because it's inappropriate. And frugality in this way is not a kind of political message saying we are poor. It's a real necessity. I mean, we have to build a very simple landscape that is flush, easy. Okay, so you can understand. Then we have to anticipate a new river. By the way, we have been changing the project, and the anticipation will be used. I mean, hydrology could be interesting in another lecture. Of course, I forgot to say we're working with a lot of experts, and it's not easy to manage such a series of bassins today with the kind of new condition we have to deal with. So, without and with water sometimes. So about ecology, biodiversity, of course, is not gratuitous as well. I mean, I hope it's understandable. But we have to deal with these two components. One is kind of natural, following horizontal and water flux. And it's composed by repulsive and by wood. And the other one is more artificial and follows, again, the ditches perpendicular to the slope. So it's extremely simple. It gives a palette very precise. But ecologically, with our team, we didn't understand that this network that it provides is extremely interesting. The diversity that it brings between natural flora and more artificial flora related to the edges, for the ecologists, for both animals and for animals, is really operating well. So this is, we will see some components about, you can see the landscape related to the stream and riparian corridors. Because to be honest, this water is extremely polluted, so people will not have a direct access. The picture are a little bit fake about. At the opposite, the riparian flora is necessary for some decades to give a lecture of the presence of water. But this happens everywhere in cities. I mean, such a project is a kind of archetype. And we know that around our cities, water is polluted, and it will take time to have it clean, because we are speaking about upstream long transformations that will happen. It means that we have to give a presence to this riparian part of the vegetation with no physical access to the water. And it's going to happen. I've seen this in so many projects. Then we have, of course, meadow, and I will speak more about meadows after. Orchard. And you see, this could be flood sometime. And the meadow are a big theme, because we know that we cannot have a lawn any longer. I mean, for climate change reason, in the south of France, a lawn is not a possibility. So it means that we have to develop a serious knowledge in meadow, not this kind of flowering meadows that could be nice, photogenic. It's more serious. You will see how we are working with this. So it will be a mosaic of meadow that could be really resilient and that could welcome some more accessible secondary part for people. And there will be, okay, but it's only on this part, 2 kilometers long of continuity of Mediterranean wood with all the layers of the wood. And it's something we already have done so many times. I mean, we know that today working with a kind of wood is not just trees on a lawn. We have to deal with like 10 layers, with density, with a special palette, and this is really interesting. I mean, just to say also that we need a result, and we know that all what I'm showing is long. But a meadow is not long. We will have an immediate result. And such kind of wood are also, we have a possibility to give a presence quite soon. The same happened with the riparian part of the palette. So it means this very, very archaic landscape is easy to build and provides, as it happened in countryside, an immediate result. From the beginning of my landscape architectural life, I did see a kind of stupid contrast between, in a countryside, you see horrible things like earth, fences, some cut dry grass, and it's beautiful because it has a kind of readability. Everybody can understand in countryside that it's not a war, it is a practice, it's beautiful. A young park is something difficult to look at. I mean, sometimes you have a kind of baby park with lawn and very young trees with stake. We all have seen that. I like to deal with long-term, and this is part of your natural intelligence. We're dealing with long-term processes, transformation, but the writing in the very detail has to address this time management. And it has to be interesting anytime, young, old, winter, summer, and dealing with this means really help us, not this one, by the way. Of course, Le Grand Quai will welcome the activities and will be planted, it will not remain hardscape, and this is more classic. This is actually what did Adrien Reus in this project Rio, fantastic project Rio in Madrid. He only used 3. This could be an interesting discussion. I really admire what he was a competitor in Marseille as well, but what Adrien Reus did in Madrid is fantastic. But maybe not updated, maybe not as frugal and resilient as we will look for today. Okay? I know that comment, you can imagine. Honestly, I have no control in time. It's too early for me. 5 minutes. So there will be different milieu, and the meadow milieu is very important. The Grand Quai is important. You can see it. We will keep. I will explain how we will deal with existing materials. We have so many materials on site to deal with. What I really love on this project, I will not speak too much about this picture, is of course we all have these keywords: biodiversity, blah blah, adapting cities. Sometimes it's more symbolic and politics than real. This is part of projects that are happening today at the real scale with the real means. 100 million to do it means we're addressing these themes with serious meaning, not only a kind of message, because, of course, for many reasons, I've been saying the same thing about stupid small project in city, which is absolutely fake. These start to be real. On this picture, just to say, of course, there will be all a network of paths. And again, I'm back to the countryside reference. This drawing has no gratuity. It precisely corresponds to the way we will deal with ditches, water management, wind management. So there is a coherence and a rigor in the design. There is no independence between all these components. Okay, that's... But, I don't like these pictures. pictures. But what it means, I mean, about users, this was the purpose of these pictures, there is not a program that we superimpose to a site. Of course, there is a program of users, but because we have a landscape that gives a coherence and this landscape defines spatial location with very different character. On the Grand Quai, you could have a lot of activities because it will never be flood. On the countryside, like in the reservoir, it will be flood, and other activities will be welcome. Meaning, as it happens in a real city, in a real landscape, the program of users is driven by the vision we have of this landscape. It's not independent. Sometimes, and other competitors made something that one could appreciate, of course, with a lot of activities, a catalog of activities. American would say destinations, 8 destinations personally. And okay, it's a place, and in this place, quite naturally, activities find their places. Okay, and you can imagine, so this is about architecture. An architect is working on this project and defining something related to the former railway activities, a little bit literal maybe. On this picture, what interesting is this. So this is the Grand Quai, the river, and how to build this in a frugal way. It could sound like a paradox. And we will see very quickly in 2 minutes that, of course, we are dealing with a railway station with incredibly strong foundations, and of course we have material for 2 parts like this. So we can do it because we will, of course, reuse all the material in place. But at a serious scale, I mean, it's about 60 centimeters of concrete on more than 10 hectares. So it's a mountain of concrete. And I'm so happy to deal with a mountain of concrete. So I do not comment too much because I only have 2 minutes left. So there are architecture, bridges, and a lot of them will be reuse of former existing objects. And I really like this, I hope, readability between the railway station traces and this kind of renaturation. Other competitors made the whole thing natural, so we have no nature. We have a third that remains like a railway station, and 2/3 that evokes in a large part the countryside, as it exists in the surrounding city. And I am, in a way, happy to reach what I learned. Because, again, because you are all landscape architect. I mean, in the 80s, really, Michel, Alexandre Chemetov as French landscape architect, I mean, started with a very, very important contribution to our profession. I mean, transformation processes and this way to be really precise with what exists around. This transposition, if these words make sense, is so important, and we lost it. We all lost it sometimes, because of course fashion is attractive. And so sometimes we are in an auto-referring system. We see a drawing that inspires another one, etc., and then you don't know what meanings have these shapes. And for me personally, it's even a souffrance. I mean, some drawings sometimes are totally inunderstandable if you don't have all this recent culture. And it's not about pop art or nothing. I mean, something that happened in America, I mean, decades ago. I mean, it's just a kind of loss of meaning in the work. So I'm not pretending this is interesting. But for me, it's an interesting way to be rigorous. And by chance, this corresponds precisely to the contemporary expectations. And I do think was the case 40 years ago with Michel. Okay, so just a last word. We are already we are starting to dig the big reservoir, but in the same time with university, laboratory and national board, we are doing an experimental process for the reuse of materials, the constitution of soils, and some learning about meadows. And again, this is sort of known, but we have 4 years doing all these works to develop on this abandoned part all this knowledge. So I do not comment it, but I'm very happy with this. When I said we have mean, it's not because we will, 100 million as a whole budget, more or less, is an important budget. But there will be no luxury at all, nothing special to look at. And the means are developed in this real construction of a site, the construction of a soil, the construction of fertile soils, construction of meadow. It's really, for me, in our practice, the first time we are addressing this contemporary theme with, I hope, some relationship with natural intelligence and with a serious scale. We are out of the symbolic politic action. I hope it's not the only one project like this. This is the one I know. So I do not comment too much. It could be boring, but it's again reuse. By example, they have been trying to invent a saw, because we have to saw 60 centimeters of concrete in slabs to build this grand quai, by example. And we have to build the soil, and they make some. This is not a drawing. I have no idea about the way it's organized. So for the fertile soil, they will start with the same kind of. We have to bring some organic material, but we try a certain number of mixture with what exists on site and with an addition of organic parts, which we always do, but in a different scale. And with some scientists working on it full time, making an evaluation. What is the worst in our case, in our profession, there is no evaluation. In any scientific practice, you have evaluation. This is how they make progresses. In our professions, we don't have, of course. And in this case, it's not a real evaluation, but at least we have 4 years to build these things. And meadow is key. Again, I think it's so important component of the contemporary landscape for all the reasons we have been evoking. But we have a very, we are doing a big project in London with this, with ecologists. There is knowledge, of course, but the way we will compose, I'm going slowly, and I finish. It could be terrible. It could be all dry, it could be all cut, it could be a very sad landscape. We all have seen flowering meadows in winter like a nightmare. In this case, we want to organize a kind of mosaic that will deal with both special condition, shade, slope, water, and uses in such a way that we will provide anytime accessible parts of it and a kind of beauty, like an agriculture in a way. So again, this natural intelligence is about being inspired by not only nature, but the way man is dealing with nature in a park. So this is a very superficial landscape of meadow, but I'm very interested in. Okay, c'est fini. Oh, you can imagine, it seems to be very serious. I know a little bit about it. Okay.
Thank you very much, Michel Desvigne. Now is the turn for the finalists of Ribas Piera International Landscape Architecture Schools Award. I'm especially delighted to present these finalists for two reasons. One is the consolidation of the award's name. It's the second time we have this name. And his name is in memory of a person who worked so hard to make landscape architecture studies a reality in Barcelona. And the other reason is because this is a very special award, at least for me, because it addresses the collective work, not the individual proposal, but a collective work inside the academic and educational community. And it does so based on the educational program, the relevance of the topics under discussion, the tools used, the relationship established with the community, and finally the results. This award is also a kind of test or thermometer of the health enjoyed by educational institutions in the field of landscape architecture. And that must guarantee, and I guess it does guarantee, a high quality future for the professionals in that field. Well, the first candidate or finalist of the prize is the University of Greenwich School of Design, specifically for its Masters in Landscape Architecture. And the second one is the Politecnico de Milano for its Masters in Landscape Architecture and Landscape Heritage. First of all, we go to the University of Greenwich. We have Ed Wall, one of the teachers. He will speak on behalf of Greenwich School.
Thank you very much. It's an honor to be here. It's a particular honor to represent the 5 students from the University of Greenwich here today. The work of the 5 students builds on the work of 33 others, 3 tutors across 3 years, where we endeavoured to remake landscapes as tapestries. This experimental approach that we took began after the COVID pandemic in 2021. We were keen to work together again out of our isolation, to get lost in the field, and to begin to re-engage the communities with which we become distanced. Helene and Calliope, my co-tutors, they proposed the approach of making tapestries, and I was completely confused with what they meant. Like the students, we couldn't quite envisage what tapestries would mean. But the opportunity to work together in the workshops and in the studios encouraged us to embrace doing something new. So we learned a lot all together in the process. And as Annie Albers describes in her book On Weaving, the dividing line between the trained and the untrained becomes blurred when both are facing the new. But what were these tapestries that the students were making? They were thick, layered, multi-scale, or composite representations of landscapes going through change. They drew together the students' regional mapping with their site-specific research and also their design projections. They tell stories of coastal North Sea landscapes where the weight of the sea is felt on the beaches, in daily lives, and throughout the urban fabric. They're tidal landscapes under pressure from urban redevelopment and gentrification, from shipping and industrial dredging, and from the impacts of climate change and coastal erosion, as well as increased instances of flooding. The processes of making the tapestries help the students make sense of these complex landscapes and these urgent issues. And the realities of the tapestries as these horizontal hangings reminded us that they would be read differently and understood differently than the traditional landscape architecture drawings and models which we had become trained to produce. So over these 3 years, and in preparation for today, we've been reflecting on what this 3 years of tapestry making means to us. And there's 5 conditions which I will describe to you. Firstly, these tapestries are heavy. They deal with heavy landscapes. They deal with important issues. And there's a complex layering structuring of the tapestries that the students are producing. In this work by Rachel Clements, in her project Fragile Coasts, she explores the Landguard Nature Reserve on the North Sea coast on the edge of Felixstowe, which is home to the largest shipping port within the UK. Like her colleagues, she studied the material conditions of the nature reserve. She gathered materials. She drew intensely the conditions of these sites. She was interested in the routes that are carved through this landscape, the desire lines that were carved through, as people come to this landscape to see specifically the shipping port and the huge container ships that pass through it. She was interested in extending this network of routes, the desire lines, out through the region with a series of bicycle routes, combining a sensitive response to the nature reserve and a more robust response out through the city and into the community. She worked with colleagues to share skills and knowledge about how potentially tapestries could be made. And she produced work which combined higher technologies of 3D printing with traditional craft of casting with local materials, producing a tapestry that was layered, thick, and also heavy. The second condition of these tapestries is that they're thick and layered. The thickness of these tapestries represents often the thick and deep geologies, the deep sections in which we work as landscape architects. Within these coastal spaces, we see the depths of the sea. We see the depths also of these landscapes within the tapestries. The work of Flynn Morton highlights this in his work looking at Landguard Common, exploring the Freeport Special Economic Zone that was put in place by the Conservative government after Brexit. Flynn was interested in challenging this by recreating a commons within the nature reserve and extending out across the port, to challenge the politics of the free zone, to bring back to collective understanding of what this landscape could be through salt marsh production, reed cultivation, kelp foresting, and again reminding us of the deep section both within the landscape and across time. Working together also with colleagues, he imagined a non-for-profit organisation that would manage this landscape and make sense of both the physical and put in place the physical architectural interventions, but also be able to manage this landscape over time. Interesting for Flynn, the problems of production within the workshops were overcome with the crafting of paper mache over the top of a technically produced base. The third condition of these tapestries is that they embrace the materiality of sites and making. Thanks to Hans Aber, who is with us here today, we can see the importance of studying the site materials and the history of these materials. The nature reserve was a former military defence site on the North Sea coast, and Hannes was fascinated by the shingle of the beach that was used in the production of these coastal defences. Building on this knowledge and innovating with other materials that were available within the proximity of the site. had invented a shinglecrete from oyster shells and shingle that would stabilize this eroding landscape, extending out sea projections into the North Sea, but also looking inland up through the mudflats. To begin to reflect on, as many of the students did, on the readings that they were consuming also through the term. The works of Tim Ingold, J. Mar Hutton, and Donna Haraway became significant within the discourses of developing these strongly material and physical landscapes. The fourth condition are these materials revealed multi-scalar relations. The composite nature of these landscapes allow us to bring together many different landscapes in tension. For Rhea Marshall, in her project Air Equality, the first part of her project explored the almost invisible sediment that was eroding from the coast. She filtered the seawater and designed a project of rock pools that began to collect the sediment and provide a space for people to occupy. As she moved into the second stage, the air pollution that is present within this landscape from the ships in the port and the machines, the cranes facilitating shipping, became a greater focus for her work. How to visualize the invisible air pollution, how to respond to it, how to make sense of it at a scale going out into the North Sea and the global shipping routes and the industrial dredging. Rhea prepared a tapestry that combines silk and copper and particular conditions that she put the materials under that began to communicate the sensitive nature of these sites to pollution. And the final condition of these tapestries is that they are able to, at particular moments, despite their static nature, represent change through time. Like many of the students, Sam Simpson, in his project Entropic Journey, were inspired by a visit we made to Girona, Marti's office, EMF, and the projects such as Cap de Creus that inspire an understanding of physical material landscapes, the existing conditions, and the embrace of change through time. Gathering site materials, casting them, working them in the workshop, studying the defensive structures that were put in place after the Second World War, and setting forth proposals that encouraged the deterioration of some of these structures while holding other elements more firmly in place. A combination of casting and more high-tech production techniques. Sam produced a prototype tapestry that then became the basis for an in-depth exploration of the concrete, of the existing landscape, and the steel that he proposed as part of his proposal. A network of paths that sensitively navigates the nature reserve, tell the stories of this landscape, as I said previously, going through change. I'm left with not much else to say but thanks to many of the people involved in this work. I'd like to thank the organisers of the Biennale. I'd like to thank the judges also for taking the time to look at the work and make sense of what are genuinely experimental approaches to landscape. I'd like to thank all of my colleagues at the University of Greenwich, this year being our 60th anniversary of the programmes. This work builds on decades of endeavours by the students that have come before this five. And also I'd like to thank the patience of my colleagues in Greenwich for allowing us to follow this approach. And also thanking the external partners who engaged with this work collaboratively and also allowed us to inform some of the policy decisions that are coming into place on the tidal Thames and out into the North Sea. As Andy Albers, I will close, as Andy Albers describes in her book on weaving, the importance of building a whole out of small parts takes time. And this is very much what we aimed with the students, to work collectively, to share knowledge, to experiment together, and in some way form a collective series of projects. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Edward. And now is the turn of Federico Zanfi on behalf of the Politecnico di Milano.
Okay, good morning everyone. I would like to start by thanking the organizers of the Landscape Biennial and the jury of the Ribas Piera Award for allowing us to present this educational program to you this morning. And I would also like to thank all the students, all the colleagues who contributed to the making of the application. Some of them are here with us today, and in particular the professors Chiara Giroldi and Antonio Longo, who also worked with me on the making of this short presentation. As the first point, I would like to introduce you to the cultural milieu in which our study program developed. The Politecnico di Milano is a public university founded in the second half of the 19th century with the aim to integrate the technical, scientific and the humanistic spheres. It generated important industrial innovations who contributed to the modernization of the country and helped to shape a technical culture that had enormous influence on the way the country has been infrastructured during the 19th and the 20th century, and also helped to the, let's say, to the construction of the new landscapes of the modern Italy that you may see here. Over time, this holistic and experimental approach has lost momentum, we could say, not just in our technical school, but it's a more general trend, unfortunately, and today we witness a sort of disciplinary specialization that strongly influences the way professionals intervene in cities and the territories, applying sectoral and sometimes conflicting rationales. I have to say that within this process of sectoral specialization, the Faculty of Architecture at the Politecnico has remained, in a way, a place of resistance, a place where the disciplinary dialogue between the disciplines have been always, let's say, kept in practice, in which multidisciplinary research and teaching have always been combined with a clear mandate for civic education. And it is in this fertile ground, we may say, that about 10 years ago we decided to launch a master's course in landscape architecture, which entitles Land, Landscape and Heritage. The idea behind the study program can be summarized in two main assumptions. First, landscape architecture teaching is inspired by the Polytechnic culture, by our Polytechnic tradition. It is conceived as a highly multidisciplinary way, and it is very much grounded in the design practice that we intend as a catalyst for knowledge. We intend landscape design as a field where the specific tradition and culture of landscape architecture converge and integrate with the tradition and cultures of architecture, urbanism, environmental engineering, agricultural, natural and geological sciences. Second, Italian territory is chosen as the privileged field of experimentation. Seaside settlements threatened by erosion and sea level rise, the impact of abandonment and industrial agriculture in the Po Valley, and the extraction process in the Alps, the hydrogeological fragility of the depopulated Apennines, and the decline of historic rural landscape are just some of the many territorial conditions our students are asked to interpret critically and to intervene in according to the land-landscape approach, which basically refers to three things: the care and the conservation of the soil, the knowledge and the protection of the material and immaterial culture, and the design of new landscapes that could even prefigure radical territorial and settlement reconfiguration in the most extremes conditions. This approach is put into practice by a faculty of about 40 professors. We have a class of 80 students per year from about 20 different countries, and also the students' backgrounds are very diverse, ranging from the architecture field to environmental and natural sciences, geography, cultural heritage. The design-oriented approach of the master program can be grasped by grouping the various contexts in which the courses develop into macro topics. It is the diagram that you see on your left. Roughly a half of the credits are represented by design studios, almost 1/4 by technical disciplines such as ecology, planting, geology, hydrology, and other kinds of techniques. Some 8% by mapping and representation, 15% by landscape history and theory subjects, and the rest is dedicated to elective courses that students may choose from a wide range of subjects offered by the School of Architecture. This two-year structure is organized around 4 main design studios and closely related thematic courses that combine theoretical knowledge with practical skills. I would like to draw your attention to the titles of the 4 individual teaching modules that make up the 4 main design studios, which illustrate what we intend for multidisciplinarity, how different skills work together in the design approach. Landscape and infrastructure, open space, system and parks, built environment and landscape, and frontiers of landscape, which is the last and more experimental studio, and it is usually developed involving visiting professors. To briefly exemplify these key points, I would like to mention some of the aspects of the projects featured in our application, saying that we have selected projects that, let's say, better embody the most meaningful aspects of the degree course. The first one, Alpine Instabilities, explores the spatial, material, and cultural dimension of extraction in the Alps through critical cartographies and territorial sections. It proposes intervention in former extractive sites, such as quarries and hydroelectric plants. Here we see on the left an analysis of extraction in the Valtellina Valley, considering hydropower, tourism, quarries, and agriculture, a section showing material flows, and some design projects for quarries and a dike. The second project shows a landscape-based regeneration strategy for a shrinking territory. We are in the eastern Monferrato region, close to the Po River. It reclaims meaningful yet abandoned places, such as an old factory and an abandoned railway station. while also nurturing relationships with water. Here we see the layering of roads, green and water infrastructure on the left, the adaptive strategies for design and management that engage with water, and the proposed interventions integrating with the existing settlements and emphasizing continuity between past and future possible layers of inhabitation. The third project focuses on environmental regeneration achieved by agricultural traces and fragments. It is located in the Olona Valley, in the north of Milan, in a very complex metropolitan territory marked by sprawl, weakened agriculture and polluted soils. The project acts on a patchwork of parcels, a sort of palimpsest, where different infrastructural layers coming from the past overlap, and where agriculture becomes a tool for environmental regeneration. Here we see the layered reading of the territory, 5 elements, top right, of the landscape interpreted as tiles of a mosaic used to articulate the interventions, and the proposed design across the agricultural landscape, enhancing land patterns, productive cycles, and ecological systems over time. The fourth project showcases the reclaiming of the industrial heritage landscape. It focuses in particular on the regeneration of a large abandoned dyeing plant in the city of Como. It proposes an urban park rooted in the site's industrial memory, enhancing the area's ecological role at the urban scale. The project connects with the overall city-city park system. It proposes a new park and garden exploring the dyeing techniques and the historic role of water. And it also embraced the spontaneous wilderness, reclaiming the site, supporting natural successions, and integrating phytoremediation processes. As you see here, the last project reconnects the city and its peri-urban landscape in the southern part of the city of Milano, in a threshold between the city and the countryside. It introduces orchards, community gardens, and a flower valley that acts as a productive landscape supporting biodiversity. Here we see a territorial reading of the site, tracing the relationship between urban fringes, agricultural fields, and ecological infrastructures, the design with plants and water, and some close-by scale sections illustrating the interface between soil, vegetation, water, and the human uses. This is the bottom right part of the slide. I would like to conclude to highlight one last aspect relating to the master thesis, which in fact concludes our training program for the students. We see it as a genuine research activity which must first and foremost construct problems, as we like to see to students, in a way that is appropriate to the new conditions they have to face, rather than offering straightforward solutions. This ability to problematize well, as we say, knowing how to interpret the complexity of the territory in a non-reductive way, is, in our opinion, in our view, one of the most important points that we should support and defend within the current debate on design disciplines. And this is what we would like future architects to embody to the best of their abilities. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Federico, Zanfi. Now it's time for a break of 20-25 minutes. At 11:15, we continue with new explanations. Thank you. Sí? Sí, comencem? Okay. We restart with the presentations. And now we continue with the finalist for the Ribas Piera International Landscape Schools Award. Now it's the turn of 3 schools. First one with Pablo Alfaro, representing the Master in Landscape Architecture, Research and Design Advanced Studies program at the Pontifical Catholic University of Chile. Next will be Bradley Catrell, representing the entire team that submitted their work from the University of Virginia. And finally, Christian Flores, who will present the work corresponding to the final degree project from the School of Landscape Architecture at the Central University of Chile. Congratulations to all of them on the work they have done, and Pablo Alfaro, it's your turn.
All right, so first I would like to thank the Bienal organizers for giving us the honor to be here today. Also, I would like to thank the jury and the students of the Masters at Universidad Católica in Chile. And I would also like to say a special thank you to the airplane pilot that flew me in this morning for giving me the exact combination of adrenaline and sleepiness that I need right now to give you this small lecture. Okay. Well, so the program is called MAPA. It's the Masters in Landscape Architecture at Pontificia Universidad Católica de Chile. And it's called MAPA for the English speakers. MAPA means map, of course. We all know what a map is. And here is the oldest map of America that they have found. It's the Mapa Mundi by Juan de la Cosa. America is that weird blob on the left. The thing that people don't know about maps is that maps used to be, during the age of exploration, they used to be top secret. Okay, so this is knowledge that was only known by kings, certain queens, and the explorers and cartographers themselves. America, of course, the cartography of America and map making started to evolve with the evolution of certain instruments, you see, like the sextant or the maritime chronometer, which started to enhance the quality of mapping, which allowed in turn to accurately delineate the continent from the coast inwards. So this is South America, the South America that we know now. It's a very diverse continent, and Chile is that narrow strip of land across the Pacific. Some people say that it looks like a snake. And Chile is a very diverse country in terms of its climate and landscapes. So let's do a quick exercise. Why don't we place Chile on top of Europe, you see? So Chile is conquering Europe right now. It's a new thing. So you have a country that's slightly more than 4,000 kilometers long, which would span from Algeria to the northern tip of Scotland. Okay, so that for landscape architecture teaching, it's Houston, we have a landscape problem. So what do these landscapes look like? They're very diverse, as I mentioned. So we have the Atacama Desert on the north. It's like Algeria. The Atacama Desert itself is very diverse too in terms of its climate and landscape. So here you can see the coastal Atacama, which has a lot of coastal fog, which actually irrigates the entire landscape, creating very particular ecosystems. But then if you go to the Andes, along the Atacama Desert, you reach the high plains of the Andes, which have a lot of salt pans and also very particular ecosystems that are related to that elevation. But if we go down south, you'll reach a Mediterranean climate pretty similar to what you guys have here in Catalonia, with these very rich agricultural valleys that go across this very narrow land. If you keep going south, you'll reach denser forests and a huge amount of water. Like this in Ancud. I'm starting to feel like I'm like a travel agent here. Sorry. But it's a beautiful country. And then if you go further down south, you reach even more water along the Chilean fjords. Okay, so this is Fjord do Gomão. It's a spectacular place where estuaries combine fresh and salty waters. And then if you keep going down south, you'll reach Patagonia. The issue, as I mentioned before, is for us as professors of landscape architecture, it's a complex environment to teach because we basically need to show the students how to operate in all of these very different types of landscapes, you see, with very specific ecological systems and different types of conditions. So, that for us is the big question, like, how the hell do we teach this? You see? And is there a common ground in terms of landscape education to basically settle like some sort of plinth from where we can build up landscape knowledge? So our approach is very similar to this quote by J.B. Jackson. It's a very humble approach. So it says, so my contribution to the education of my students was simply this. I taught them how to be alert and enthusiastic tourists. So what we do is we turn them into alert and enthusiastic tourists, you see. We take them to all of these places, or to as many of these places as we can. So we take them to the Atacama Desert with a deep care for landscape observation, like on-site analysis is a critical part of our teaching. We take them to central Chile, of course. There you can see a very enthusiastic student right there on the right-hand corner. We take them down south, you see, to learn from this interaction with more water, which is pretty scarce in central and northern Chile right now. So this is our program. It started on 2010, but it's actually older, it started not as a master's program, but as a diploma on 1989. So there's some sort of lineage of landscape education at Catholic University in Chile, and we tap onto that knowledge to create this program. This is our methodology. It combines travel, of course, with design and research, and the umbrella of the whole thing is basically sharing this knowledge among the students. So traveling, as I mentioned, it lies on this on-site experience, and that the landscape itself is the starting point for teaching. Then design, we use projects as a research tool and also representation as an important research tool. And then for research, the core and the elective students are integrated with the studio, so it's not kind of separate mishmash of different courses, but they all converge on the studio. Yeah, so that's basically what we do. It's a very vibrant environment. It's here, students thrive between these travel and research-based studios. There's a lot of discussions, you see, once they come back to the school. And we not only care about creating, this is not a tourist factory, of course. We have better goals. So one of our goals is to set landscape as a critical part of the identity of people in the cities. The second goal is basically resilience and adaptation to climate change. And the third goal is to turn landscape into a critical part of cultural heritage, which is also linked to the identity part. This is the faculty, so the chair of the program is Ali Boch, which unfortunately couldn't come here. But the common thing about the faculty is that there's a balance between research and landscape practice. See, so most of the faculty have offices which work on relevant projects in Chile and abroad. These are the courses. I won't take a deep dive into this, but there's basically theory, representation, which is very critical, ecology, techniques, and planning. The part of sharing, the open lecture series, so every class has a series of open lectures, which are actually open to people who are not from the school. And this is our first semester studio. Remember, this is a landscape program. So we take them out to places, then we come back and we craft the designs together with the students. This is a project in Pucón, which is southern Chile, a place full of volcanoes, which won an award. And then the thesis studios. Thesis studios are very important, so it's a final project that's also a thesis. I'll start with the project by Carla Olivares, which is somewhere back there today. So it's a wetland park on the Huasco River mouth. So Huasco River used to be a very degraded river. It's a sacrifice zone, which doesn't mean that Anika will stab you something in your heart. It's a place where all very heavy polluting industries will be set. You see, these are places that are determined by the Chilean state to basically contaminate them, and no one cares about it. So Carla, what she proposes is a wetland restoration park, trying to change the paradigm between wetland as a fragile ecosystem and turn it into a wetland that's an operative site. I'm about to finish. So this is the project by Sara Ayon. It's called the Coal Footprint. It's in Lota. Lota used to be a mining town, a coal mining town like the ones on northern England. And she creates like a post-industrial park here. This is the project by Manuela Merino, also a post-industrial landscape related to coal. This used to be a coal purification plant along the river San Pedro, and she turns this, it's like Chilean Peter Latz. Then Tomás Ponce with a park in Ancud, in southern Chile, in Chiloé. It's on the Huayhuén Hill. It's a critical ecological corridor next to a small town called Ancud. And then finally, Daniel Venegas with his final thesis for a park in the Voludawe estuary, the fjord that I showed you before. It's a wetland park also and a waterfront that creates like sustainable aquaculture. And that's a picture of our school. It's an old colonial house. It has that garden, and that garden basically is like tattooed in our brains. So everyone who works and studies at the school, they have landscape as an ingrained part of their profession and practice. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pablo Alfaro. Now is the turn of Bradley Catrell from the University of Virginia.
Good morning. As I said, my name is Bradley Catrell. I'm a Commonwealth Professor in Landscape Architecture at UVA. It's an honor to represent the Department of Landscape Architecture. Thank you to the organizing committee here at the Biennale, and to the jury for recognizing us. No? Okay. I'm excited to show you today our program and how we're using a range of both field-based research and design excellence and different forms of nascent technologies to confront a changing climate in some of the world's most vulnerable landscapes. I'll briefly introduce the character of our program, our faculty, our students, our curriculum, and then show how the three submitted projects in the Arctic and the Chesapeake Bay articulate our approach to landscape as a medium for ecological, social, and cultural transformation. At UVA, landscape architecture is articulated as a discipline that sits within overlapping physical, cultural, and ecological frameworks, forming a relational approach to landscape practices. Our graduate program challenges students to imagine new landscape systems through research, speculative design, and emerging technologies, while preparing them to be critical thinkers and global citizens, shaping a more inclusive and resilient world through their values and methods. We work across scales, from garden to territory, and across contexts, from local sites in Virginia to global geographies in the Arctic, Africa, Latin America, Asia, and Europe. Our students come from a wide range of backgrounds, with and without prior design training, and we ask them to develop their disciplinary voices and research trajectories inside the program. This diversity of backgrounds, combined with a shared commitment to climate, justice, and design excellence, produces the friction and collaboration we believe is needed to address complex landscapes. Like many programs, the core of each semester is the design studio, but second to that, each year is also our ecotech curriculum. Studios in the first year are grounded locally. Students begin by reading, documenting, and intervening in local landscapes in Virginia, learning to see the connections between site and larger systems. In the second and third years, studios expand outward through community engagements and research studios. Our advanced foundation students and research students take students into the Chesapeake Bay, the Arctic, and other global sites, where climate, infrastructure, and culture collide. The edges where landscapes are messy and beguile typical landscape tropes. The studios are research-based and often interdisciplinary, asking students to state their values clearly, frame their own questions, and to design bold, testable propositions that take on the medium of landscape. The work you'll see today comes out of the foundation and research studio sequence, studios that focus on large, rural, and often coastal landscapes, the kinds of places that are most at issue in our present climate emergency. So our students work directly with the medium of landscape in many different ways. We're not only representing and simulating landscapes, they're working with platforms and in spaces such as the Milton Land Lab, Morgan Farms, and the Natural Infrastructure Lab. The Milton Land Lab is a 172-acre former airfield along the Rivanna River in Charlottesville, Virginia, a historically disturbed site that now functions as a living laboratory for large-scale interventions and long-term observation. It allows students to test earthworks, planting strategies, maintenance procedures, and monitoring protocols one-to-one in the field. The Natural Infrastructure Lab focuses on coastal and riverine infrastructures, partnering with agencies and NGOs to explore plants, sediments, currents, and waves as design media for coastal resilience, landscape migration, and flood protection. Its research projects are both informed and are informed by our ecotech course sequence. Morgan Farm, home to UVA's Morgan Sustainability Lab, extends this field-based research into 2,900 acres of peri-urban rural landscape in Virginia. Really a test bed for the kind of ecotone of the Virginia Piedmont. It's conceived explicitly as the university's experiential and experimental grounds. There, faculty and students engage the site as a living landscape classroom, integrating traditional land practices with new models of regenerative land management, sustainability, and cultural landscape stewardship. The projects in Morgan link climate adaptation, food systems, and biodiversity to community resilience, giving students a tangible, land-centered context in which to test methods, gather longitudinal data, and translate research directly into landscape practice. Together, these three labs anchor our commitment to landscape as experimental infrastructure, something that can be prototyped, measured, iterated, and deployed with communities over time. The upper-level foundation studio that produced our Chesapeake Bay projects, entitled Prototyping the Bay, has been recognized with the inaugural Tulane Prize for Climate Change Curriculum in the Built Environment. This studio looks at the Chesapeake Bay as a site where climate adaptation, hydrology, infrastructure, and culture are tightly entangled. Students work through three modules. First, unpacking the bay through an atlas, a definition of design values and systemic thinking, then developing prototypes through computational and material experimentation, and finally designing experimental landscapes as adaptive infrastructures that incorporate monitoring and feedback. The same studio has been recognized across a range of different venues, National ASLA, WLA, the Chesapeake Bay Watershed Climate Action Plan. And we believe it demonstrates that the student projects are not only learning about ways of producing climate action, but they're also helping to articulate what climate responsive practice can be in this region. The climate curriculum and its recognition underscores the central ethos of our program, that landscape architects must be able to prototype futures in conditions of deep uncertainty, and that our graduates should emerge as leaders capable of shaping policy, practice, and discourse. So the first project is set in Greenwich, Alaska. It's 330 miles north of the Arctic Circle and home to the largest Inupiat community in the United States. Rising temperatures, altered freeze-thaw cycles, and urban heat island effects are accelerating permafrost degradation here. Snow and meltwater overwhelm the drainage systems, destabilize buildings, and mobilize contaminants across tundra ecologies and subsistence food systems. Current management is improvised. Snow pushed wherever space is available, meltwater allowed to find its own path. The students' proposal reframes this condition through what they call a watershed block framework. Instead of treating the city as a grid, they divide it into hydrological units, each block defined by microtopography, land use, and thermal conditions. Within each block, they coordinate snow storage, melt routes, and ground stabilization strategies that can be implemented with existing municipal equipment and local knowledge. In residential zones, homeowners are given specific tools and sections to manage runoff away from foundations and toward tundra buffers. Near contaminated sites such as the airport, the blocks incorporate slowing basins and filtration landscapes to keep pollutants away from vital water supplies. Crucially, this is not a top-down engineering strategy, it's a zoning and maintenance strategy that links residents and public works through hydrology. It imagines a community-governed infrastructure that supports long-term permafrost preservation and the continuity of Inupiat cultural practices. The second project moves to the Chesapeake Bay and to the small coastal city of Crisfield, Maryland. Historically, the self-proclaimed seafood capital of the world, built on oysters and dredge fill, and now only about a meter above sea level. Sea level rise projections suggest that Crisfield is at risk of becoming an archipelago within this century. The project begins from an existing proposal funded by the federal government to elevate critical roadways and seawall edges. Instead of treating that elevation simply as a defensive line, the students recast it as an armature and inhabitable barriers stitched to the town through a series of typologies that mediate between elevated ground and tidal marsh. Vacant or at-risk buildings are reimagined as community and ecological hubs, spaces for learning about tidal change, for hosting local fisheries, cooperatives, and for maintaining the practices associated with Crisfield's working waterfront. These sites are connected by a network of paths and boardwalks designed as sensory corridors where changes in texture, material, and vegetation register the transitions from interior neighborhoods to the shifting marsh beyond the barrier. Inside the elevated barrier, the project proposes stormwater parks that capture, filter, and store runoff. These are not leftover detention basins, they are public landscapes that provide habitat, recreation, and educational programming while quietly performing critical flood mitigation. Here, adaptation is not only about protecting property, it's about extending cultural continuity, allowing Crisfield's residents to build new livelihoods, new forms of ownership, and new relationships with an evolving tidal landscape. And the third project also operates within the Chesapeake Bay, but at a different scale and with a different kind of collaboration. Here, students worked with watermen, understanding their practices, the people whose livelihoods depend on the bay and hold intimate, tacit knowledge of its currents, shoals, and seasonal behavior. The proposal uses sediment fences, large linear installations in the water column, to choreograph the movement and deposition of sediments. Guided by watermen's readings of the bay and informed by fluvial geomorphology, the fences are placed where suspended silts and sands naturally slow and settle. Over time, these fences are seeded with dredge material, transforming them into living earthworks. Shoals begin to form, stitching into mudflats and eventually into new salt marsh platforms. The fences double as visual markers in the vast, mutable expanse of the bay. Their arcs trace a datum against which communities can see change, erosion, accretion, and emergence of new habitat. This is an infrastructure, in a literal sense, a coastal defense strategy that builds land rather than resists, only resisting water, provides habitat, attenuates waves, and offers a long-term buffer for vulnerable communities along the bay's edge. At the same time, it honors and extends cultural practices, positioning watermen as the co-authors of the landscape's future rather than as passive observers of loss. And I'm almost done. So, across these three projects, from Arctic permafrost to Chesapeake towns and estuaries, you can hear some recurring themes that define our program. First, we focus on large, rural, and coastal landscapes, where climate change is already reconfiguring the ground. This emphasis grows from our location in the coastal and largely rural Commonwealth of Virginia, and from the conviction that large rural territories are among the most contested and consequential landscapes of this century. Second, we teach landscape along a continuum of tradition and innovation. Our students work with histories of place, of ideas, of land building practices, while simultaneously developing new forms of infrastructure and novel strategies. At UVA, history is not a backdrop, it's an active partner in innovation. Third, we insist on precision at multiple scales. The watershed block, the Crisfield Stormwater Park, and the sediment fence are all territorial ideas, but each is resolved at the level of the detail, at the scale of snow berms and house foundations, boardwalk joints, and soil profiles, fence sections, and planting communities. This is where our ecology and technology integration is seen and becomes visible. And finally, collaboration is central. The projects you've seen are group efforts, 3 to 4 students per team, requiring them to negotiate values, share responsibilities, and build collective authorship. These are the leadership skills our graduates carry into practice, academia, and public agencies. And just to wrap up here, the work I've shown is possible because of an exceptional community of faculty and students. Our faculty bring expertise in climate adaptation, community-engaged design, environmental justice, among others. They're recognized internationally. Our students are similarly visible on this global stage and excited about taking part in climate action projects. And we connect this local community to global programs, working across the world in Venice, Berlin, here in Barcelona, other places. And to conclude, the 3 projects I've shared are only a small slice of our students' work, but they capture what we believe landscape architecture can be today. In Ukavik, the landscapes become a medium for organizing hydrology and governance to protect permafrost and alluvial liveways. In Crisfield, it becomes a scaffold for coastal adaptation that simultaneously builds new social and economic futures. And in the Chesapeake Bay, sediment fences turn the invisible dynamics of currents into visible land-building infrastructures. At UVA, we take these landscapes seriously as test beds for global questions. We ask our students to move fluidly between mapping and modeling, between fieldwork and fabrication, between cultural history and speculative futures. We ask them to design not just for stability, but for transformation of ecologies, of communities, of the discipline itself. Thank you.
Thank you, Bradley. Now is the time for Christian Flores, from the Central University of Chile.
Muy buenos días a todos, ¿cómo están? Les voy a hablar en español. Me imagino que están todos muy contentos de estar presentes en esta jornada, en este maravilloso evento. Para mí, junto a nuestros estudiantes, venir desde Chile a presentar aquí a Barcelona tiene un sentido profundo. Al igual que nuestros compañeros y colegas de Mapa UC, venimos del sur global, venimos de Chile, Latinoamérica. Chile, además de ser un país largo, angosto, es también un territorio profundamente fragmentado, segregado y sobre todo desigual. Una desigualdad que no solo se mide en cifras, este tipo de cifras que podemos observar en las múltiples fuentes de información, sino también en las oportunidades, en el acceso a la vivienda, en el acceso a la calidad de vida y en el acceso a la educación, en la posibilidad de incidir en el espacio en que vivimos y sobre el destino que nos trazamos. En este contexto, la Universidad Central de Chile, UCEN, y su programa de arquitectura del paisaje cumplen hoy un rol fundamental. Como ningún otro nivel académico, la formación de pregrado abre caminos. Nos permitió años atrás realizar intercambios en México, Corea del Sur, España, pero lo más importante, permitió que muchos de nosotros seamos los primeros de nuestras familias en acceder a la educación superior. En definitiva, nos entregó herramientas reales para vivir la movilidad social y con ello imaginar un futuro mejor. Cuando hablamos de proyectos, hablamos también de una forma de pensar, una manera de aproximarnos al territorio que requiere años de formación, sensibilidad y aprendizaje constante. No se trata solo de técnica o de herramientas de diseño, se trata de aprender a ver este paisaje de otra manera, de reconocer en él una complejidad que demanda responsabilidad. Esa es la misión que nos convoca como Escuela de Arquitectura del Paisaje de UCEN. Nuestra escuela es única, la única de pregrado en el país y una de las muy pocas en Latinoamérica. En Chile, el paisaje no es un escenario, es una condición de vida, es aquello que nos sostiene, pero también lo que nos hiere. Formarse como arquitecto del paisaje en Chile significa aprender a leer estas tensiones, a trabajar desde la empatía, a entender que el paisaje es simultáneamente una expresión cultural, ecológica y social. En nuestro proceso formativo, el camino hacia la titulación se construye a través de una metodología escalar. Comenzamos desde la abstracción, pasando por diseño de jardines, parques, humedales, catálogos de paisaje y diseño urbano de paisaje, para así sensibilizarnos con la percepción del territorio y avanzar hacia la concreción de un proyecto. En este contexto, la titulación no es solo un requisito final, sino que es una metodología de aprendizaje y de pensamiento proyectual. La llamamos metodología de título y está compuesta de dos grandes momentos o pases. El primero, el pase 1, que corresponde a la presentación del problema, análisis y diagnóstico. Acá el estudiante se introduce en el territorio, observa, investiga y sobre todo escucha. No se trata de llegar con respuestas, sino de construir la pregunta correcta. Es el momento que comprendemos que el paisaje no se diseña desde la abstracción, sino desde la lectura profunda del lugar, de su memoria, de sus dinámicas naturales y sociales. Posteriormente, el pase 2, el anteproyecto y proyecto del paisaje, es el momento de transformar la reflexión en acción, de convertir las ideas en espacios posibles. Cada estudiante desarrolla una propuesta que vincula la sensibilidad artística y filosófica con la comprensión ecológica y territorial. El diseño emerge no como imposición, sino como respuesta, como resultado de proceso de deriva natural y consciente. Esta metodología nos permite entender el paisaje como un organismo vivo, como un proyecto en evolución. Y esa visión ha sido reconocida internacionalmente en 2024 por IFLA, que otorgó el reconocimiento internacional a la carrera de Arquitectura del Paisaje de la Universidad Central a través del IFLA Recognition Program. Este reconocimiento no fue solo para la escuela, fue un reconocimiento al modo de pensar desde el sur global, una manera de entender el paisaje no como ornamento, sino como sustancia, como un contenedor y un contenido que se revela y se reinterpreta. De ese proceso pedagógico y disciplinar surgen los proyectos que hoy estamos presentando aquí en la Bienal. Proyectos que no buscan imponer una forma, sino activar memorias, rearticular vínculos y proponer nuevas formas de encuentro en territorios en crisis. Formamos arquitectos del paisaje en territorios de contrastes. Un país que vive entre la cordillera y el mar, entre el desierto y los glaciares, entre la modernidad y la ruralidad. Un país donde la poesía surge inspirada por el paisaje, donde el territorio habla múltiples lenguajes y a través de diversos pueblos. En esa intersección entre poesía y territorio, nuestras prácticas se encuentran en resonancia. El diseño del paisaje se vuelve una forma de expresión cultural, una manera de leer y traducir lo que el territorio nos dice. Los tres proyectos que presentamos comparten un mismo fundamento. La arquitectura del paisaje es una práctica situada y crítica, capaz de enfrentar procesos de degradación ecológica y de construir nuevos imaginarios territoriales. Todos los proyectos están ubicados en el Chile central y emergen en contextos de crisis sistémica. Por ejemplo, escasez hídrica, usos informales, pérdida de biodiversidad y erosión del paisaje. Son realidades cotidianas en geografías periurbanas y rurales donde hemos decidido hoy actuar. El agua es el hilo conductor de estos proyectos, opera de manera simultánea como materia y como estructura. Su flujo, retroceso e intermitencia definen lógicas espaciales, temporalidades y estrategias de diseño adaptativo. No abordamos estos paisajes como entidades estáticas a conservar, sino como sistemas dinámicos modelados por su geografía, su hidrología y la acción humana. Dos de estos proyectos se ubican en la comuna de Colina, específicamente en el río Colina, un territorio frágil y de alto potencial paisajístico. El primero, en el cajón del río Colina, proyecto de Valeria Cartes, que enfrenta un deterioro acelerado causado por usos informales, incendios y erosión. La propuesta plantea un plan maestro multiescalar concebido como un tejido sensible. Este busca compatibilizar el uso público con la conservación a lo largo de un recorrido de 16 kilómetros y en este contexto las estructuras habilitantes se integran con mucho respeto a las geoformas y ritmos naturales del paisaje, invitando a reconectar con lo auténtico y esencial del entorno fluvial esclerófilo. El segundo proyecto de quien habla, Aguas Abajo en el sector del Carvajalino, parte de una pregunta fundamental. ¿Cómo revalorizar un paisaje fluvial históricamente ligado a memorias colectivas de ocio popular, hoy en condiciones de precariedad y de deterioro? La respuesta se expresa a través de un guión museográfico no lineal, donde la memoria se transforma en experiencia sensible. El proyecto formaliza el uso recreativo, que antes fue informal, resignifica la infraestructura abandonada y crea un espacio público y democrático ecológicamente coherente. Por último, la Laguna Culeo, proyecto de Valentina Balder, unos kilómetros más al sur de la zona antes mencionada, nos confronta a una realidad extrema. Un cuerpo de agua que en el año 2018 se secó completamente tras la sobreexplotación, la privatización del borde lacustre y las consecuencias del cambio climático. Esta propuesta no busca restaurar una imagen perdida, sino evitar el cambio. El diseño se adapta a 4 escenarios de agua documentados, desde la laguna llena hasta su ausencia total. Mediante programas flexibles de permanencias y recorridos, el proyecto entiende la vegetación como un indicador ecológico y propone un paisaje resiliente, accesible y consciente. Todos estos proyectos tienen un hilo en común. Cada propuesta, cada proyecto es un acto de traducción del territorio, donde proponemos regímenes híbridos, donde la rehabilitación ecológica convive con el uso público. Estas obras posicionan al diseño del paisaje como una herramienta multiescalar para la regeneración ecológica y la justicia territorial y la reactivación ciudadana. Por lo tanto, estar hoy aquí en Barcelona no es solo un logro académico para titulados y su escuela. Es la prueba de que la educación, especialmente de pregrado, puede transformar realidades, que las oportunidades existen cuando se abren los espacios y que el paisaje puede ser una herramienta de justicia social. Venir desde Chile, desde el extremo sur del mundo, es una oportunidad para ofrecer una mirada distinta, porque en el sur aprendemos que el paisaje no se conquista, se escucha, se conversa, se acompaña y se valora. Nuestra escuela no busca formar solo diseñadores, sino intérpretes del territorio, poetas del paisaje, filósofos del genius loci. Profesionales capaces de entender el paisaje como una red viva de relaciones, como una expresión de identidad y como una herramienta para imaginar futuros más justos y sostenibles. Y esa es quizás hoy la mayor enseñanza de este viaje, desde las aulas de nuestra universidad, hasta este encuentro aquí en el Palacio de la Música. Volver al punto desde donde partimos, a esa idea esencial de que evidentemente el paisaje en el fondo es un acto de esperanza. Y aquí me gustaría citar a Andrés Breton, quien nos deja no una advertencia, sino un compromiso. No será el miedo a la locura lo que nos obligue a bajar la bandera de la imaginación. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, Christian. And now we continue with presentations by members of the jury of the Rosa Barba International Prize. Now it's Laura Zamperi's turn, also a leading professional in the field of landscape architecture, who combines this activity with teaching and university research. She's the co-founder of Chisetta Studio, focused in landscape architecture, and at the same time she teaches at the University of Venice as well as the engineering faculties of Trento and Udine. She has received several awards for her work, such as the Turin's Landscape Award, the Premio Internazionale Architettura Orizzontale, and the AIA New York Architect Honor Award. Laura Zamperi, thank you for coming. And
thank you to the invitation here. It's very, very important. Why do you speak again on landscape? Sorry, I speak in Italy. So, perché parlare ancora di progetto di paesaggio? Appare ed essere giunti ad un punto di cambiamento dove le precedenti coordinate su cui si è appoggiato il contemporaneo progetto di paesaggio non riescono più a sostenere le diverse molteplicità e direzionalità. La Biennale Internazionale di Paesaggio di Barcellona, giunta alla 13ª edizione, sembra sempre più voler indurci a svelare a questo punto come... Scusate, mi fa l'ombra, non riesco a vedere. Qui. L'ombra, vabbè. No, questi. So, the question is that siamo giunti a un punto di cambiamento dove le precedenti coordinate su cui si è appoggiato il contemporaneo progetto di paesaggio non riescono più a sostenerne le diverse e molteplici direzionalità. La Biennale Internazionale di Paesaggio di Barcellona, giunta alla 13ª edizione, come ha detto, sembra sempre più voler indurci a svelare a questo punto come riformulare il progetto di paesaggio contemporaneo, affidando ad esso altri ed ulteriori ruoli futuri in grado di traghettare la capacità di adattarsi alle rapide e diverse trasformazioni che tuttora di esse non possiamo averne la completa ed esaustiva conoscenza. Pertanto la conoscenza dei fenomeni in atto, siano di natura antropica, ambientale e politica, che ci possono indirizzare verso una maggiore consapevolezza dei rischi che questo frangente storico e temporale ci impone. È pertanto urgente avviare, con cognizione di causa, un ripensamento di tutto ciò che appartiene alla filia con il naturale, anche e soprattutto per riconoscere ciò che è stato distrutto e ciò che potrà ancora sopravvivere. E tutto questo non potrà esimersi dalla convivenza dell'antropico con il naturale. In tale contesto la città non può più esimersi, come lo dimostrano molti dei progetti selezionati, dove la dimensione antropica richiede di necessità di convivere nuovamente con il paesaggio quale fattore di riequilibrio storico, sociale ed urbano. Distruggere le città, come attualmente sta accadendo in questo frangente storico, scusate un attimo, avevo perso la riga. In questo frangente storico diventa assolutamente fondamentale e quindi la città, come attualmente sta accadendo nello scenario internazionale, si è invece proposta nello scenario internazionale come un problema di distruzione, di dignità di chi li abita, di chi abita le città, e di chi le abitate e di chi le abiterà, ammesso che gli sia ancora concesso. Viviamo in un frangente storico dove è molto difficile poter interpretare cosa potrà succedere nel breve e nel lungo periodo. E quindi distruggere le città, come attualmente sta accadendo nello scenario internazionale, significa distruggere la dignità di chi abita la città, di chi le abitate e di chi le abiterà, ammesso appunto, come dicevo, se tutto questo sia ancora possibile. In tale complessità il progetto di paesaggio dovrà pertanto essere in grado di affrontare il difficile compito di tenere assieme le differenze e le loro problematicità e come ripeto, i relativi conflitti. Infine il paesaggio, quale struttura sostenuta dall'ambiente e dall'ecologia, come abbiamo visto in questa biennale, esso richiama qui ulteriormente, attraverso i progetti selezionati, una necessaria ed insostituibile filia con il naturale ed il suo ambiente urbano alla ricerca della dimensione della città e dei suoi luoghi, attraverso la qualità e la capacità di accogliere e tenere assieme gli spazi e le persone. Why do you speak again on landscape architecture? Vuole infine essere un monito a non desistere da ricercare continuamente la qualità dell'invenzione riferita allo spazio pubblico urbano e dei suoi futuri abitanti, attraverso una rinnovata idea di agorà contemporanea, dove provare a portare nell'attuale dimensione urbana una rinnovata e necessaria idea di città per i suoi abitanti. Grazie.
Thank you, Laura, for those thoughtful insights on how to design. We will have those in mind. I think it's nice that we have these theoretical notes that guide the way that we are designing. So the session will end up a little bit early today, so we will meet again at 3. But before that, I had 2 things to tell you. The first one, we will open the online votation. So as you know, each year we have the jurors on this balcony that are listening to the presentations, both from the Ribas, Piera and the Rosa Barba prizes. But it's important for us to know your opinion, so everybody in the audience can download this app, that is the Meet Map app, and in there you can have an online vote that can start now and until tomorrow at 8. So that's the first thing, participation and feedback. And on the same line, I would like to make a call for action for the Pop-Up Green, which is an event that started in 2016. It's a young and very informal thing that we do with the team and volunteers that, by the way, are all those people that are helping us and that are making this possible. They are all young and they are all landscape architect students. Okay, so I would like to thank them already for the work that they are doing, but try to help us do something nice for this pop-up event. Last time we did an event at the Mies van der Rohe Foundation. We put all the green that came from the Venice Biennial into the water basins at the Mies van der Rohe. This year we have something different at one of our venues at the university. So we will have trees that pop up. It's a vindication. It's a way to visualize the profession that sometimes it's not as present as we would like in the minds of the audience. So this pop-up idea is like a guerrilla gardening in different shapes and in different formats, and we would like to have this time our presence at the university, but we need your feedback. And we are asking you to react with images of what natural and artificial intelligence would look like for you. So there's a call at the social media, so Instagram, Facebook, LinkedIn, whatever social you are using, please start to react, send us your images, and with the volunteers and the team, we'll make a video that will be featured and displayed on the Friday to celebrate this pop-up spring with you. Okay, so this is the call for action, and now let's wrap up and see you at 3. Okay, thank you very much.
del quale noi siamo partecipi, spettatori inermi, che possiamo vedere tutti i giorni e sempre più nel nostro pianeta e sotto i nostri occhi, voler in qualche maniera stimolare questo dibattito, anche provocando delle critiche forti. L'architettura unica, eccezionale, masterpiece, questa cosa di riscoprire il paesaggio attraverso l'architettura, io penso che sia veramente l'insegnamento, il grande insegnamento del maestro Hildebrand.
So good evening. Good evening. So this is the beginning of the second part of this day session. We have had a very interesting morning session with the finalists, first set of 5 finalists to the Ribas Piera Award and 2 lectures of 2 of our Rosa Barba Prize jurors. And now we are going to follow this evening with 4 projects that are finalists to the Rosa Barba Award and 2 lectures from the Ribas Piera jurors. So this is the menu for today. This is the menu that we will have this evening. But first of all, we would like to invite to the floor to launch this session 3 presidents. And it's a huge honor for us as an organization to have with us the IFLA president, the International Federation of Landscape Architects president, the just immediate past president of the European region, and the Spanish Association president. So one by one, they will address a message to you, and we think it's just fantastic to have like this moment that we can share together and see how much we are doing in the profession lately. So first of all, I call to the floor Bruno Marques, the president of IFLA. Thank you.
Buona tarde, good afternoon everyone. I hope that you had the chance to go outside and have a lovely lunch and get some sun. So it's actually a great pleasure to be here again in Barcelona, a city that so beautifully weaves history, culture and design into its very fabric. My deepest thanks to the organizers of the Barcelona Biennial for welcoming us to this vital gathering. We are here today as well, not just as individuals, but as representatives of the global profession that we are part of. And the theme I want to share with you today is one of unity, one that is the core to our identity. IFLA is all of us. So we gather at a critical moment for our planet and our communities. Every day we see the headlines. They are the reality our colleagues and fellow citizens are facing. And just coming back from the COP for climate change, we do see a lot of devastating floods, the catastrophic fires, the loss of our diversity, the pollution in our air, and the social inequalities in our cities. These are not isolated incidents. They are the symptoms of a global climate crisis and the deep disconnect between human activity and our natural systems. So this is our core action. This is why we are needed as landscape architects. And the reason is because nature provides irreplaceable goods and services, and our profession, landscape architecture, is uniquely positioned at the intersection of art, science, and policy to respond. We are the designers, the planners, the stewards, and the healers of these systems. But our individual actions, our local projects, can only go far in the face of global challenges. To make a truly systemic impact, we need a united, a global voice within the profession. And this is the entire purpose of the International Federation of Landscape Architects. Established in 1948, IFLA is the only international organization that represents the world landscape architects. And we are not a separate entity. We are the sum of our parts. We are the federation of 82 member associations from 5 global regions. We are the collective, unified voice of more than 100,000 landscape architects worldwide. Our mission is to increase the visibility and credibility of our profession. We work to establish high standards for education and practice. We do this by actively engaging with global bodies like the United Nations, and we do that through these 6 different pillars you are seeing, which brings together climate, biodiversity, health and well-being, communities, technology, food production, and traditional knowledge. We have had critical recent milestones. Our advocacy has led to a revised definition of our profession by the International Labour Organization. We are also working hard hand in hand with the UN Habitat, with UNESCO, with the UN Environment Programme, Development Programme, the World Bank, the World Health Organization, to ensure that landscape architecture is not just at the table, but is helping to set the agenda for climate action, biodiversity, and public health. And I'm also very happy to say that we have just signed this morning an MOU with the Barcelona International Landscape Biennial to ensure that this event keeps growing and representing the profession of landscape architecture globally. But this global voice, this advocacy, is only as strong as the ecosystem that supports it. A profession is more than just its practitioners. It is a network of research, innovation, and industry, and we can't do it alone. We can't do it by ourselves, and partners are very critical on these, and that's why I have them all here so you can actually understand the wider ecosystem that we operate in as IFLA. And this brings me to a critical focus for our future. To truly unite our profession, we must strengthen the 2 bridges that connect our core practice to the wider world. The bridge to academia, as some of you are in academia here, and the bridge to the industry as practitioners. This is why we are placing a renewed critical emphasis on academic and corporate memberships. In our academic membership, acts as a vital bridge between research and practice. It connects the 555 plus educational programs worldwide to our global body. So this is just to give you an idea that it's not just a nice to have, it is essential for our future. It ensures that the next generation of landscape architects, as some of them are here in the room as students, are being educated to meet these global challenges that I just highlighted before. But it also gives you, as educators and researchers, a direct voice in shaping the global standards and allows you to share your critical work across the international platform that IFLA provides you. As for the corporate members, this is our bridge to the industry partners, the innovators, the builders, and the suppliers who turn our collective vision into a reality. This is not just about simple sponsorship, it is a strategic partnership. It provides us with partners that have unparalleled access to our global network and a seat at the table in the discussions that shape the future of the built environment. But for IFLA, it also provides us with insights from the industry that will really allow us to advocate at a higher level, particularly with the United Nations, to support our profession. And if you are wondering how can you be involved, what can you do for IFLA, I encourage you to apply to one of our 19 working programs. We just launched them early this year, and anyone can be part of that. So if you are interested in climate action or biodiversity or migration issues, just apply for one of them. As an academic, as a practitioner, industry partner, you are all aligned to support the mandate of IFLA. But mostly what I want to share with you today is something new, something that will bring us again to celebrate our collective achievements as a profession. And also it's going to help us to elevate what we do in the big world out there. For too long, the most impactful, innovative, and inspiring work in our field has been celebrated primarily within our regions or by our national members. We believe that it's time to create a single, prestigious, global benchmark for excellence. This is why I'm incredibly proud and excited to officially announce the launch of the new IFLA Global Landscape Architecture Awards. These awards will be the new global standards. They will provide a platform to showcase on a world stage the most significant, sustainable, and culturally relevant projects from all 5 of our regions. This is more than just recognition. It is about creating a global archive of best practices. It is about learning from each other, from a park in New Zealand to a community project in Colombia, from a new design technology in Europe to the application of traditional knowledge in Africa. So please keep the date in mind, prepare your submissions, because we want to celebrate your work globally. And to keep building our IFLA Knowledge Hub, we will plan to keep expanding the importance of the profession globally in Hong Kong at the 62nd IFLA World Congress. Save the date in your diaries and be mindful that the call for abstracts is live now. This is how we can show the world that landscape architecture is an important and impactful profession globally. So I leave you with this call to action. First, look to your colleagues, your universities, and your industry partners. Encourage them to join us to strengthen our bridge through academic and corporate membership. Second, think about the incredible work you are doing and seeing. Prepare your submissions to the first IFLA Global Landscape Architecture Awards, and we want to see the best that the profession has to offer. So the challenges we face are immense, but the opportunities for our profession are never been greater as they are now. Our recent public statement at COP30 for climate change in Belém, Brazil, really calls for a change, and I will urge you to scan that QR code and read that statement, because we are a profession of optimists. We are great people. We see a degraded site and we imagine a thriving park in that place. We see a flooded coastline and we design a resilient living shoreline. We must now see a fragmented world and design a more united, resilient, and sustainable future for all of us. That's why IFLA is all of us. So let's work together. Thank you.
Thank you, Bruno. We join you in this call for action. I think that it's needed that we act, and it's important that all of us as volunteers we join these organizations and the different programs that Bruno has suggested. So, right now I'm calling to the floor our president, just past president, because she has been there working for 4 years, and now there's just a new executive that has been elected like less than a month ago. But it's a privilege for us to have Katerina, who has been working hard to make IFA region thrive in those 4 years. Thank you.
Thank you. I will start with some few Spanish words that I learned. Bona tarda, and buenas tardes, and kalispera, since I'm coming from Greece, and good afternoon to you all. I'm very happy that I'm here. It's my second time in Barcelona, International Landscape, Barcelona Biennale. It was an honor to represent IFLA Europe again in this one. Oops, sorry. And I was fascinated by the theme this year. I was asked actually to present something regarding intelligence, artificial, natural, and landscape architecture in between. But before that, I would like to express our gratitude on behalf of IFLA Europe for inviting us, first of all, and for the organization of the event, to the executive committee, and especially to the director, Marina Cervera, for all the good work that they are doing here. A few words about the European region for the ones that don't know us. It's one, as Bruno already mentioned, one of the 5 regions of the International Federation of Landscape Architects, consists 34 national associations at the time being, and 20,000 members landscape architects practicing. And among our objectives, very briefly, we try to emphasize the role of landscape architects towards especially how to fight and how to deal with all these climate challenges, to try to provide sustainable and, of course, resilient landscape design, planning and management. And, of course, we're consulting and working with the European Commission, the Council of Europe, and other sister organizations. All of us try, of course, to work and create a better environment and landscape for all. and therefore will participate, as you might understand, in any discussion related to most recent topic, and of course to New European Bauhaus, EU Green Urban Agenda, and of course other topics related to our urban environment and development. So today there will be at the conference, we're going to deal with intelligence. Artificial intelligence, human intelligence, natural intelligence, and of course indigenous knowledge systems. And it was a very important topic to see how landscape architects can embrace this, and of course what is the dilemma? It's natural versus artificial, they can work together, what can happen? And since we're talking about nature, all of us that were working and dealing with nature, we know that the plant work is far more complex and intelligent than we might think. The different capacity of plants to adapt is well established in their memory. They have all these defense strategies, how they can protect each other. And plants, of course, they can really share information through their mycorrhizal networks. They can retain past experience, and of course they can adjust to very hard conditions using this intelligence, which is not centralized or hierarchical, but more distributed. But all this time and years, I would like to think of a symbiosis between man and nature. And since we're talking about indigenous knowledge system and about indigenous communities, it's really how we can take the knowledge that they have, and what IFLA always states, it is important to build a relationship with these communities through our design and planning. It's important to promote the dialogue if we want to collaborate, and we should collaborate with them. And of course, if we want to start speaking about policies and how to make this, to transfer that to practice, how we can really introduce this knowledge. And of course, our education should really take advantage of this. Therefore, since we're talking about our living in human societies, through our designs, always we draw knowledge from our local tradition. For if we want to talk about energy efficient landscape, if we want really to think about nature-based strategic or sustainable development. And in this, there is always a constant dialogue between man and between artificial and natural, and how this can create a new architecture as part of this landscape ongoing history. But of course, the digital and the physical can merge in virtual event, which digitally projected into certain public space where people meet, they congregate, they interact with each other. And citizens may no longer really solely engage either with the virtual or the physical or the digital, but how can all become together. And here comes the question about artificial intelligence that really we're looking forward to hear in these conference speeches today and tomorrow. It's about, some people they believe that this is a danger to humanity, and is a tool that will make many jobs to become obsolete. Some others, they say that artificial intelligence can become really an indispensable tool. It's a matter how we can use it in all the design fields, including, of course, landscape architecture. And of course, here it comes landscape, which also is more complex, is very interactive systems, of course, but landscape really, it is something living. It's our fabric which link climate resilience, biodiversity, health, social cohesion, heritage, and economic vitality. But it's a meaning which sometimes is difficult to transfer to common people, to all the people that, of course, they don't deal so much with landscape architecture. But it's not, we are the landscape, it's not something abstract. And this is quite hard really to explain, and this is our task, of course, as landscape architects. But landscape architecture, what is really as how can deal with this type of intelligence. We all know that it's a matter of science, is art, and of course it links natural, build, culture, knowledge, human innovation, and technological capacity. And if we want to start speaking about the artificial intelligence, machine tools, it is how these can be used and be integrated into the process of the landscape designer. And if we want to link it with a different type of intelligence, many scholars, and here are some from Scape, some I find very useful, some articles, that really say, for example, true creativity lies in the synergy between artificial intelligence capability and human intuitions. These allow, of course, to push any boundaries that they might exist. Some others, they really say that humans will increasingly become curators and strategists, and this is the point really to discuss how artificial intelligence capability can be a useful tool for us and meaningful and really have meaning. And of course, when we're discussing about how landscape architecture as a field where technology has always been intrinsic into practice, how can respond to the AI tools? People that they are dealing with natural intelligence, they say AI represent Western human logic, meaning that man is the center of the world. Natural intelligence represents the logic of life that has gone for millions of years, and there's a huge amount to learn from it. So how we can work all together, how we can use AI to really use the services that natural intelligence give us, and how can be a really valuable edit tool. So this coexistence between harmony, between human creativity, between natural process is very important. Therefore, in many projects around Europe, from landscape architect, you will see that the idea is how we can think the city as a really habitat for all species, not only for men. How we can have this symbiotic relationship between buildings, land, and nature. And what is happening today, you will hear in many policies, you will hear from also different disciplines talking about that we start changing our mentality. We stop talking about built environments, but we shift and we're talking about living environments in order to make our future and our life more sustainable, more inclusive, more beautiful, and high quality. And how can AI, in that sense, can contribute to good landscape architecture? And of course, everything starts with education, which education should be improved to move further from the traditional core. Here I'm just putting some examples. I find, for example, that some Canadian schools of landscape architecture are already integrating AI in their curriculum in order to prepare the next young professionals to be more adaptable, to be more informed, and to remain at this cutting edge of the field. At the policy level, we're coming to European Commission. You might all probably follow the actions that what is really said, if you go to the webpage of the European Commission about artificial intelligence, it is how we approach artificial intelligence, how we can use this tool in order to be more trustworthy. And they have developed a European AI strategy for this. So how can AI support our policies? I'm sharing with you one just very new outcome that IFLA, deliverable actually, IFLA Europe has really produced. This is a policy booklet, and what is about everybody from us states, we have resolutions, directives, statements, and so on, showing the position of landscape architect on certain hot topics. In this booklet, then we decided that it's important, based on the European policies, to show our voice and to be visible, and to show what landscape architects think about these policies and how, on practical, we can make them, we can implement them. And based on that, I was really interested after so many talks about AI and so on. So I have asked ChatGPT. The question was, one, how can help for the policies? So what the answer was that AI can support landscape policies by analyzing vast amounts of data to monitor environmental changes, simulate the impact of different policies, and optimize landscape design for sustainable efficiency. And also to create more informed and effective policies through data analysis, prediction, and assist with tasks like land use planning, biodiversity conservation, and resource management. Of course, it was a general question. I got a general answer. And when I asked, for example, what is the relationship with landscape architecture, the answer that I got is that AI does not replace landscape architect, it amplifies their capability, it speeds up analysis, improves design quality, enhances environmental performance, and support long-term stewardship of landscapes. So I'm just closing here with this photo, just to show very interesting to see on this conference how we can really work with all this type of intelligence, how we can really work for a symbiosis between man, nature, and of course artificial intelligence. So thank you very much. It's a great honor to be here, and I leave the floor to the next place. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Katerina. I think it was brilliant how you managed to explain a little bit of what IFA Europe is defending, and at the same time approach us to the topic that we will try to see and reflect on more on Friday. So last but not least, we have with us the AIP president, so the Spanish Association of Landscape Architects president, Iñaki Viñuelas. It's a pleasure because this year we have had also a way of teaming up with these collateral events for the ones that you were not there in La Fila. So they had a brilliant morning session on the intelligent use of water, and then we combined it with our session of the book launch. So please, big applause for Iñaki. Thank you.
So, good afternoon, and thanks everyone for coming, and of course thanks the BNL team for inviting us to this session. And if you don't mind, I'm going to make my presentation in Spanish because I didn't rehearse it in English. But, okay. Me alegro un montón de que nuestros colegas europeos y mundiales hayan hablado un poco de la profesión y también en las sesiones de esta mañana y en las que veréis en los próximos días, ¿no? Para que os hagáis un poco una idea de lo que es un arquitecto paisajista. Que aunque muchos lo sabéis, todavía hay partes de la población, incluso de las administraciones o de las empresas, que no lo tienen del todo claro. Entonces siempre me gusta empezar leyendo lo que dice la Federación Internacional sobre nuestra profesión. Entonces dice: los arquitectos paisajistas planifican, diseñan, gestionan entornos naturales y construidos aplicando principios estéticos y científicos para abordar cuestiones de sostenibilidad ecológica, calidad y salud de los paisajes, memoria colectiva, patrimonio, cultura y justicia territorial. De este primer párrafo, se pueden destacar muchas cosas, pero a mí me gusta hacer especial hincapié en los principios científicos. Yo creo que en este país, y entiendo que en el resto, que nosotros vayamos con un poco más de retraso, el paisajismo siempre ha sido considerado igual, algo un poco más estético. Y creo que en estos últimos años estoy convencido de que la vertiente científica ha cobrado mucho más valor. Y que también es el valor que nos aporta a los profesionales el tener estos conocimientos científicos, que luego explicaré un poco para qué creo o para qué son especialmente útiles. Y en el segundo párrafo ponía dirigir y coordinar otras disciplinas, también se ocupan de la interacción entre los ecosistemas naturales y culturales, por ejemplo, de la adaptación y la mitigación relacionadas con el cambio climático, la estabilidad de los ecosistemas, mejoras socioeconómicas y aspectos de la salud y el bienestar de la comunidad, a fin de crear lugares que favorezcan el bienestar social y económico. De esta definición, yo creo que todos tenemos claro, y también se ha mencionado y se mencionará seguramente la lucha contra el cambio climático, pero me parece importante destacar cómo empieza el párrafo: dirigir y coordinar otras disciplinas. En otros países, sobre todo en el mundo anglosajón, los paisajistas sí que tienen un papel predominante dentro de los equipos que se encargan del diseño urbano o del diseño de los paisajes. En España todavía no estamos en ese punto, y si tenemos suerte pues se nos incluye en diferentes proyectos que afectan al espacio público o privado, pero que involucra el espacio exterior. Creo que se llegará, pero todavía nos queda un largo camino por recorrer, creo. De las tareas o de las encomendaciones que puede tener un paisajista, me gustaría resaltar dos. Una de ellas es la naturalización o la renaturalización urbana. Ahora estoy viendo que entre los entendidos hay un poco de debate entre si hay que llamarla naturalización o renaturalización. Yo por ahora voy a seguir diciendo que lo que hacemos es renaturalización, porque considero que antes se desnaturalizó. Si veis ahí arriba un poco los ejemplos que pongo, muchos de los proyectos que estamos viendo aquí y que posiblemente en los que estéis involucrados, nos hemos encontrado un punto de partida de este estilo. Se ha demostrado que no funciona, que no es lo que queremos, y estamos volviendo a renaturalizar. O sea, esto no apareció de la nada. Antes aquí había naturaleza, se hizo esto, y ahora tenemos que revertirlo y renaturalizarlo. Da igual cómo lo llamemos, lo importante es que son los paisajistas los que tienen que estar liderando estos procesos de renaturalización o de naturalización, o incluso de generación de nuevos espacios verdes, por supuesto. Otro de los temas que también, o en los que también tenemos que hacer hincapié y que creo que son muy importantes, son la infraestructura verde y los servicios ecosistémicos. Sobre todo después de la pandemia, todos hemos, y más que nosotros, que creo que ya lo teníamos claro, el público en general o la población en general ha empezado a valorar tanto la calidad de los espacios verdes como su proximidad, como muchos otros aspectos que antes tal vez se daban por sentados y no lo son. Y es el paisajista el que se encarga de ponerlos en valor. De todos los beneficios ecosistémicos de la infraestructura verde, todos tenemos claro que los medioambientales están ahí, son estos de ahí: cambio climático, isla de calor, retención de agua, protección del suelo, protección contra incendios, etc. Los sociales también, bueno, es evidente que son sitios de salud, de recreo, de generación de comunidad, pero sí me gusta por lo menos hacer hincapié, y sobre todo aquí en España, porque el factor económico es muy importante y también es algo que nos ayuda a introducirnos en determinados proyectos en los que antes posiblemente pues no estábamos incluidos, porque los hacía cualquier otro profesional, un arquitecto o un ingeniero, y la aportación del paisajista es la que realmente puede dar o incrementar el valor económico de esas zonas. Y creo que por eso también tenemos que luchar por estar ahí. Bueno, los leo: valor y propiedad del suelo, es evidente que se incrementa en cuanto hay una zona verde de calidad. Por supuesto, se crea empleo, se fomenta el turismo y se mejora la producción alimentaria. Hablando ya un poco más sobre la profesión, sobre cuál es el estado de la profesión en España. Claro, cuando yo vengo a estos foros, pues habla Bruno, habla Katerina, y vemos un poco, ¿no?, que parece que está todo hecho y que todos son proyectos fantásticos, y es así, pero en España todavía pues nos queda dar ese último paso, que sería el reconocimiento profesional, ¿vale? Para los que no lo sepáis, este es el mapa de Europa y en verde están los países que tienen la profesión reconocida. En gris oscuro los que la tienen reconocida, pero bueno, por varios motivos no pertenecen a la Unión Europea o se acaban de salir o, vamos, no cuentan para lo que os voy a contar ahora. Y en gris los que no la tenemos reconocida, ¿vale? Entre ellos, pues, como podéis ver, España. Esto significa que la profesión de paisajista en España no está regulada y la puede ejercer cualquier persona sin necesidad de ninguna titulación, ¿vale? La buena noticia es que a nivel de Unión Europea existe el reglamento 2005-36, si no me equivoco, en el que dice que una vez que un tercio de los países han reconocido la profesión, el resto de los países tienen la capacidad para reconocerla automáticamente, ¿vale? Esa posibilidad recae directamente en los gobiernos nacionales. Entonces, estamos en ese punto en el que tenemos 9 países con la profesión reconocida, el último fue Francia en el 2016, y lo que os decía, ahora nos toca a nosotros reconocerla. Lo que quiero dejar claro es que la asociación, uno de sus principales objetivos, de hecho, el objetivo histórico que lleva desde su creación es efectivamente el reconocimiento de la profesión. Lo que tenemos que hacer es conseguir que, bueno, que el gobierno, este o el que sea, pues promulgue una ley en la que se reconozca la profesión y en la que se reconozcan unas atribuciones. Veremos que luego estamos en una situación un poco extraña, alguien lo sabe también, bueno, tenemos varios grados de paisajismo en el que sacamos paisajistas a la calle que no tienen competencias. Y una vez dicho esto, también, pues bueno, esto os voy a dar ahora una serie de ventajas, voy a intentar pasar un poquito rápido sobre por qué hay que asociarse a la EP, sobre todo para lo que os decía, hacer un número, tener una masa crítica y poder ir a ver a las distintas instituciones y decir que somos un montón de asociados, ¿vale? Pero bueno, aparte de eso, quiero que sepáis lo que hacemos y quiero que sepáis las ventajas que tiene ser socio de la EP, ¿vale? La EP, antes de nada, es la única asociación profesional de paisajistas en España, ¿vale? No puede haber otra. Entonces, luego veréis, a raíz de que están mis compañeros, que bueno, que eso también tiene ventajas, ¿vale? Pero al final es una comunidad de profesionales y al mismo tiempo pertenecemos a la Federación Europea y a la Federación Mundial, ¿vale? Como única asociación nacional. Aparte, pues tenemos ventajas económicas, como todas las asociaciones, lo podéis encontrar en nuestra web, tampoco es... Pero bueno, tenemos descuentos en congresos, como este, como cualquier otro congreso que creamos que pueda interesar a nuestros asociados, consulta de las normas tecnológicas de jardinería, software, bases de precios, formación continua, etcétera, etcétera. También fomentamos mucho la información. Aquí, por ejemplo, bueno, aparte tenemos un boletín semanal con las noticias más importantes que consideramos del sector, ofertas de trabajo, concursos de paisajismo, call for papers para diferentes congresos, novedades respecto a la práctica profesional, festivales, premios, etcétera, y acceso a la revista Paisea y Paisea 2 desde la página, desde el área privada de nuestra web. También podéis promocionaros si tenéis una publicación, si tenéis algún escrito, si tenéis alguna comunicación que consideréis que es importante para los socios, los podremos publicar en nuestra web. Asimismo, apareceríais en un directorio por provincias, es bastante útil. Busco un paisajista en mi provincia, bueno, pues con un desplegable os pueden localizar, ¿vale? También hacemos actividades formativas o jornadas específicas de riego, sobre agricultura, sobre temas que nos afectan. También presenciales y online, organizamos webinars de todo tipo, sobre iluminación, sobre juegos infantiles, sobre riego, bueno, cualquier software, cualquier tema también que nos pueda interesar, lo intentamos promocionar entre nuestros socios. Igual ya más. Sí, los viajes técnicos, intentamos cada 2 años organizar un viaje técnico a un lugar diferente. Este último ha sido a Marruecos. Lo interesante es que aparte conseguimos pues acceder a jardines que normalmente no están abiertos al público general, y en muchas ocasiones pues también nos acompaña el diseñador de los jardines, en este caso, por ejemplo, Luis Vallejo, en un proyecto que tiene en Marruecos, y nos explican de primera mano cómo ha sido la concepción y el desarrollo del proyecto. También organizamos un ciclo de cine, ¿vale? En este caso lo hacemos en Madrid, es la 10ª edición. También proyectamos los martes de octubre una película relacionada, pero que luego genera un debate entre los asistentes sobre temas relacionados con la jardinería, el paisajismo, la agricultura y temas que nos interesen en ese momento. Bueno, actividades formativas. En 2021 organizamos el primer Congreso Nacional de Paisajismo y bueno, nos encantaría poder realizar otro en breve y os iremos informando. Al mismo tiempo, también ahora en este momento ostentamos la presidencia del grupo MEDNET. Es un grupo específico dentro de IFLA, de los países del Mediterráneo, la mayoría europeos, pero también hay africanos, por ejemplo. Y anualmente organizamos una reunión en la que Manuel Sánchez, que es nuestro delegado internacional, ahora mismo está dirigiendo, y tratan temas específicos de los países del entorno mediterráneo. Al mismo tiempo, no al mismo tiempo, también sacamos, un resumen, un folleto con las conclusiones de las reuniones que ha tenido este grupo del Mediterráneo. Y básicamente lo que hacemos, entre otras cosas, es asistir a donde nos llaman para representar a los paisajistas y representar la profesión. Vale, pues igual, así. Y esto voy a pasar un poco rápido porque han hablado también Bruno y Katerina, pero nosotros, como os decía, formamos parte de la Federación Internacional y en concreto de la Federación Europea. ¿Vale? Esto lo ha visto Bruno, son las 5 áreas en las que se divide la Federación Internacional. La nuestra sería la azul, que es la europea, y en concreto, os decía, pertenecemos a IFLA Europa, evidentemente, que se reúne anualmente en una ciudad distinta y normalmente asociado a un congreso y a varias actividades donde todos los países ponen en común sus preocupaciones, el estado de la profesión y se sacan conclusiones. Vale, este es el folleto que os decía del grupo del Mediterráneo. Se publica y está también disponible en nuestra página web por si lo queréis consultar. Y nada, como os decía, termino con esto. Actualmente tenemos 3 grados en España, en la Rey Juan Carlos, en la Politecnico de Cataluña y en Santiago de Compostela, y tenemos que hacer todo lo que sea posible para que estos egresados licenciados en paisajismo tengan un futuro bastante más sencillo de lo que hemos tenido el resto. Vale, ¿y cómo veo yo el futuro profesional? Pues claramente se reconocerá la profesión, espero que sea antes que después, pero llegará y al final el paisajista ocupará la posición que le corresponde tanto en las administraciones públicas como en las privadas, pero siempre integrado en equipos multidisciplinares que desarrollen proyectos de exterior. Y con esto nada, os animo a que consultéis nuestra web, nuestras redes sociales y si podéis que os asociéis. Muchas gracias.
Good afternoon. It's time now to introduce the first lecture of this afternoon. Thank you, Bruno, Katerina, and Iñaki for your engaging words. We have with us Gary Hildebrand, a long life friend of the biennial, as he was juror of the Rosa Barba Prize. He was also curator of the 5th biennial exhibit, and now in this edition is the president of the jury of the Ribas Piera Prize. It's an honor to have had you involved in this 13th edition as this president, as I was saying, of the Ribas Piera Prize. Gary Hildebrand is the Peter Louis Hornbeck Professor at the Harvard Graduate School of Design and the current chair of the GSD's Department of Landscape Architecture. He's also a principal of Reed Hildebrand, a landscape architecture studio in Cambridge and New Haven that has been awarded extensively. Professor Hildebrand has helped position the role of landscape architecture in reconciling intellectual and cultural traditions with the contemporary forces of urbanization and change. As a teacher, designer, and critic, Hildebrand conveys his passion for the history of landscape architecture and its future potential wherever he works. He leads commissions that draw inspiration from American landscape architecture traditions while confronting the major global crisis of our time: climate emergency and environmental justice. Since co-founding Reed Hildebrand in the 2000s with Douglas Reed, he has been responsible for several projects that enrich and advance urban forestry practices across scales, from a single plaza to an entire district or city. Thank you, Gary. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Eladia. Buenas tardes. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to address this crowd. I want to thank the Scientific and Executive Committee, especially for putting our educational programs on par with our very best practices around the world. It's been extremely inspiring to see curriculum presented by such passionate teachers. I was intrigued by the prompt of natural intelligence, especially by the presence of a question mark and an exclamation point. And I want to address it. It's timely for me. I can't address AI. I'm not prepared to do that. In fact, many days I feel as if I'm in a fog. I appreciate Bruno's optimism, and it's not hard to be optimistic on a day like today here. As an American, politically, I feel like I'm in a fog. And as a citizen of the world, with respect to climate and justice, I'm also in a fog, but I'm looking for answers. First, I want to connect natural intelligence with the agency of all of the actors in the, quote, more than human world in which we operate. In his 1908 address as president of the British Association for the Advancement of Science, Francis Darwin, Charles Darwin's son, stated the following: "We must believe that in plants there exists a faint copy of what we call consciousness in ourselves," end quote. I ask, do you believe this? Do plants have consciousness? Francis Darwin is suggesting that in the evolutionist frame of survival of the fittest, a phrase coined earlier by Herbert Spencer, species adaptations for survival include choices to be made on the basis of circumstances such as drought, excess moisture, temperature, depletion of nutrients, predation, and competition for space or resources. Katerina introduced this quite nicely. Plants make choices. I want to link this with a more contemporary discussion of agency, and then I'll return to intelligence more specifically. We know from Bruno, Latour, and others that we can understand agency as the power to act. Latour, though, wants to dehumanize agency and conscript it to nature. Nature's agency to act with intelligence, implied. More recently, scholars and philosophers in the social and physical sciences are telling us that nature has far greater agency than designers do. I'm here to dispute that. But it's an open question. With the climate crisis, I'm tempted to agree, and I'll even try to provoke that for you, but with a caveat. Yes, nature has agency. There's no question. Nature has intelligence. But so do we mere mortals, and more on this too. Hopefully, we can apply human intelligence in ways that are better than we have done in the past. If the ecologist and philosopher David Abrams' phrase from the 1990s, the, quote, more than human world, was perhaps the jumpstart of the path to the agency of non-humans, it was the historian Donna Haraway's work, she was mentioned this morning, around the same time that brought weight and thrust to rigorous condemnations of the Anthropocene, well-deserved. And if Latour is the favorite of the architects, or maybe no longer, it's a bit old now, I would say the writer Anna Singh's work resonates most with landscape architecture students in my side of the world. Her book, The Mushroom at the End of the World, on the possibility of life in the capitalist ruins, captivates on very many levels, connecting anthropology, ecology, agriculture, and microeconomics through a reading of the agency and commodity of the matsutake mushroom in supply chains in Japan, Finland, and the Pacific Northwest. For me, some scholars in this more than human sphere travel too far, and so I'll take a stand on this. Peter Waldman's very popular book, and you have all read it, The Hidden Life of Trees, simply goes too far when he gets to mother trees, as he calls them, and matters of personification. He speaks of trees as having feelings. I can't agree with that. So let's make some distinctions. Trees are not sentient beings. They have no consciousness. So if your definition of natural intelligence requires consciousness, like Francis Darwin's does, conversation might stop right there. But plants do exhibit natural intelligence, and we've heard several times now about that. Through their interconnectedness of their root and neural networks, their so-called communication systems, their capacity to work together to survive potential catastrophic stresses, those are reliable. A certain power to act individually and collectively. This requires a kind of intelligence. For the sake of this argument, let's see our fundamental medium in landscape architecture, earth and soil, as permeable, porous, networked, systemic, infrastructural, interdependent, and full of active microbiological activity that is mutually responsive to the intelligent root network. Do we even have a choice but to think this way about soil in the city? The polymath physicist Stephen Gurin of the Santa Fe Institute and Harvard University Department of Geology has suggested to me that the neural soil networks are, in a way, computational. By adapting to drought or moisture or pathogens or heat or seasonal change, exploiting their networks and churning energy in search of good ecological health outcomes. They do that. I'm not sure. I'm kind of on the edge of believability with respect to computation. Can natural intelligence, if it exists in this way, help to rescue us from the polycrisis of climate vulnerability and environmental justice? Or, if you could allow me to reverse this question, is natural intelligence causing the Earth to push back at us for the harm we've done to the earth. I'll illustrate this with a quote. The Pakistani novelist Amitav Ghosh, in his 2016 book, The Great Derangement, Climate Change and the Unthinkable, sees this kind of break between human agency and nature as catastrophic. And he says this about how the earth and its climatic forces are pushing back in our anthropogenic ways. Can the timing of Latour's actor network theory and the new animism be mere coincidence? Or is the synchronicity an indication that there are entities in the world like forests that are fully capable of inserting themselves into our processes of thought? And if that were so, could it not also be said that the earth itself has intervened to revise those habits of thought that are based on the Cartesian dualism that arrogates all intelligence and agency to humans while denying those to every other kind of being? Later he says climate change challenges and refutes Enlightenment ideas. It's quite powerful. He's a novelist, he's a storyteller. And I believe that he's using a metaphor of the Earth's natural intelligence telling us we have gone too far. So it's a provocation rather than a truth. I want to turn to the topic of urban forestry, which was mentioned, to make my final point. Can we think of the city as a regrowth forest, occupied mutually by humans and the more than human, both forming the fabric and the form of the city, and both working to adapt to the changing climate? Finally, while I'm agreeing that nature has propulsive agency, I want to further press the case for the continued agency of designers in coexistence with that of nature. My professional experience allows me to insist that we have that agency. With my Rewilded partner, Eric Kramer, and other colleagues in the firm, plus specialists in LIDAR information, climate science, and conservation law, we led a 3-year project for our city, Cambridge, Massachusetts. It's not a big project. It's not a big city, 140,000. Aimed at finding ways to stem the startling decline of the urban canopy and to devise ways to expand shade in the name of climate resiliency. It was a data-driven project with extensive community participation. There are tons of forestry advocates in Cambridge. You can imagine why. We have just been commissioned to execute a 5-year update to this framework. I believe we had agency in this project because we directly affected city policy, governance, and practices. We helped the City Council rewrite its tree protection ordinance to provide for more stringent controls on tree removal and mitigation from both private and public property. The city hired a forester while we were doing this work. They went from planting 600 trees a year to 1,200. Not enough. In Barcelona, from 1860 to 1900, 54,000 London plane trees were planted. I'd say that's the kind of work we need. But in a small city, 600 to 1,200 is a good start. They built a tree nursery. They're growing their own trees, along with a composting facility that allows them to utilize liquid biological amendments citywide. They created a watering brigade, and they bought 4 electric bikes equipped with water bags so they can water trees during the day. And they built a soils management regime that is producing a more permeable, ecologically healthy soil network. And we can't have the kind of city I described a few minutes ago without that. They then enlisted the largest landowners in the city, the Massachusetts Institute of Technology and Harvard University, in this drive for the expansion of the tree canopy. Finally, if agency is the creative capacity to act towards meaningful change in institutions or in society, I think we've done it in Cambridge. Nature has a chance to thrive there again with our help. And I think this example comports with the idea of distributed agency, which was also mentioned earlier, as discussed in the literature and social sciences more generally. It reflects shared agency by designers, city officials, various stakeholders, and the trees themselves and the soil network that they thrive in. All networked, all interdependent, and intelligent. I see the city as a working, thriving, dynamic, bountiful, and intelligent forest, working in kinship with designers toward the intelligent aim of survival. So let's not be deranged any longer. This is the 25th year of Hildebrand, and I feel proud of that. We're 25 years young. I'm going to end with some images of the work. And this is a big project in the Buffalo Bayou portion of Houston, where we are essentially reinserting natural process in the middle of the city, in a place which was, in fact, extremely degraded. And we're bringing back industrial relics with programs like the Hispanic Archive of the Houston Public Library on the water, along with a boating facility. In Tampa, we have made a great shopping street with 96 sizable live oak trees with encapsulated soils, but with enough soil and enough provision for life support that these trees will survive extreme temperatures and many decades of abuse, frankly. And we manage a storm about 340 days a year and temperatures over 42 degrees Celsius. We have rebuilt a portion of the Boston waterfront in ways that allow people to understand the rise of the tide. They can actually get their feet wet on it. We have built a park in Beacon, New York, where there was no soil. There was simply basalt rock, which allows brackish water to rise every time the tide is up, which is twice a day. The park floods at least 8 days a year, and just these buttresses remain dry, but we've managed to make it resilient. All of this is manufactured soil, carefully graded to give an environmental justice community a new relationship to the Hudson River. Sometimes we are hiding the works. In this case, we have a water feature at the Clark Art Institute, which is a working landscape, which flushes the toilets, provides processed water for 4 buildings. You don't see any of that. It just looks like a pretty place. And we created something of a pedestrian zone out of a back alley at the MIT campus. This is the Poetry Foundation in Chicago. Again, encapsulated soils, but with sufficient life support to grow 2 species of trees in a garden that gives a little bit of expression to the fact that they need air, moisture, and soil beneath the pavement. This is a recreation of Lever House, Gordon Bunshaft's 1953 high-rise in New York City on Park Avenue, completely renewed, and a small pair of forests in the middle of the city. This is a sculpture park in Ohio, which will become a public site in years to come. With an amazing collection. This is a Grade 1 listed heritage project in Berkshire County in the UK called Marsh Court, designed by Srebu Lutchins and Gertrude Gkoltsiou. A complete restoration on the grade listed portions of the site and new interventions of substantial scale on the outskirts of the property. This was the Soils Project, and we were rescuing about 75 cedar elms that had become that were volunteers. We took more than 100 out, and we created a soil environment and a grading situation which would allow the root systems to collectively thrive in newly made, intervened-in soil. And this is a project that was built in a quarry, and we simply used the tailings from the quarry to organize the garden. This is another part of that garden. And this is more recent work now at Longwood Gardens. This portion is a 1,000-foot-long alley of several species of trees, rebuilding an important historic garden in Pennsylvania. And inside, the new conservatory by Weiss Manfredi, the creation of a Mediterranean garden in Pennsylvania. You might scratch your head on that. We think it's okay. And finally, this is work with the Akanadi native tribe in northern Maine at the base of Mount Katahdin, the end of the Appalachian Trail. It's called a contact station, or we call it Katahdin Woods and Waters. And this project was done with the full knowledge of indigenous people. It took 1 year longer than we would have normally taken because of the protocols of working with native intelligence, I'd say. But we have been educated in this way. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary, for sharing your work and your wisdom with us through this inspiring lecture. Now it's time to introduce the Rosa Barba Prize finalists, awarding authors of built landscape architecture projects that represent the best professional practices worldwide. Those that better reflect on how to address climate change mitigation and how landscape can become a primary tool to achieve it. The prize, as you all know, takes its name after Rosa Barba, who's actually the responsible of Gary being involved with the biennial, as you both met in Cambridge, and she brought you to Barcelona, as I understand it. Rosa Barba, it is also thanks to Rosa Barba that landscape architecture is taught at the Barcelona School of Architecture. She was the founder of the International Landscape Biennial and died still young the year after creating the event. We start this session of presentation of finalists with the project Waterscape Park in Tushemist, Albania, I don't know if I pronounce it well, by João Nunes.
Sorry, it's urban balcony Turenscape.
Good afternoon, distinguished guests. I am Yuan from Turenscape. It is my profound honor to represent the legacy of Professor Yu and our dedicated team. Professor Yu was originally scheduled to deliver this presentation. He personally guided this project from design to operation, and nurturing a deep connection to this rewilded landscape that embodied his vision for ecological harmony. But his sudden passing 2 months ago has led me to step into this role today. Now, we carry forward his spirit as we present the Xi'an Yan'an Park, urban balcony embracing the rewilded nature. Xi'an stands as one of the world's oldest cities, with a history of continuous habitation and a storied past of the capitals of 13 dynasties. Today, however, it must tackle the modern challenges come with the rapid expansion into a megacity. Its metropolitan area is now home to over 13 million people. This expansion is characterized by dense residential clusters, extensive infrastructure, and rising environmental challenge. The Yannan Park, located in Xi'an's southern district, embodies a transformative response to these pressures. The park is located in a dense populated area with the Zaohe River, one of Xi'an's vital waterways, flowing directly through the site. The 80-hectare site, almost 200 acres, was once a severely damaged construction wasteland. It sits between major urban structures, an elevated highway to the north, a straight concrete river channel to the east, and high residential buildings to the west. In 2016, the city government launched a design initiative with 3 key goals: to restore the local ecosystem by reviving habitat and bring back native plants and wildlife, to create inclusive public space for the recreation and culture, and finally, to enhance urban climate resilience. This last goal involves building a large-scale stormwater management system in line with China's Spawn City concept, which captures rainwater to reduce flooding, replenish groundwater, and cool the area through plant life. To achieve these goals, we faced 4 main challenges. The first, as mentioned earlier, was the disconnected urban environment. The site was cut off by the surrounding high-rises, the elevated highway, and the rigid concrete channel, which created both ecological and physical divide. The second challenge was ecological degradation. The land had been severely impacted, consisting mainly of compacted soil and construction debris, which made it very difficult for the health ecosystem to establish or for plants to grow successfully. The third challenge was hydrological risk. Xi'an's monsoon climate brings heavy summer storms. These intense rainfall events often overwhelm the drainage channel, a problem made worse by the city's extensive paved surface that prevent urban water absorption. The fourth challenge involved community needs. The social service reveals a wide range of public needs for recreation. These include activities like Tai Chi and jogging, the children's playground, and cultural events, and even requests for evening markets. Initiated in 2016 and substantially completed by 2024, the Yannan Park exemplifies a remarkable urban transformation. The design of Yannan Park is articulated through 5 complementary strategies that together transform the wasteland into a multi-layered, rewilded landscape. These strategies are the urban balcony, ravines and hills, the rewilded drainage, vegetation strategy, and the parks and skywalk network. The first is the urban balcony. A 50-meter wide, 1,500 meter long urban balcony defines the park's western edge, right next to the dense residential area. Think of it both as a public stage for communities and a green buffer zone. It beautifully connects the bustling city and the peaceful park inside. The surface of the balcony is made of permeable gravel, which helps the rainwater to soak back into the earth. Above, an orderly planting of 20,000 Chinese scholar trees provides ample shades, improve air qualities, and nods to the trees' traditional symbolism of wisdom and long life in Chinese culture. Along the balcony, you will see the pavilions, playgrounds, and exercise sports and modular seatings. These vibrant, modular fiberglass seats create inviting spaces where people of all ages gather naturally. The social life here has its own rhythm. Tai Chi and joggers at dawn, families at midday, and public dances, performances, and evening markets later on. The daily and seasonal rhythm has turned the balcony into a living public space that changes throughout the day. Stepping down from the urban balcony, the visitors find themselves amidst Rewilded nature. Beyond social use, the balcony also serves as a green infrastructure, cooling adjacent towers, intercepting the rainwater directed into the ravines, and providing habitats beneath its canopy. In its dual role, it shows how landscape edges can be transformed into a productive urban living room, a place which are both socially vibrant and ecologically smart. The second strategy is ravines and hills. The park's interior is reshaped into a mosaic of ravines and hills, characteristic of Xi'an's Loess landform, creatively built from recycled construction materials. This turns waste into a productive landscape, creating both ecological and cultural value. Specifically, the ravines serve as a nature stormwater corridor. They are planted with the special grasses, reeds, and shrubs that can clean the rainwater, slow it down, and help it soak back into the earth. During heavy rains, the ravine briefly become visible streams, turning water management into a public site and a learning opportunity. During drier times, they remain as vital green corridor for nature. The hills, meanwhile, introduce new topography to the once flat area. They provide slopes for play and running and offers new vantage points with views of both the city's skyline and the park's own diverse landscape. The elevated sport facilities are positioned on hilltops and connected by a skywalk, creating a unique active recreation zone. Across the year, the seasonal plants and the native growths add changing colors and textures to the slopes. Together, this sculpted terrain demonstrates how landforms can merge the practical use, like water management and recreation, with poetic beauty. The third strategy is Rewilded drainage. Along the eastern boundary, what was once a rigid concrete channel has been transformed into a thriving, Rewilded riparian corridor. This area, previously barren and inaccessible, now serves as a living waterway seamlessly integrated into the park system. The transformation process involves softening and regrading the riverbanks, removing the impermeable edges, and strategically introducing tree islands, reeds, sedges, and shrubs. Seasonal wetlands now teem with amphibians, birds, and insects. The rainwater from the ravines naturally feeds the channel, sustaining the vegetation and enhancing infiltration. For the residents, this Rewilded drainage provides a unique opportunity for ecological immersion right within walking distance of their homes. It allows people to observe the seasonal flooding, the plant succession, and wildlife return firsthand, fostering a deeper understanding of the nature process. At the same time, it continues to fulfill its critical function of flood regulation, exemplifying the principle of infrastructure renaturing, turning the gray flood control infrastructure into a biodiverse public space, benefits both people and nature. Here is how the previous three strategies work together. The urban balcony created a tree-land civic public space that merged the public life with nature cooling, while the ravines and hills reuse the debris to form terrains that manages the storm water and provides scenic recreation. The Rewilded drainage serves as a living waterway that reconnecting the nature to the urban neighborhood. And the fourth is the vegetation strategy. The park's vegetation system combines structural planting, rewilded succession, and productive species to form a resilient urban ecosystem rich in cultural meaning. Along the balcony, you will see the shaded walkway provided by scholarly rows. These trees not only provide cooling, but also carry deep cultural meaning. On the slopes and transitional areas, we have introduced fruit trees such as persimmons, apples, and crab apples. This creates a shared food source for both residents and the birds, blending the farming tradition with contemporary urban life. Across the ravines, hills, and wetlands, vegetation is guided by hydrology and natural colonization. Grasses, reeds, and shrubs, pioneer trees, self-organize into a dynamic mosaic adapted to the wet-dry gradient. On ground level, we allow natural colonization to occur, meaning wildflowers and native plants can establish themselves without any irrigation. The maintenance approach is intentionally minimal. No irrigation systems are installed. We only conduct safety pruning and occasionally control of invasive species. This low-input strategy ensures that the parks remain as a self-sustaining urban oasis that can withstand climate variation while staying rooted in local culture. The fifth is the parks and the skywalk network. The connectivity of the park is achieved through a two-level system, ground pathways and an elevated skywalk, providing accessibility and multi-layered visitor experience. On ground level, the prefabricated permeable pathways weave through the meadows, woodlands, and wetlands. They minimize the disturbance while immersing the visitors in rewilded vegetation. Through changes in width, culture, and elevation, they provide a new rhythm, alternating between intimate spaces with open views. Above, a skywalk runs alongside the urban balcony, connecting the ravines and hills in an elevated loop. It's not just for walking, it also supports park operations and provides sweeping vistas where the city skyline meets with the restored natural habitat. And together, the circulation system is more than infrastructure. It also acts as a guide tool, encourage close encounter between people and nature, teaching hydrology, succession, and ecological interdependence through embodied experience. The integrated application of these 5 strategies has catalyzed a profound transformation across the site. Post-implementation monitoring and field surveys confirmed the project's dual ecological and infrastructural value. From design to operation, landscape has served as a primary tool for climate change mitigation. The terrain reconfiguration enabled on-site reuse of over 200,000 tons of construction debris, totally avoiding the emission from transport and landfill disposal. Through establishment of multi-layered native plant vegetation in a community, the vegetation now captures about 480 tons of carbon per year. A shift from conventional high-input horticulture to nature-based low-maintenance management has yielded significant saving, over $330,000 annually in upkeep costs. A comprehensive stormwater management system now captures, infiltrates, purifies, and reuses over 90% of the annual runoff, while an added 25,000 cubic meter of detention capacity enhances urban resilience to extreme rainfall. At the same time, the Yan'an Park totally realized our original goal of rewilding. Comparing the site condition from 2016 to the present clearly shows the increasing diverse vegetation types. The native plants now flourish with minimal human intervention, providing the habitats for the return of birds, amphibians, and pollinators. Once opened, the park immediately became one of Xi'an's most popular parks, receiving over 2 million people per year, and on holidays, the number of visitors can exceed 20,000. This year, the Yan'an Park was voted by the Xi'an residents as the best park for autumn foliage. Through conversation with hundreds of park users, we have gained insight into their profiles and preferences. Over 65% of the nearby residents are weekly visitors, often arriving within 15 minutes on foot or by bike, and enjoying stays of 1 to 3 hours. Our service also explores the diverse ways in which the visitors engage with the park. About 70% of the participants say that they come sometimes just to stay here and enjoy the Rewilded nature. Over half of the visitors choose to participate in various physical activities. Additionally, about 36% of the visitors bring their children to the park, a place where the young can learn about the wild flowers and grasses and strengthen family bonds through shared immersion in nature. Other park-goers engage with the space in more personal ways, playing musical instruments among the trees, bring their pets to explore the natural grounds, and capturing the changing beauty of seasons through photography. In conclusion, this project exemplifies how urban wasteland and infrastructure voids can be imagined as ecological and social assets. By combining rewilding principle with logical performances, the Yan'an Park offers a globally relevant model for the cities confronting climate crisis, ecological degradation, and the need for socially vibrant public spaces in the Anthropocene. Finally, the presentation will end with a video segment. Video, please.
At the heart of the megacity Xi'an, an urban town of debris, a lifeless concrete drain reborn as a rewilded, low-budget urban oasis. 1 square building in size, where a 1,500-meter long balcony spreads across 4 city blocks, bridging people and nature. The transformation is dramatic. Barren ground is now a living landscape. Most of the scenes define gatherings where children play and elders practice fighting. Below, the wild nature takes over. Bioswales filter the stormwater. Passes wind through tall grasses. The curves debris forms ravines and hills. Connected by skywalks and sports terraces, these stormwater-fed ravines bloom with diverse flora, create a living sponge that heals the planet and vitalizes the community.
Thank you very much.
That was Yuan that together with Sangjun, Turenscape presented their urban balcony embracing Rewilded nature. I had just one job to read names and places and I failed. I'm sorry. Need new glasses or new brain, whatever. We have now 10 minutes break and we come back to follow with the finalists. Thank you. The second finalist. So the second finalist presented this afternoon is, guess what, Waterscape Park in Tucson, Albania, and will be presented by Joao Nunes and Iñaki Zoilo, pro-up.
Buenas tardes. Muchas gracias por la generosidad de la selección. Muchas gracias por estarnos todos juntos una otra vez. I think that I don't speak English very well. I don't speak Spanish very well. I don't speak nothing very well anymore, so I think I could speak English. And I would start with a very brief introduction. I think that if there is a reason for us to be together here, beyond the one of celebrating our shared passion for the profession to which we have dedicated our lives, landscape architecture, that reason is certainly not the unwealthy competitiveness of architects' egos, but rather the message that we can pass on those who are starting out this profession and who will shape the future, and whom I see gathered here in a very, very large number, including some dear ex-students whom I embrace now. And this message may be to convey the significance of what we do to communities and the significance of how we do it. I would like to make it clear that this project that I'm presenting today, with Iñaki Zoilo, my dear partner, could be seen as a manifesto against spectacular architecture and the acrobatics that go into producing it, and in favor of simplicity, which consists of seeking to eliminate the beauty of things that already exist in places, not to make them seem greater than they are, but to save them from the smallness to which, because they are simple, this world intoxicated by spectacular images and lies, has condemned them. I have always asked myself why the message conveyed in the first encounter of the third degree between God and humanity, the Mose episode, had as first theme of talk, and I'm referring to the only episode that was mentioned in the specialistic literature. This first theme addressed not to worship images before any other kind of threat. It was before you will not kill, before you will not rob, before everything. It was you will not worship images. Like if images had a perverse power greater than all the temptations for the possible crimes of humanity. Well, I think that now we know why. We live in a world where truth and lie have become a secondary and clearly unimportant decoration of a central figure, image, and where the bigger than life and twice as real has become the cross-cutting support for the functioning of relationships. It is in this context that we propose this project, designed for local populations and their rescue from abandonment and inequality, for the extraordinary beauty that the abandonment was beginning to threaten, carried out with almost no financial resources, if I'm not mistaken, with a cost around 16 euros per square meter, but with an extraordinary resource, the will, the passion, and the dedication of the client, represented here by our project manager, Rosa, from the AED that I called to join us, and by the Vice Mayor Pascolino of Progadec, also here present, who represents the interest of the community and the deep system of relationships that have been established between us during this project. Blady, sit with us here. It's a pleasure to have you here. Therefore, this is a manifesto against spectacular architecture and the correspondent culture of image. So it is not a project about trees or water or people or soil or building or paving materials, but rather about the relationships that can be proposed between these actors of a new function. Mature trees meet new trees, both meet the sun and the wind and the people and the effects of their passage. Between the pre-existing soil and the new soil, new relations are designed, and between both and the water that now functions well. Relationships between all of these actors, all the non-human communities and the human communities in a site that, being a very high responsible site, because it is a UNESCO site, it is a natural protected environment, and it is a monumental national landscape. It was endangered. So we can start. This works. Yes, it does. The story starts with a competition, like almost all our works. There was this competition that was launched by the American Albanian Development Fund to try to research about a problematic area. This is one of the CEOs of the Albanian Development Fund. The problems that were addressed by the competition were about this extraordinary site at the south of the Ohrid Lake, very close to the border of Albania with Macedonia and Greece. This extraordinary site was endangered in many different ways, and the most important one was perhaps the danger of tourism and the beginning of the massification of tourism. Trying to understand exactly where we are. We are also in a site of intense agriculture, still light, not severely industrialized agriculture, but still with some contamination power that we can deal with. We are here. We are in a vast and beautiful plain, very rich in terms of fertility of agriculture, the Pogradec's plain, and we are at the east end of this plain, when the plain touches a karstic system. And the problems that we had, you can see some buildings on the right end of the image, were many. Those were some of the problems, the construction that was starting to invade this area, but also the fact that there was a private villa of the ex-dictator Enver Hoxha, no relation with Blady, who had this summer villa here, and around a park that should become a public park. But to make a private park become a public park is sometimes a tricky thing. And apart from this transformation on the land, there were other problems that were identified, problems that we were synthesizing on these diagrams as we were learning. And we were learning because it is, of course, impossible for us to work in Albania without Albanian friends. So our project managers and our clients, once that we won the competition, they became actually our partners who started to help us to understand the site, to understand the culture, to understand the people, and to make us become more and more Pokerdexians. Well, these problems were about the fact that the waterfront was becoming massively built with high buildings, projecting a shadow on the beach, and we were trying to solve that. These are very easy conceptual arguments, trying to suggest that instead of building along the waterfront, we could build a second waterfront on the back by the enlargement of a channel, and to promote a perpendicular way of developing. At the same time, we were concluding that the small park, the private park, could enlarge significantly to become a public area. Apart from these, the challenges were involving the fact that everything was not well managed, abandoned, with all kinds of problems, drainage problems. So we were using the fact that we really needed to transform the park and qualify it, to enlarge it and to create conditions of a better load-carrying capacity. But there were extraordinary things in the park already, like some very nice mature trees, and extraordinary water. And it was about editing, fixing, not spoiling, and trying to contain our temptation of changing into something that should enlighten the beauty of what already existed, solving problems without raising new ones. I'm completely lost. One of the problems and one of the challenges was, of course, the condition of water. Water was contaminated, was full of waste deposits. There were fish farmings inside the site. Many of the water surfaces had been covered by sediments or by invasive plants. So there was a work of rediscovering this water potential. Fish farming, okay. Pollution of all kinds, eutrophication. And many uses that could be well, the way that we were trying to understand it was a way where we were actually from the argument of the park to increase the performance of the water functioning, the water quality, the use of water. As we are in a very well hydrological managed lake, we could really be very close to the water because flooding was not an issue. So we could develop a park that touches the water always, a park that is developed with the water, inside the water. At the same time, to work on social inclusion and on developing low-impact tourism, and to develop also codification on the ecological aspects of the site. There was this collaborative approach that I think that Blady could describe better than I.
Actually, since we were having a very special park, which also for the Albanian American development was the first of its kind, because it integrated a biosphere reserve landscape, protected area, and the UNESCO site. You know, initially it was very difficult for the communities and the authorities to understand, because basically what we're trying to convey them is that in this case, although there was a lot of protection, the protection was not working well because the community was not making good use of it, and the site was being deteriorated. So it was our approach in the beginning that to inspire them to see the landscape architecture in our case not as a limit to development, but as a foundation to development that could put things back into track which they weren't. And for many times people have been hesitating. And that's why we went through too many rounds of consultation with central government, local government, communities, UNESCO itself, just to have a common understanding about what the area can be turned into using all the technical skills that João team brought to us.
So there was, of course, also the direct involvement of the population of the site and of the historical village of Tushmisht, which was part of the problem. But let me tell you more clearly what was the operation. So we are in this beautiful plain. We can see. No, it doesn't work. There should be a small animation here. That doesn't work, but I will tell you just the same. The operation was described as an operation of extending the network of channels, of water channels, taking away the vehicular circulation from the waterfront, creating a second waterfront on the back of the touristic development, connecting the historical village of Tushmisht, and promoting a park that is made of paths of water to be used by boat and paths of land and islands to be used on foot. Of course, the result of this is, first of all, an approach system. We took away the traffic. We created a bypass that goes around the side of the park. It's this road that does this. It goes all around the park, and it connects, because it was an important road with many trucks. It was the connection between Albania and Macedonia, and it was passing just in front of the lake, just between the villages and the touristic development and the beach. So it was fundamental to take it away and to create conditions to have an absolute continuity in terms of public space between the lake and the park. This was the first big operation, a difficult operation that involved central government and that involved extra financing. We took away the traffic and developed spots that would be spots to leave the cars. So people arrive, they leave their cars, and they get into the park, which is a very complex system of water bodies, of small navigation channels, islands, and ridges, and they move without car between this interface and the lake. So it is an access to the lake.
It is an access to the touristic new development area, it is an access to the touristic zone, and it is a park on itself. So this is the first problem that had to be solved. It's a contamination problem. This was beautiful, but the water that was arriving to our site was a bad quality water, full with garbage, filled with waste, filled with all kinds of dirty things. So it was important to create an interception system to take away everything and to decontaminate and to allow that the water that would pass into our system would be clean, absolutely clean and pure water, as the water of the lake, which is an extraordinary good quality water, but that was being threatened by the arrival of all these things. So this big change in the quality of the water allowed us also to increase the quality of all the vegetation that was missing. We had invasive vegetation, and we could discover a set of new channels, opening new channels and discovering old ones that were invisible, creating this structure of islands, an archipelago that could be connected. So this is the structure of the second big work. It's the bypass that it's designed around the site. So we have this site that can be all used with a slow kind of mobility. But the main idea was to allow its use with boats, so people could actually rent a boat or take their own boats and use the park as the boating system. They could go and have a coffee with the boat, and they could have a lunch, and they could go to the beach using the boat as a transport. Of course, we can also use the park by land, on foot or on bicycle. And in order to do that, infrastructures were needed. So several bridges were built, nice bridges, very simple bridges. They are absolutely the essential infrastructure. They serve also to guide through the channels and across the channels all the infrastructures that are needed to make the park function, so the water, to the drinkable water, the energy is guided through the bridges. This is about design and cost control. We were using traditional practices as whenever we could, and traditional materials, not real for a nostalgic kind of approach, but because this could enable us to involve people from the site and to be sure that the maintenance would be very easy to do because it would include traditional practices. Well, I think that this idea that what we were doing was to redesign relations between the existing water and the new water, the existing trees and the new trees, the existing islands and the new islands, is pretty much what describes better. The idea was to change everything and disappear, change everything and present a result like if there was no project. Nevertheless, there was a project, and there was an enormous effort of construction. This is our construction team. We had to change the soil. We had to change the soil inside the channels. We had to purify the water. We had to contain the margins. We had to change the vegetation. We had to change the topography. We had to change the circulation system. So basically, we had to change everything so that everything would remain the same. The design framework, and this is I like very much this because it shows the complexity of the water system and the archipelago of islands that we can now use as a continuous path. And I also like the way that the new merges with the old and the traditional merges with the contemporary. in something that I believe could be described as a new extraordinary public space that can have a very high power of requalification, not only the site, but mainly the life of people. We are in a design framework where these paths are made of permeable material for pedestrian circulation and bicycle circulation, where rowboats have these margins. I don't know if you noticed these margins that are made with a salix kind of nest that allows to contain the dangers of erosions of the margins, even produced by the approach of boats, with an extreme low cost and a very good result, and very easy to keep because it is part of the local vocabulary. The system of paths is very hierarchical in the sense that it enables us to contact, to interface with the high circulation infrastructures, and then creates this spot in the middle where we can use only very, very low impact infrastructures. The design was thinking always about the site as a self-drained site, so there is no discontinuities between the water flow in the surface. It was enhance the capacity of holding water of the islands, of the dry land, but as flooding is not an issue, drainage is globally made always by all the contact between land and water. Allowing boats to touch the land in every place that is desired, and creating this very nice way of passing that was also used to the dimension of our bridges. The paths are designed in a way that they have absolutely transversal accessibility, so that all ages and all kinds of problems can never stop people from using the park. Very small architectures were developed using local wood to hold the infrastructures that were needed, like bathrooms and other spots for kids to play and to create spaces protected from the rain. Here a detail of the margins. And, trying to point out these points of the Sustainable Development Goals, I think that the park responds to basically all that were possible to increase in this situation. The park was, I believe, something that brought to this area, to this site, and to this city a new energy and a new hope that was starting to miss, and that was starting to escape from the life of people. Abandonment was not only seen in the physical facts of the park, but only the social structure, and the inversion of the economical energy of the city was an urgency. So the park was set up also with the help of the community and their representatives as something that takes landscape very seriously, not only as a performance discipline that works with earth and with plants and with water and with energy, but that works also with economy, that works also with productivity, that works also with the notion of the power that we have beyond image. Thank you so much.
We are clearly helping the local populations and the local communities of creatures with whom we are sharing our space, our world. We are really helping them to have a healthier place to live.
Në përgjithësi, pas ndërhyrjeve, edhe problemet si dhe tjetë gjithë, ka qenë shumë e thjeshtë dhe pastrimi dhe heqja e gjithë mbetjeve në të park. Plus edhe unë mbarë më për shkak ndërhyrjes që ka ndodhur në shtesat nëntoksore dhe gjithçka akoma me përsosur. Është si nata me ditën çfarë ka ndodhur përpara.
Tani kur është bërë restaurimi i parkut, është pastruar uji, janë bërë urat edhe në burimin ai kanë pastruar rrugën. Kemi më shumë mundësi për xhiro me parkun.
Parku më përpara nuk ka qenë kaq i mirë organizuar sa që sot. Dhe kjo krijon një hapësirë tjetër, më të mirë, për të vizituar klientët dhe për të kaluar kohën, sepse janë ndërtuar ura lidhëse, është rregulluar parku, janë restauruar rrugët dhe është bërë një rehabilitim i plotë.
Tashmë ka një pikë informacioni për turistët, ku gjithkush edhe nëse vin privatisht pa ture të organizuara mund të gjejnë informacionet çfarë mund të bëjnë vetë për qark, dhe kjo mendoj që është gjëja më e mirë që ne mund t'i ofrojmë vendit tonë.
Mendoj që investimi është një investim i mençur, është një investim elegant, por njëkohësisht edhe funksional, i cili rrit vlerat e habitatit natyror dhe nuk e kufizon vlerën e tij. Urat, mendoj që janë një nga highlightet e këtij parku në të prezantim të ri të tij, sepse mund të sojnë komunikimin midis zonave dhe ky komunikim midis zonave rrit fleksibilitetin e udhëtarit, e vizitorit.
Është do thoja unë pasazhi më i madh pedonal që mund të kemi në gjithë rajonin Okër, Presp dhe Mtutje. Pra, këtu mund të ecësh për gati orë, duke bërë le të themi këto pasarerat e gjata që ofrohen sot në këtë lloj mesazhi.
Kemi parë këtë projekt bashkë me gjithë specialistët dhe me ekspertët më të mirë që janë të vendit dhe të huaj dhe konsiderojmë një nga projektet më të mira që është zhvilluar në Pogradec, po edhe në gjithë Shqipërinë.
At the foundation, we are aware and we are also convinced that this is only the beginning of many more projects to come, all over the country, of a similar nature, to discover, to enjoy and to cherish. This model will be a cornerstone in such development in the future.
Thank you so much.
The next finalist is Parco della Pace in Vicenza, Veneto, Italy, by PAN Associati, Gaetano Saleri, Benedetto Saleri, Studi Martí Frank Arquitectura del Paisatge, Studio Franco Zagari, ITS Engineering Company, Giustino Moro, Andrea De Pin, and Claudio Bertorelli.
Thank you, everyone. It's an enormous pleasure to be among all these people we admire, sitting on the ground and sitting there. And we are extremely happy to present this project. The presentation will take part in 3 parts. First, we will talk about the skeleton of the park, the conceptual part, then the making of, and finally we will dream about the future of the project.
Buonasera. I don't speak English very well, but 2 words about Vicenza for young people. Vicenza, forse la conoscete, è una città della provincia veneta, della ricca provincia veneta, di 110.000 abitanti. È collocata ai piedi delle Alpi, ha una bellissima collina a sud di Monteberico, ma soprattutto è famosa perché è la città di Andrea Palladio e ci sono moltissimi monumenti di Andrea Palladio a Vicenza. Palladio sapete che ha costruito l'architettura rinascimentale e diffuso l'architettura neoclassica in tutta l'Europa e in tutto il mondo. E, i palazzi più famosi sono la Basilica, il Teatro Olimpico, la Rotonda e poi tantissimi altri palazzi, quindi è una piccola capitale del Rinascimento italiano ed è un sito dell'UNESCO dal 94.
Okay, the Vicenza Parco della Pace, it's a 65-hectare park. It's situated to the north. It's clearly a metropolitan park. It's not in the center, and it's bordered by the river Bacchiglioni. It used to be an airport that was open just before the First World War, and it was used until the year 2000. By the year, I would say 2006, the American government asked to open a 3rd military base in Vicenza on the surface of this airport, and there was a massive citizens' campaign against this new American base, to the point that they took on the Palladium, the Basilica de Palladio, symbolically. But guess what? The American base ended up by being in the airport and took, as you can see in the image, half of it, right? The site, and this is very important, the site is quite flat. It has 65 hectares, and that's the most important point of what I'm going to say today. We had a budget of 15 euros per square meter. Yeah? 15 euros per square meter. I want to say that because that makes a clear cut about what is in the strategy of landscape when you have such precarious amount of money to invest, and also how many other places you can inspire by working with such low budget. The initial concept of that helped winning the competition, which later evolved, was the idea of having kind of a center-intensive park, the core, and then some naturalized area. But this was led by the exemplary process of participation, very much led by the ASPRO practicing there and all the rest of the team, that for 2 years held a number of sessions to discuss about it, but also publication in the newspapers, providing information to all the citizens, and also guided walks and listening. So the project, in a way, was evolving socially, and happily we had the design team time to find out this, that under the surface of this airport there was a very shallow water table, and that made things incredibly fascinating. So what was the first concept turned into what if we could actually build underground skeleton by excavating, and that excavation and that water that we just saw previously could trigger all sorts of ecological but also social changes in succession. So these were the very first schemes we could find in our archive. So first, with very low budget, we kept everything. We kept the airplane lane, we kept the hangars, we kept everything. We did not destroy anything, we did not demolish anything. We just kept what it was there. Then we had this idea of a vertical water system and a forest that would grow again together with it, and path, and something that is called the secrets, but we don't remember. It really was a secret because we can't remember anymore what it was, and the path. And this then evolved in this idea of how we could excavate the earth, and the most important was the underground, what was happening underground. And then how we could pile this earth, creating mounds that then would change and create other options for perception. But very importantly, that's probably the core of the skeleton, how this would create all sorts of ecotons, all sorts of relation and gradients of water and land, that this could trigger an ecological. And that we heard this morning talking about Michel Courageux. Michel Courageux talked about the capable spaces. So the negative of this water system that is excavated, it's a number of very diverse spaces in size, dimension, continuities, expositions, so that you could have small, intimate, big, but very large. Some areas that they look small here, they may have 8 hectares. So this is quite a big park. And this idea of capable space, it's very central to the space. But this capable space is neutral. It's yet not clear what it will be. So this is probably, you could say, part of the concept is this notion of gradients and capacity. And these gradually start being drawn and being researched, and also how this excavation and the vegetation that could go would also lead to more open or more closed-off spaces, and then how we could, this idea of multiply the shore, multiply the zones of ecoton between land and water, but also between forest and meadows and edges. So there was all this imagination that was growing, and with this idea of multiply, get like the brain, get as much as different spaces as possible, and work that in plan, in section, and in trying to discover as well at the scale of the human being how those spaces could be, and then imagining as well, prior to the executive drawings, how these topographies would go down, but also that, and all these alive creatures, both human and non-human, could interact. So this ended up with the conceptual part of it, with this conceptual plan, but maybe more important than the plan, it's this kind of taxonomy of edges and ecotones and relations between meadows, wet meadows, wild orchards, isolated trees, and all these very, very rich palette of spaces which were still quite neutral, not very much defined. So with this photomontage, we end up the conceptual part. Let me just say something. So we could say that what you see there is the skeleton that it wants to trigger two things. It wants to trigger ecological succession, but also social succession.
Dunque, cerco di riassumere la costruzione del parco e il parco. Allora, questi sono gli elementi principali del progetto. Il parco occupa metà dell'aeroporto ed è costituito da boschi, laghi, canali, grandi prati. C'è un ingresso principale, la porta est, con alcuni hangar che vengono restaurati, un giardino architettonico al centro, un'area wilderness preesistente, la mezza pista dell'aeroporto destinata a grandi eventi. Il chilometro è un grande canale lungo il muro della base militare, con a fianco il mirador delle Alpi, il rilevato più alto del parco, da cui si vedono appunto le Alpi. Altri minori sono collocati in altri luoghi del parco. Abbiamo fatto un grande lavoro sulla parte di topografia, abbiamo mobilitato 240.000 metri cubi di terre che hanno trasformato un'area perfettamente piana e monotona in un paesaggio molto variato. Si scavano laghi e canali. La terra di scavo viene utilizzata per realizzare delle piccole colline che sono i miradores, che sono alti fino a 8 metri di altezza e sono importanti, dei leggeri rilevati piani. In questo modo vengono modificate le caratteristiche dei suoli. Boschi e praterie si modificano in relazione alla distanza dall'acqua. Abbiamo dunque un alternarsi di paesaggi e habitat diversi. Ci sono i prati umidi a pelo dell'acqua, il bosco igrofilo alla quota originaria del terreno, ma intervallato da una nuova trama dei canali. Il bosco planiziale mesofilo e i prati selvaggi sui terreni con questi leggeri riporti di cui parlavo prima. Queste sono le sezioni, le avete già viste. Diventa un paesaggio, il parco, molto vario, fatto di acqua, zone umide, prati, boschi di diverso tipo, piccole colline. Questo è il primo aspetto del parco con l'acqua che inizia ad emergere e conquistare i suoi spazi. Questa è una bella foto che abbiamo fatto durante il cantiere. Nello scavare emergono delle stratificazioni meravigliose, argille, terreni di molti colori, che raccontano una storia antichissima a pochi centimetri dai nostri piedi. Questa è un'antica spiaggia di sabbia, lago certamente di un antico fiume. Abbiamo trovato anche dei tesori nascosti, delle selci di un sito neolitico sulla riva di questo antico fiume probabilmente, e un'officina di epoca romana. Anche una storia di guerra c'è, abbiamo trovato centinaia di bombe della seconda guerra mondiale. Il sistema dell'acqua è composto da 8 km di canali e 70.000 metri quadri di specchi d'acqua di vario tipo. L'acqua emerge in modo costante dal terreno, garantendo livelli stabili e un lento ma continuo scorrimento. La regolazione avviene in modo totalmente naturale, tramite delle semplici barriere intermedie e una bocca di scarico finale.
gli elementi di questo sistema, i canali, i laghi, boschi igrofili con i loro canali secondari, prati verdi umidi a pelo dell'acqua. Alcuni ambienti, come quello dei prati umidi, sono ormai particolarmente rari e scomparsi nella pianura veneta. Il parco ci ha dato l'opportunità per introdurre specie scomparse e sperimentare l'efficacia. Vi lascio questo breve video, ci sarebbe un audio. L'acqua è emersa proprio in questo modo, immediatamente perfettamente trasparente. È stata una meraviglia vederla. Dunque un parco d'acqua, vi faccio vedere alcune immagini di diversi ambienti e stagioni. Connesso all'acqua è l'argomento della protezione. Il sistema delle acque funziona attivamente contro i rischi dei cambiamenti climatici. Vicenza è una città a grave rischio idraulico, periodicamente soggetta a gravi alluvioni, che si sono rese più intense e frequenti con il cambiamento climatico. Il parco è pensato come un grande bacino di laminazione, che funziona grazie a un sistema di piccoli argini pressoché invisibili ed una bocca tarata posta nel punto più depresso. Questo è il video dello svuotamento e del riempimento del parco. Il parco raccoglie la piena cinquantenaria di un bacino scolante di 800.000 metri quadri per 12 giorni di pioggia continua. Si tratta di 100.000 metri cubi di acqua, 1 metro sopra il livello ordinario dell'acqua del parco, che vengono rilasciati lentamente appunto in una dozzina di giorni. Questa è la bocca tarata di scarico finale. Il livello massimo di riempimento dell'intero parco è il filo superiore del manufatto a destra. Questo è il parco parzialmente allagato. Fino dalla sua realizzazione il parco ha raccolto in questi anni diverse alluvioni, raggiungendo circa la metà del livello massimo previsto. Anche questo elemento è parte di un paesaggio precario e nel contempo particolarmente forte e stabile. Gli ecotoni ha già accennato Martì. Sono luoghi, come sapete, ricchissimi di biodiversità che si sono realizzati in questo sistema acquatico con grande efficacia. I principali habitat sono gli ecotoni del bosco, dell'acqua e quello dei canali. Le piantagioni. Si è cominciato con 60.000 piantine acquatiche, alcune, come dicevo, rare o scomparse. Queste sono le piante acquatiche piantate nei prati umidi. Il prato umido, lo vedete con l'acqua e le piante, adesso non si vede più l'acqua. Naturalmente le piante messe a dimora erano solo una parte, perché il parco è molto grande. La diffusione spontanea ha rapidamente completato l'opera. Ecco i boschi. A parte alcune piantagioni di tipo normale, diciamo a pronto effetto, sono stati realizzati 125.000 metri quadri di boschi e sono principalmente di due tipi: il bosco igrofilo, pioppi, sali, sciontani, eccetera, e il bosco mesofilo planiziale. Sono differenziati a seconda dei suoli, l'abbiamo visto prima, in relazione alla distanza dall'acqua della falda sottostante. Il bosco igrofilo è a circa 50-70 cm dall'acqua e lungo le sponde dei canali, Il bosco planiziale a oltre 1 metro dall'acqua, grazie a quei riporti di cui parlavo all'inizio. Entrambi i boschi sono realizzati con piantine forestali, in parte sono invece affidati a una crescita naturale, metà e metà circa. La diffusione naturale delle piante avviene inizialmente con l'aggiunta di semi alla semente del prato al momento della semina, poi per diffusione naturale, secondo i venti dominanti e lo scorrere dell'acqua. Lo vedete nella parte in alto a destra dell'immagine. Tra gli appezzamenti con forestazione vengono lasciati, allo scopo di realizzare questi boschi spontanei, dei terreni incolti. I territori dei boschi sono segnati da grandi pali di castagno. I pali raccontano la storia del bosco in crescita. Alla fine del ciclo vengono assorbiti dal bosco. Lo vedevamo meglio nella immagine in basso a destra. La previsione è che non ci siano più. Oggi sono indispensabili, a nostro parere. Su alcuni pali, con un'apposita segnaletica, è riportata la comunicazione del processo. Questi sono i pali, grezzo è il bosco spontaneo, rosso sono le aree forestate. Questo è un bosco igrofilo in crescita, evidentemente. Naturalmente la presenza dell'acqua è una ricchezza meravigliosa, perché così vicina alle piante consente una crescita molto rapida. Durante il cantiere la relazione tra la città e il parco non si è interrotta e i cittadini in diverse occasioni hanno contribuito alle piantagioni. 2 parole sulle praterie, sono 240.000 metri quadri, sono composte da diversi tipi e conseguentemente diversi habitat, prati rasati per la fruizione, prati alti, fioriti o selvaggi, anche col cereale, non destinati alla fruizione, prati verdi umidi a pelo dell'acqua di cui abbiamo parlato in precedenza. Le diverse tipologie corrispondono a costi manutentivi fortemente diversificati e possono essere modulate secondo le necessità e le disponibilità. I prati alti, oltre a essere habitat molto ricchi, possono essere resi accessibili mediante tagli localizzati di percorsi stagionali. Questa è una vista generale del parco con le sue praterie che cambiano e possono essere cambiate secondo le stagioni. Gli animali sono stati i primi abitanti del parco, arrivati immediatamente. Piante, animali, clima cambiano e cambieranno, ma la natura trova i suoi equilibri rapidamente. Un esempio per tutti, non abbiamo avuto nessun problema di zanzare. Questa slide è per la costruzione del parco, che è un contenitore artificiale, ma molto flessibile, che ha come contenuto la natura. Sono foto in successione dello stesso luogo. Gli spazi della fruizione, cerco di andare rapido, il parco ha una grande flessibilità, anche se c'è un'ossatura organizzativa generale a supporto di diversi usi e attività. La rete dei percorsi comprende un grande anello principale che riutilizza in gran parte le piste e le strade aeroportuali. Questo anello, tramite diversi ingressi, è collegato alla rete ciclabile della città. Poi c'è anche un sistema secondario che si addentra nelle aree interne, più naturali, e si configura principalmente come un sistema di sentieri, non sempre ben definiti e comunque modificabili. Le aree del parco sono sommariamente di due categorie: aree interne, vicine all'acqua, canali ai boschi, destinati alla natura, al silenzio e alla contemplazione, e poi le aree della fruizione, ampiamente variabili, organizzate intorno all'anello principale. Comprendono spazi per il gioco, lo sport, l'associazionismo, l'artistica, spazi per eventi e manifestazioni, grandi e piccoli spazi disponibili per la crescita futura del parco. Alcuni spazi possono ospitare anche grandi eventi, quelli più a destra, ad esempio sulla grande pista dell'aeroporto, fino a 10.000 persone si prevede, nella porta est e nell'area espositiva. Vi faccio vedere alcune immagini. Questi sono un viale, uno dei viali che, ecco, il viale centrale, quello che portava gli aerei alla pista di decollo. Un altro viale. Ecco, questo è il chilometro, il lago nord, la parte più nord del parco, con il mirador delle Alpi e il chilometro, che è questo canale lungo appunto 1 chilometro. Ecco. Questo è il lago nord, percorsi e attraversamenti. Ancora il lago nord. Questo attraversamento che c'è appunto lì. Sullo sfondo vedete quello che noi chiamiamo il muro della base americana, è una recinzione ipertecnologica. Questo è la salita al mirador delle Alpi, purtroppo non si vedono le Alpi, e la vista del lago ancora sentieri, un'area di sosta, un'altra area di sosta, in fondo alla base militare. Ecco, questo è il grande prato che c'è nella zona d'ingresso, destinato, diciamo, a questo genere di attività, ottimo per gli aquiloni, anche perché alle nostre spalle c'è uno dei mirador, diciamo, un po' più piccoli. Aree per lo sport, canottaggio, si può fare anche nei laghi. Ecco, qui vedete gli ingressi alle aree interne, sono contrassegnati da porte realizzate ancora con grandi pali di castagno colorati. In generale l'attraversamento dei canali nelle aree interne avviene con dei guadi, lo vedete sulla destra. Alcune foto delle aree interne, più naturali. Questi sono dei guadi multipli, sempre nelle aree interne. C'è anche un'area wilderness dove non è consentito l'accesso, salvo questa piattaforma in legno. Le facilities del parco, qui è un parcheggio, in questa bella foto complessiva. Ecco, questa è la porta est, gli edifici e piazzali del vecchio aeroporto civile, edifici, zone pavimentate, grandi prati formano una grande piazza aperta verso il parco che viene utilizzata con grande flessibilità. Gli hangar sono stati restaurati ed ospitano attività a servizio del parco. In primo piano vedete l'hangar museum, poi la porta del parco al centro, un ulteriore hangar che dovrà essere ristrutturato per usi culturali, l'ex aerostazione non si vede ma ospita spazi per associazioni e la casa del parco. La porta del parco è una grande piazza coperta e questo è il suo uso. Questo è invece lo spazio eventi di porta est. Questo è l'hangar museum che contiene alcuni aeroplani, è un vecchio hangar, questo è l'hangar più antico. L'inaugurazione è stata molto bella, nel settembre scorso c'è stato un momento di preghiera iniziale al mattino e poi una grande festa. La cosa bella, la cosa sorprendente di questa festa è stata che in occasione dell'inaugurazione sono arrivate al parco 20.000 persone, un quinto della popolazione di Vicenza. Ci è sembrata questa apertura una sorta di liberazione, l'atto conclusivo di un processo di partecipazione sofferto ma molto vissuto. Adesso abbiamo la sfida della governance, si è sofferto molto per la costruzione di questo parco, ma con un parco così Di persone e natura l'avvenire è aperto. La pace resta un tema fondante del Parco della Pace. Questi sono dei disegni esecutivi di Franco Zagari per il giardino centrale, non ancora realizzato. L'armonia tra uomo e natura, precaria e mutevole come non mai, è un simbolo essa stessa di pace.
Okay, so we would like to think that this park is totally not finished. And Seneca said that we begin to grow old when we replace our dreams with regrets. So we like to think that this is a young park. So it's still time to dream. So we're gonna dream a bit about how this young park can still be very many other parks because it's young. So we have 10 dreams for this park. You can see, I mean, it's already there, but it's could be turned. We could close it all and let only nature grow, and then it would be a nature sanctuary. Or it could be an alimentary crisis. Food supply would become a big problem. Then we could put most of the park into grow with vegetables and trees and fruit trees. Or we could maybe get the money to have a Franco Zagari dream that was going to be placed with a very active, playful area related to peace that would be placed here at the center, which is about 5 hectares. We could also think that all these Roman Neolithical and aeronautical could be placed all around we could turn the park into a massive event space or into a sport haven. So, yeah, we have all these options, or maybe into a sculpture park. Or even we could make thematic gardens, as sometimes they do in the German garden festivals. I mean, it is a park that is almost only the score, or maybe, hope not, it can turn into a refugee camp because of any crisis, maybe climate, maybe flooding into Vicenza. So, what probably characterizes the brain of a person, it's confusion, but it's also hope and it's options. So I think it's a very interesting question for all of you, is when we finish a park or when we finish a design, how old should be? Hope and should be to options. And I think that's a bit what we think about this park, and I'm going to use a quote by Michel Martí-Pol, which is a Catalan poet. He said, "Tot està per fer i tot és possible," which translates to everything is yet to be done and everything is possible. Thank you.
So the fourth finalist is The Dark Line in New Taipei City, Taiwan, by Michel Urliak, Miquel Valle, and Vision Chung-Chun Wu, landscape architect.
Buen día. Voy a hablar español si no os molesta demasiado. Recuerdo un trabajo que realicé hace muchos años durante mis estudios de paisaje titulado Lo nebuloso del paisaje. Me planteé preguntas como estas. ¿Cómo integrar en un proyecto lo cambiante, la perpetua transformación de las formas, la alteración de las materias? ¿Cómo articular en un proyecto fenómenos intangibles, volátiles, sin forma, sin materia, o con una forma o una materia indefinida, imprevisible, como puede ser el agua y sus movimientos, el aire, las hierbas, las nieblas, la luz, la humedad, las resonancias o sonidos? cómo el proyecto puede dialogar con el cielo, sus nubes y sus lluvias. No se dibuja el tiempo que hace ni el tiempo que pasa, pero el paisaje está hecho de tiempo como de su erosión. Ante la desvitalización generalizada del mundo, su asfixia programada, el reto en cada proyecto podría ser considerar la subversión de nuestras intervenciones por la vida, por lo salvaje, como un horizonte. Hablo de mi trabajo de hace muchos años, pero hay que decir que aquí hay todo un equipo, en particular Michel, seguro, nuestro equipo de Taiwán, y también el equipo de la visión taiwanés de paisaje. Entonces, queremos presentar ese proyecto de la Dark Line en Taiwán que gira en torno a estos temas y estas preguntas. Nos encontramos en el noreste de Taiwán, en una región montañosa tropical, donde la geomorfología es muy compleja, las pendientes muy fuertes, las precipitaciones enormes, tifones muy intensos y muy frecuentes, lo que provoca fenómenos de erosión, de deslizamientos de tierras e inundaciones de gran amplitud. A pesar de esto, esta región fue atravesada y habitada durante siglos. En los años 1920, la administración colonial japonesa emprendió un colosal proyecto de construcción ferroviaria para transportar el carbón producido en abundancia en las minas circundantes hacia los puertos costeros. 60 años más tarde, las minas cierran y el turismo se convierte en el principal motor económico de la región. Por eso, el municipio de Taipei puso en marcha un programa de senderos culturales conectando antiguos caminos históricos y emplazamientos industriales abandonados y que permiten hacer subir al público no solamente este patrimonio industrial, sino también paisaje, orografía, flora y flora excepcionales. Un concurso está lanzado en 2018, después de 40 años de abandono, que incluye 2 túneles ferroviarios históricos y una conexión a inventar en sustitución de un antiguo puente arrastrado por las inundaciones. Fuimos en el lugar, la primera impresión fue muy fuerte. Nos encontramos delante de una infraestructura que requiere claramente un esfuerzo y una inversión considerables, reducida en este momento a un estado de una cueva húmeda, abandonada a la vegetación y a los murciélagos, con la boca llena de rocas, barro y sedimentación. Con el tiempo, la geología, la hidrografía, la flora y la fauna han hecho de este lugar algo más que un túnel ferroviario atravesando la montaña. Se ha convertido en un entorno híbrido, donde se desdibujan las distinciones clásicas entre natura y cultura. Evidentemente, hemos cogido enseguida una opción clara: no restaurar el túnel como se lo pedía el programa, para preservar este paisaje postindustrial en toda su profundidad histórica y ecológica, y permitir que continúe esta lenta subversión geológica y vegetal del monumento. Aceptar que este túnel, donde jurían las locomotoras de vapor, se haya transformado en una apacible caverna húmeda, no significaba por nosotros renunciar a darle una interpretación histórica. Al contrario, es ampliar el espectro de la historia. Es al ver el agua corriendo, la vegetación invasiva, la potencia de los fenómenos geológicos, que la proeza técnica y humana de esta infraestructura se revela plenamente al observador de hoy. El paso del tiempo ha producido a lo largo de este recorrido variaciones ecológicas, atmosféricas, acústicas, cromáticas y luminosas que son el corazón de nuestra propuesta. Pero no hacer nada, infelizmente, significa hacer mucho. A pesar de esta actitud de retraimiento en favor de las atmósferas encontradas, importantes intervenciones fueron necesarias para abrir la ruta al público. ¿Cómo caminar sobre un terreno accidentado y fangoso sin tocarlo? ¿Cómo entrar en la penumbra cavernosa de los túneles sin ansiedad? ¿Cómo cruzar un túnel sujeto a posibles deslizamientos de tierras y gravas con seguridad? ¿Cómo mantener la pared vertical e inestable del acantilado y a la vez colgar de ella una pasarela? El reto consistía en encontrar soluciones que no perturbaran lo menos posible el medio y su evolución. Al final, las atmósferas son el proyecto. El ecosistema, tanto el del acantilado como el de los túneles, son el proyecto. Y con ellos, me he equivocado. Y con ellos todas las atmósferas resultantes. Pero también hacen parte del proyecto todos estos fenómenos tan volátiles y frágiles, intangibles, como el aire, las nieblas, la humedad, las resonancias, los gritos de los pájaros, de los insectos y las olores. Por esto, estos ecosistemas deben convertirse en una intención, parece tonto, pero es muy importante, y una preocupación constante a lo largo de todo el proceso de concepción, de diseño, de fabricación y de puesta en obra de las nuevas intervenciones. Y exige vigilar también a no hacer daños colaterales, como pasa en muchos proyectos. Es este proceso que queremos explorar con vosotros, un poco rápidamente, pero entrar un poco en la materia y en la fabricación. Empezamos por la etapa concepción. Ahora hay que decir que entre concepción, fabricación, realización, puesta en obra, todo esto es una división un poco artificial. Siempre hay idas y vueltas. Pero para analizarlo y verlo con vosotros es más claro de dividir. La concepción, la primera cosa fue hacer un suelo que permitiera al público entrar sin destrozar el suelo existente y su evolución. El hielo, la barra corrugada, la del hormigón armado, simplemente, permite crear un suelo semitransparente, permeable y elevado. Este material evoca los dos fenómenos principales que han marcado este lugar durante los 100 últimos años. La construcción del ferrocarril, la barra de hielo construye una nueva vía férrea, y la acción de la naturaleza, una vez el ferrocarril abandonado, los huecos entre las varas revelan y dejan desarrollarse la poderosa acción de la naturaleza tropical. Estas barras corrugadas de 16 milímetros de diámetro, separados de 40 milímetros, siempre paralelos, se suceden para crear un suelo más vacío que lleno y que deja ver, por transparencia, bajo nuestros pies, en los túneles, las acumulaciones de rocas, de limos, los corrientes de agua que los erosionan. Y en la pasarela, la vegetación, los árboles, sus copas, sus ramas y sus hojas gigantes. Levantándose y pegándose progresivamente, las varas dan forma gradualmente a toda la superestructura, las gradas, los pequeños anfiteatros, las barandillas, los bancos, los aparcabicicletas, los hitos geométricos. La repetición al infinito de esta materia nos hace olvidar su presencia para dar paso a la naturaleza que surge por todos lados. La maqueta y el resultado. Otro tema muy importante, aparte del suelo, es el agua. El agua que se filtre a través de las bóvedas de los túneles, junto con las aguas que caen de un gran pozo en medio del recorrido entre los dos túneles, que es un antiguo lecho de un río, han transformado los túneles en auténticos ríos. Desbordan al final del segundo túnel, encima del río, y erosionan fuertemente la pared del acantilado, poniendo en peligro su estabilidad y el arco de entrada. No intentamos parar la filtración de agua a través de las bóvedas, porque primero es una causa perdida de antemano, y segundo porque esta agua, esta filtración es al origen de todo el ecosistema de caverna húmeda que queremos perturbar lo menos posible. Intentamos solamente reducir las consecuencias dañinas para el monumento. Otra pregunta alrededor del agua: ¿qué actitud adoptar ante el puente arrastrado por las inundaciones? Por las mismas razones que nos llevaron a preservar el carácter híbrido del lugar, decidimos no reconstruir el puente, pero demostrar su ausencia, no dar fin al túnel. Propusimos una balsa de agua en voladizo sobre el acantilado, desbordando en cascada y que resuelve a la vez los problemas técnicos de evacuación del agua y de la erosión del acantilado, y dice el vacío dejado por el puente desaparecido. En los últimos 30 metros del túnel, el arroyo natural aún persiste con sus referos, pero ahora es solo una fina línea de capa de unos milímetros de espesor que cubre el suelo y lo hace desaparecer. Desde el interior, la silueta del visitante queda suspendida entre su reflejo y el fondo vegetal de la otra orilla. El recorrido continúa por una pasarela, escapándose lateralmente, de forma que no sea visible desde el interior del túnel. Siempre dejar desde dentro del túnel esta idea del vacío al final. Otro tema importante: hemos visto el suelo, el agua, la luz. Hay muchos otros, pero hemos distinguido tres principales. ¿Cómo dar una sensación de seguridad a los visitantes sin perturbar, como siempre, el ecosistema de cueva oscura? Fijada en el borde del suelo y dirigida hacia abajo, la luz baña la base de la bóveda, guía a los visitantes y revela debajo del suelo las variaciones del terreno original: rocas, limos, balastro, aguas de escorrentía. La fuente de luz es siempre invisible. Debido a la forma de herradura de la bóveda, la iluminación desvanece gradualmente hacia lo alto, dejando así en la penumbra el entrados donde se aferran las colonias de murciélagos. Esta luz tenue ofrece efectos o crea efectos puntuales extraordinarios, sorprendentes. Aparecen en el negro de las paredes cubiertas de residuos de humo de las máquinas de vapor del anterior, superficies húmedas, brillantes y multicolores de concreción calcárea en formación, hasta entonces muy poco visibles. Los efectos de luz son espectaculares en el espejo de agua al final del túnel. Aquí, la iluminación lateral se pierde en los referos del espejo de agua, donde se difumina el límite entre la luz natural y la artificial, creando un efecto irreal. Desde que hemos acabado la obra, unas plantas crecen en el vientre de la montaña. Este fue como una sorpresa que no habíamos previsto, como un regalo la naturaleza continúa a actuar y a pervertir este medio. La luz artificial combinada con la humedad ambiental permite que musgos y helechos echan raíces en las grietas y las juntas de la pared. Al pie de la bóveda, siguiendo la luz, empieza a aparecer una línea de un verde casi fluorescente. El agua fluyendo a lo largo de los túneles y también los polinizadores, que son los murciélagos, transportan semillas desde el exterior que germinan donde encuentran la más mínima fisura, un poco de luz y humedad. Vamos a pasar a la fase, vamos un poco rápido con estas fases, pero vamos a pasar con la fase proyecto, con la fase, la fase que es más diseño, porque hemos visto que para lograr que el ecosistema, los ecosistemas se convierten en el proyecto, debe ser un objeto de atención constante, que hemos dicho ya, pero lo repetimos porque nos parece muy importante. En cada decisión o gesto que se toma a lo largo de todo el proceso de diseño, fabricación y puesta en obra, es importante vigilar que los ecosistemas continúan a evolucionar y no pararlos. Entonces vamos a ver un poco la fase diseño, fabricación y puesta en obra. Para adaptarse a la configuración del sitio, el proyecto aprovechó las condiciones específicas de producción de la construcción en Taiwán. Allí existe una red de pequeñas y medianas empresas en la frontera de industria y artesanía que son capaces de producir en serie de manera muy eficaz y también realizar trabajos de alta costura in situ. ¿Cómo esto se traduce en finalmente los dos grandes ámbitos que tenemos, los túneles por un lado y la pasarela en el acantilado por otro? En el túnel, debido a la regularidad y la rectitud relativa de los túneles, diseñar un módulo que se podía construir en el taller fue fácil. Lo más difícil fue ponerlo en el sitio, hacer la puesta en obra. ¿Cómo entrar en el túnel sin tocar el terreno existente? Esto, por ejemplo, es imposible. Entonces, el primer trabajo fue, dibujar una máquina de transporte hecha a mano y que volará por encima del suelo original sin tocarlo. Primero, entramos allí como de puntillas para poner bloques de cimentación que son colocados puntualmente sobre la base de balastro del antiguo ferrocarril. Después, 2 vigas metálicas construyen 2 nuevos raíles por encima del suelo antiguo y sirven de carriles de circulación de esta máquina hecha a medida, de transporte y también con una grúa que puede poner en sitio el suelo, y también de soporte definitivo para los módulos de suelo. La máquina de transporte, los módulos de suelo, que son colocados avanzando hacia atrás. ¿Puedes pasar? Un resumen rápido de esta puesta en obra. Las fundaciones, las 2 raíles, la máquina de transporte y que pone haciendo hacia atrás los elementos de suelo prefabricados. Después una vez este suelo puesto, se puede hacer todo el trabajo de alta costura del sitio. Como lo ven aquí, las barandillas, los bancos, los aparcamientos para bicicletas, las marcas kilométricas, todos estos elementos se cosen y se sueldan in situ. Hemos visto las bóvedas protectoras de los posibles desprendimientos de trabas, aquí las barandillas y los hitos kilométricos, y en la siguiente, pueden ver un poco todos los detalles que se ha podido hacer in situ. Pasamos ahora a la pasarela, que es el otro gran ámbito de este proyecto. En las gargantas, es la pared vertical y su exuberante vegetación que queríamos preservar. Incluimos desde el principio los árboles en el proyecto como parte del mismo, al igual que la infraestructura ferroviaria en los túneles. Si en el túnel casi recto el diseño del elemento, del módulo fue inmediato, en cambio aquí en la pasarela fue mucho más complicado. El reto fue dibujar un trazado de la pasarela que se acerca lo más posible del perfil irregular y aleatorio de la topografía y que a la vez pueda dividirse en módulos todos idénticos para producirlos en serie. Donc, interpretar geométricamente las irregularidades aleatorias de la pared, buscando una geometría a priori escondida para diseñar un trazado regulado. Después incluir allí los árboles y incluir en esta geometrización los árboles y su posición no fue que queríamos proteger absolutamente, no solamente por romanticismo, pero primero porque participan de la estabilidad del acantilado y también porque son parte principal del ecosistema del acantilado. La topografía se cartografió con escáner, que no incluyó los árboles, son como transparentes. Donc tuvimos que medirlos a mano con cita métrica, uno por uno, cada árbol, cada rama, para decidir el ritmo de la estructura, para no dañarlos. Efectivamente, además hay que saber que los árboles aquí no son nada verticales, todos son torcidos. Y además el nivel de la pasarela se encuentra más entre las ramas inclinadas en todos los sentidos que en los troncos, que son más o menos 10 metros, 5 metros, 8 metros más abajo, los raíces. Este fue el primer episodio respecto a la vegetación, o a los árboles, más exactamente. El segundo episodio fue protegerlos durante las obras. Dado la complejidad del sitio, sabíamos que los árboles corrían peligro de ser cortados durante la construcción, con el pretexto que representa un obstáculo a la ejecución de la obra. Los señalamos, los nombramos, los etiquetamos in situ para darles un papel, una identidad y convertirlos en árboles extraordinarios. Es decir, que delante de esto, todo esto, las empresas tenían miedo a cortarlos. Una vez la estructura situada, se podía dividir el trazado en una serie de tramos idénticos y deducir la geometría de un módulo en forma de arco a fabricar en serie y capaz de resolver todas las situaciones. Este módulo tampoco fue fácil, tenía un radio muy grande para hacer tramos como un poco más, curvas más pronunciadas, otras no. Es decir, que la forma sinuosa que ven aquí, resultante de la pasarela, no es un resto caprichoso, pero es la reproducción calibrada de la topografía del acantilado. La colocación ahora no fue fácil, pero es un poco más clásica, si queremos decir. Una serie de bloques de cimentación se apoyan sobre el acantilado. Las ménsulas se bajan desde la carretera de arriba, las vigas también, los elementos de suelo igual. Podemos ver como un esquema de esta puesta en obra. Esto es el resultado, una vez el suelo puesto. Las cimentaciones, las ménsulas, las dos vigas, un poco como en el túnel, y los módulos, todos idénticos, y que hacen finalmente, aparte que son idénticos, un trazado muy irregular, o que parece muy irregular. Y a partir de ese suelo se puede elaborar, como en los túneles, todos los detalles, las gradas, las aparcabicicletas, siempre lo mismo. ¿Puedes ir? Ahora, el resultado de esto es una sucesión de atmósferas muy contrastadas, muy diferentes. Bueno, las que hemos encontrado, pero es evidentemente un poco cambiadas, pero que continúan a evolucionar, continúan a transformarse, que lo vivo continúa a estar allí. En realidad ese ruido es muy dulce. Allí es tremendo, es un ruido muy fuerte. Depende de las horas del día, depende de la estación, pero puede ser muy fuerte. El túnel con la luz muy siguiendo la base de las superficies luminosas, el agua que cae, es como un ambiente casi acuático en el túnel. Los murciélagos en la parte alta de la boya, que hacen un juego muy importante en el ecosistema. El gran pozo de luz entre los túneles, con el vapor que se sale del túnel y que se mezcla con los follajes de los árboles de esta pared muy vertical. El final del segundo túnel, con esta lámina de agua muy fina y que enseña el vacío de este puente desaparecido con la otra orilla del río, y la pasarela así hay que saber que hay una línea férrea en la otra orilla y que se oye el tren un poco como un tren fantasma. Es algo, en el final del túnel se oye este tren y este da un efecto muy particular. Pero si en los túneles, en línea recta, exploramos la profundidad del suelo y su oscuridad, ahora, desde alto balcón sin uso, siguiendo lo más posible las irregularidades del acantilado, caminamos sobre una exuberante vegetación entre los árboles lo más alto que emergen del suelo. Andamos, no se ve mucho aquí, pero sobre la canopea, con estos árboles de hojas gigantes. Es para nosotros esta vegetación es muy sorprendente. Se oye mucho más ruido que esto. En las primeras semanas tras la inauguración, el sitio fue consumido masivamente como cualquier atracción turística más, causando en particular el rápido declive de un magnífico helecho arbóreo. Pero muy rápidamente los visitantes se dejaron absorber para el sitio. Ya no lo consumen, se sumergen en él. La suavidad de la luz, todo el ambiente influye en el comportamiento de los visitantes, que adoptan una actitud tranquila y sensible ante las variaciones atmosféricas del recorrido. El sitio ha generado un equilibrio, pero un equilibrio propio de lo vivo, es decir, uno que no se puede imponer. Los taiwaneses acuden numerosos a la Dark Line para observar la acumulación de rocas, el agua que fluye, la hierba, los árboles, cosas tan sencillas que tienen delante de sus ojos casi cada día. Yo creo que la Dark Line es un poco como en Katsura, la plataforma para observar la luna que se podría mirar desde todo otro sitio. Muchas gracias.
thank you to the 4 finalists for this precise presentation of your beautiful and tentative projects. The afternoon is almost over. We have one last lecture before moving to the COAC. We have with us another juror of the Ribas Piera Prize, which is Esbah-Tunçay, Professor and Chair of Landscape Architecture at the Istanbul Technical University and a former Fulbright Scholar at Harvard University Graduate School of Design. She is recognized for her pioneering research in landscape ecology and its effective integration into design. And she's also a leading figure in the design of sustainable cities in the face of challenges of climate emergency. Emphasizing the essential connection between human well-being and ecological harmony, her vision encompasses urban, rural, natural, historic, and cultural landscapes. She has been awarded with numerous publications and research grants, and as the founding director of HET, Habitat, Ecology and Technology, stands for HET, an Istanbul-based landscape architecture and urban design firm, she has led innovative projects that promote climate sustainability and resilience and has received numerous national and international awards and recognitions. Harriye, the floor is yours.
Hello, it's wonderful to be in Barcelona again. Thanks for the invitation. And I would like to start my presentation by sharing this statistics from the World Economic Forums. And they list the greatest global risks which are being triggered by widespread crises caused by inequalities and injustices around the world. And we can see clearly that the environmental issues are at the top since the 2017. In the next 2 to 10 years, this trend will continue, but what is clearly evident here is that the critical issue is no longer merely repairing a disrupted ecology, but also managing the impacts that social polarization, misinformation, artificial intelligence, and other technologies will create. Especially ancient geographies are known to be at even greater risk of these issues. Therefore, we must integrate the habitat, ecology, and technology axes parallel to our practices and our teaching today. But how? My aim is to shed light on the challenges of tying these 3 pillars of our profession, to reveal the opportunities that lie ahead for our professions on an international scale. I represent HET Landscape Urban Design, a dynamic firm. We compose design and planning projects that safeguard habitats, promote restoration and balanced use of resources, thus enhancing ecology. We also maintain sustainability in the dynamics network of economic and ecological relations by utilizing the latest technology. Thus, our work focuses on these 3 pillars. The word habitat has been used since 1755. It derives from Latin habitat, to inhabit, or habere, to have or to hold. In ecology, habitat refers to something species-specific. But in sociology, it refers to a context-specific. In economic sense, it stands and encompasses the sustainable management of resources. Last 5 years was a significant challenge for all of us, especially the COVID, and then what brought with the COVID was really opened our eyes because our cities were not prepared, especially the one that I live in, Istanbul. Not only that, moreover, cities as human habitats demonstrated their vulnerability against the disasters such as earthquakes in 2023 again in my country, or wars surrounding us. Beyond the rapid physical changes in the environment caused by these incidents, migrations, human rights violations profoundly impact landscapes. The frequency and speed of these processes far surpasses the recovery rates. Unfortunately, humanity will cross the limits of the planet again and again in the future too. But we need to take actions. The UN Habitat calls for a better quality of life for all in an urbanizing world. The aim is to build inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable cities and communities and reduce inequality, discrimination, and poverty. So this brings the question, how can we shift the paradigm to be more caring and compassionate towards urban habitats and towards its people? How can the ideal of sustainability be realized in a hyperdense urban context? If a habitat is a type of place where it is natural for species to live and grow and thrive, landscape democracy is essential for its viability. I will elaborate this through one of our past projects in collaboration with my Italian colleague Pablo. Pablo, are you here somewhere? Can't see you, but thanks. The case of Taksim Square I will present. This one illustrates the complex interplay between the state control of everyday life and political action in shaping public space dynamics. Therefore, instead of focusing on the role of nature, it is more efficient to focus on how the nature of urbanization works and its politics shapes the socio-ecological system. In 2013, Taksim was the subject of the social and spatial transformations as the city officials claimed to make it a world-class city. The decision to demolish the park to open a shopping mall was really an assault in accordance with the over-commercialization of this historic city. Of course, it sparked a huge protest. And in the case of these Gezi protests, the public space was both the locus and the focus of the conflict. It was both the site of political action and the site that caused that triggered it. The 2-week period during which the whole square was occupied by protesters witnessed a communal encampment in the park. By the way, this park is only like 5 meters from our school. And during this time, the Gezi encampment was not only a beacon of hope for the rest of the country, but it was also a real spatial organization that transformed those who participated in it. In 2020, the city of Istanbul opened an international competition for the urban design of the square and the park next to it. We call our award-winning project Human Topography. Human topography of Taksim continually changes during the years, adapting to the socio-political climate of the country and the world. The social and physical transformation of urban space brings new typologies to the public realm and manifests itself on the architecture and lifestyle. In our proposal, the movement of the square, grades, slopes, embankments, lighting, shadows adapt themselves to the topography of the place and the richness of this human topography. The name Taksim comes from Maxim, the water distribution chamber. It was the traditional management of the water in Istanbul, but currently we are not able to see these trays anymore because Taksim is full of concrete. It's today the scale is out of scale and covered with impervious surfaces. And then there is this Gezi Park next to it, which creates this beautiful contrast. This contrast between the Heart Square and the park was amplified by the lack of programs at the interface of these two important urban elements, square and park. The project aims at light construction of public functions along the perimeter of the square to redefine the scale of the open space and to add critical public and environmental services to enable the missing interface. Along the new border, horizontal volumes provide new public and cultural services to citizens, tourists, and users to guarantee lively space during the day as well as the night. The square becomes almost a place where nature and artifice meets. An old water harvesting scheme is developed to collect water from the hard surfaces to the nearby square. This proposal not only has ecological benefits, but also social and psychological benefits too. The water acts as a mirror where different people, different ethnic groups, different social groups see their reflection on its surface, hence ephemeral symbol of human topography. A biodiversity museum with light structures were proposed on the site to explain the richness of the diversity and the biodiversity in the nation, and it represents all the ethnic groups. The encampment during the Gezi was represented by these amorph and interconnected units of the Diversity Museum. Rich flora and fauna and the lost species of the park, just like the people, the lost people, are represented in this museum. We also proposed a Taksim museum that will express the legacy of all societal moments in the history of Taksim. Unfortunately, today, the area still stands, as you have seen, impervious and very harsh, with all its spatial and social problems. But we are hoping a more democratic future approaches for our urban landscapes. So I will show you a work from my academic endeavor. So this is a work that we have engaged in our studio during the COVID time. I ask my students what happens a city if we don't approach to our city a caring and compassionate way. And I ask them to analyze changes in one of Istanbul's oldest settlements named Üsküdar and send me a postcard describing what could lie ahead if the unsustainable urban trend continues in the future, let's say in 50 years. So let's take a look together at the works from Postcards from Istanbul series. But before that, let me give you information about Istanbul and Üsküdar. It is one of the very prestigious neighborhood. Not only it's because by the war, it's by the Bosphorus, but it includes lots of historic edifices, and it has a very peaceful living environment. It's a wonderful neighborhood where I also live. But lately there is a lot of pressure due to the migration and unsustainable urbanization. So the students reflect their ideas through a dystopic way of the future consequences with striking clarity. They anticipate 50 years later and elaborate that virtual networks and a digital world replace nostalgic neighborhood ties and communication. Society no longer engages in a human-to-human communication. Children have limited hours of play and socializing on the streets of their neighborhoods. Coastal front doesn't fit rapidly increasing populations anymore. There is a need to add a second promenade elevated. Meanwhile, seawater level is rising, therefore a sheet wall is constructed. Historic artifacts are no longer a landmark, but part of underwater archaeology. All of these escalating issues are monitored via drone or maybe more advanced technologies. Change in silhouette of the Bosphorus, the European side of Istanbul under the effect of neoliberalism and global trade. One of the most significant landmark structure, the Maiden Tower, loses its significance. The city fabric is so saturated with buildings that it now grows vertically. There are neither traditional urban farming spaces left, nor historic groves anymore, so the air is no longer breathable. Therefore, an island is formed around the Maiden Tower to see the future the growth of the fruit and vegetables. In order to save the heritage and the clean air, the island is placed under a glass dome which pays homage to the disappeared dome of Roman and Byzantine churches and Ottoman mosques. Domes or bell jars are necessary not only to protect the cultural heritage but also to save natural elements. The city now erects such a barrier between humanity and nature that every known value escapes our grasp. These striking messages call for serious actions. I argue that historic cities have much more stake. And from this perspective, I want to emphasize the critical role of design disciplines in preserving and activating their cultural heritage. This leads me to my next project. Many civilizations took place in the geography I am coming from. Thus, a land hosted ancient civilizations also witnessed the traces of relatively recent ones, such as Byzantine and Ottoman, and the Republic of Turkey. Istanbul's historic peninsula serves as a prime example of a habitat. Despite facing numerous threats throughout its history, the city has managed to adapt and endure by leveraging its layered urban fabric. The peninsula's diverse landscape shapes by centuries of human intervention offers a rich tableau for exploring the interplay between natural and built environments. But lately, this habitat is under threat. This is a surface heat map of the historic core of Istanbul, the Fatih district, between 2000 and 2022. Here you see that most of the cultural heritage is in the zones, hot zones, unless they have large historic gardens. While the cultural heritage in the urban environment is directly affected by this threat, the vegetation cover is one of the leading solutions and probably the only solution to the long-term viability of the district, since we won't be able to put cooling system to the city, like no ACs, urban scale. So we rely on trees. So we work with the municipality to design and also publish an urban vegetation guideline, which will help the municipality to adapt to climate change and use its resources efficiently. We also work with the community to understand their preferences and daily living practices, and also to develop the solutions together. We created many illustrations like this to facilitate communication between the public and the state agencies. This is something that usually doesn't happen in my part of the world. Based on an intent field and lab studies, finally we proposed our master plan for historic peninsula to adapt to climate change. The principle of the master plan involves equity, resiliency, sustainability, participation, and protection. And the plan includes 96 site-specific strategies that municipality of Fatih will start to implement at the end of this year. So let's talk about ecology a little bit. Our discipline is well-grounded in landscape ecology. We have seen all these fantastic work, and then probably we will be seeing more. And also the human ecologies we are very much confident with. We apply all these information, starting from our education through our practice, all these education to establish a sustainable green infrastructure. But here we need to understand the natural and social process and transfer sound ideas to change the unwanted implications of urbanism. Derribble says that the cities are shaped by the difficulties they have to deal with. In Turkey, we have a big problem with water, as you all have. It's an arid Mediterranean country. We experience the most negative impacts of climate change. Therefore, creating water-sensitive cities is critical for our urbanisms and climate and water trajectories. This is my neighborhood in a nice sunny day. We climb the stairs daily to get to our homes, and stairs slows us down. It helps us to look around, mingle with the people, to catch our breaths. It's a wonderful, wonderful opportunity to get social, especially in this era of technology. But sometimes the experience can be easily disrupted by rainy weather, just like that. And in the same urban space, and if we start the video on the left, can transform into a cascading waterfall. Oh, I guess it's not working now. Okay. Creating physical hazards and undermining social solidarity. This issue is prevalent in many urban areas worldwide, including my country. Considering the increasing frequency and the effects of disasters and shocks, creating livable cities is an indispensable phenomenon. For this reason, many cities have to reconstruct and question their relationship with water. And this is the video of a rainy day, so it's just a very contrasting and so different story. So maybe we can move to the next slide. As I was saying, some countries have already done something regarding being water sensitive. Around the world, this is the map, and congratulations. But how about us, the arid Mediterranean? It is concerning that we remain limited to merely adopting the term smart city from China without creating content that resonates with our own realities. Don't get me wrong, nothing is wrong with smart city, but I was questioning our behavior of directly adopting something coming from a different context. So we should be more critical, and we should do our share to show some examples, implementations. To overcome this, we must persist in our experimentation, expand upon successful examples. So my profession endeavors and office are committed to advancing this objective in our part of the world. We believe that the Garrett Doherty's quote, "Blue can be a framework through which to see the green," offers a crucial perspective for designing within the realities of our geography, of our arid geography. Water, an indispensable element of life, is more important than ever in the design of our environment. Water is a decreasing and hard-to-find commodity, and sometimes hard to control. It reminds us that we need to be more responsible using it, more responsibility in the 21st century. So now I'm going to show you a case in Istanbul Technical University's main campus. This is our campus in 2014, characterized by an engineering-driven, vehicle-oriented design that is impervious and harsh in its social and pedagogical aspects too. Here's a local bank where you can just do your transaction without leaving your car. Of course, one can imagine the heat effect here. So it's horrible, like in 40 degrees during the summertime. So how can blue guide us when designing for green? In order to reflect on that, we focus on permeability, biomass, and on-site water management, as all the project does. But then this time, we didn't have any means of the material. For example, there was this material of pervious concrete around the world, but it was none in Turkey. So there were a lot of experiments regarding the water treated plants and the things. It was none in Turkey because we were like very much spoiled with this nice weather, with good rain and all that. And it started all of a sudden that we became drier and hotter. So we were kind of like unprepared. So we did a lot of work. We did a lot of collaboration with the engineers, with the botanic people, and the site starts changing. And the people, we can move the slide now. People began to use the site even before the implementation, and like after the implementation, some of the shadows of the trees, which were existent in the first case but not visible, So now the sunlight and the warm outdoor feeling is already there, and the spring shows its beautiful side, and people are able to use the site now. Well-needed shadows created the atmosphere during the summertime, and the later in the summer colors shift to like the reddish colors, like this indicating the hot and redness of the landscape. And our bioswale is utilized by the people. And it's the winter time, and we can move with the slides. Thank you. Yes. And the winter comes. This is one more, please. Yes. In 2017, this was the last time we saw snow in Istanbul. So it's getting even scarier. So therefore, I will just show you another project, which is the last one regarding the implementation. If you can move. So this project is the regeneration of an old urban space with minimum intervention using the landscape as a medium to sustainable urbanism. So this is Tuzla shipyard. Just imagine this was a lagoon once upon a time. A huge area around once upon a lagoon was filled to build the nation's biggest shipyard of that time, around 1980s. While on the one hand, the economy was boosted, the jobs were provided, everything was going well. On the other hand, the environment of the lagoon was ruined by these construction works, resulting in unhealthy working environments. The brutal investment also canalized the nearby river corridor and shifted the riverbed to drain directly into the Sea of Marmara. Unfortunately, the system also lost its freshwater source. Therefore, the lake died in 2001, as you can see over there. It's such a tragedy because it was like, this is the bird migration route, and then there were a lot of birds coming to this site. So here's an ecologically degraded, unhealthy urban area. We started our work in May 2013, the same time when the Gezi protests were happening. The design process began with the immersive experience of working in the field, and was supported by mapping and analysis tasks at multiple scales, such as analyzing land cover, the water quality, and flora and fauna. The flora and fauna observations were done. We work with ornithologists, as well as we work with lots of hours with the environmental engineers too. The task also involved some hydrological modeling to understand how much fresh water is needed to restore the wetlands. Simulations were also carried out to understand the volume. So the results show that we were not able to find the water, enough water to make the lagoon environment to bring it back. But the next best alternative was decided. But then the water has to come from different resources. So once again, the blue set the framework in our design of the green. In order to rehabilitate the dying lake, we proposed 3 strategies. One was using the treatment facility and taking the half partly treated water and then treating it in a constructed wetland in our area. The second strategy was turning that industrial area into a resource for our design, and then just collecting all these water coming from the impervious areas of the industrial shipyard. And then the third strategy was little minor, but then just giving all the drainage of our park to the lake. One theme that came up during the interviews was the dichotomy and the contrast between these, like the cranes and the nature. We began to consider how to create a more harmonious relationship between the industry, which is the product of the neoliberal economy, and the lake, the backbone of the local ecology. The shipyard had a fascinating silhouette, although when we asked people, they hated that silhouette. it was hardly noticed by them that this industrial production could be something that we could enjoy as a program in the park. So we asked, can nature complement the incredible production that involves many people so that other people can understand the benefits of the real efforts? How can we utilize some of the leftover materials of the industrial production so that the material language will facilitate a dialogue between the nature and artifice? How can we bring the shipyard to the park as an extraordinary silhouette? Can the waste material, rotten steel in this case, be our material so that the communication between nature and artifice starts? Here's what happens. Steel structures mimic the cranes typology in the park, thus bringing the industrial and natural on the same shipyard. The material is reutilized as urban furniture to observe and appreciate the incredible production effort in the shipyard. We pay homage to the pistachio trees, which doesn't grow on the ground anymore due to the climate change, and added some water-thrifty grasses species to adapt our landscape to the new climatic condition. The structures enable gradual transition from cranes to the human scale. Cranes are no longer an eyesore anymore, thanks to the matching fall colors of the plants specifically selected to complement the industrial landmark. Some people enjoy watching cranes for hours, but others enjoy looking at the lake, which was restored by the effort, for reading books, for fishing, and for meditating on a nearby deck. Let's visit the site's initial degraded condition and ask how blue can not only aid in the ecological, hydrological rehabilitation of the environment, but also enhance our cognitive perception, allowing people to view nature and artifice in a more complementary manner. Here is the forming of the water collection, and then this will bring the water from the surfaces of the shipyard and then purify it through the swale and then send it to the upcoming lagoon environments. Thanks to the water's reflected qualities, the park and the shipyard's nature and artifice emerges without changing anything in the industrial facades. The nature nurtures its harsh look. Water becomes a medium to change the bad and uneasy image of the industry, in a way magnifying its dimension of production and provision of work. In May or through the July, the area is a refuge to many birds and other species, as well as the humans. And the movements of them help the aeration of the water in nature-based collaboration. So this project is like when you think simple and when you start seeing, as the Derable says, the problems as an opportunity, this is what happens. So my last example is about the technology, about AI. This is the last project that I involved with my PhD students in my office, and we all start using AI, and then there will be a growing interest in the future to develop these technologies too. But so far, the landscape architects on the arena just utilizing an existing pre-available, prepared programs which give us some images. But how do we measure the quality of ecology in those images? And how do we train our AI to think more like on a similar ecological way? Our work aims to explore the AI's capacity and capability of the layouts. In this endeavor, we utilize competition pieces, the competitions that has an ecological input or the ecological emphasis in their brief. So we just looked at the winners of those projects to train the AI, and then we utilize the stable diffusion. But at the end, we utilize the sustainable sites criteria to evaluate how the AI is doing ecologically. So these are the results. Then the projects, we have like 35 competition pieces, and then they are all including like the interdisciplinary efforts, like they not only have the landscape architects, but they were in collaboration with the urban planners, the designers, which is a good thing. The analytical steps are threefold. First, we train the data, and then we evaluate we prepare the data and train the AI, and then just compare the results. So the findings were striking because we utilize sustainable sites, and then the sustainable sites is actually uses criteria. You probably know what it is, but at the end you can score like 200 points if your project is super duper sustainable. So and then there are like a group of the things, but we utilize only like the water, soil, and the vegetation and human well-being, because the other ones are not able to capture by the AI. So the results show that the humans are still doing much better in terms of the designing in an ecological way, but then the AI was much better creating a biomass than the humans, creating this incredible strategies to increase the building energy efficiency through utilizing some the rooftop gardens and then some vegetations, just putting the vegetation on the right place. The AI was really good on promoting a more sustainable way of reducing the lawn areas and then and proposing more trees. But the AI was lacking any kind of alternatives related to the like urban agriculture kind of practices. AI was lacking anything related to the program. So the humans, the competition pieces were like really creative in terms of making all these programs, but the AI was lacking that big time. This doesn't mean that it will lag forever. It's learning. It's up to us to teach the AI a more responsible design. So the landscape designers should start collaborating more with the engineers and the computer engineers now, because this is our ethical responsibility. If we don't train it, it's already there and we are already using it without knowing the consequences. So let's get real and act ethically and responsibly. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Haliye, for bringing this piece of Istanbul to Barcelona this afternoon. We are all together moving to the Catalan Architectural Association, which is 5 minutes apart from here by walk. Just follow the crow, you will find it. Thank you for this afternoon.